welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way!
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. Oh, it feels so good to finally say that once again. And welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are kicking things off. We are starting the season off with our monthly final today here in the SESA and ANZ region. I am Mark, and I'd like to have you all join me in giving a big old BSC welcome to Kenny. Kenny, it's great to have you here, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Super excited to be here. Can't wait to see the day unfold. It's going to be a great day of matches for us.
Yeah, it's honestly a fantastic region to start everything off, and yeah, what a day it is going to be. It's going to be a long one. We've got a lot of new things, new formats, new game modes, new gears, new gadgets, but we're going to just bring things back just a little bit first and foremost to talk things through and find out how the teams got to this place today. Of course, if you're new to the stream as well, maybe this is all new to you. So we have the Championship Challenge first and foremost in game where you have to get 15 wins before conceding those 3 losses. Not the easiest of things. In fact, probably one of the sweatiest that we've ever had in the history of Brawl Stars so far this season, which leads nicely then into the monthly qualifiers, where teams have to go through a double elimination bracket. So you can basically get a bit of a second chance along the way, but it is still incredibly fierce. Competition is rife, which leads then to today, our first monthly final for this region. Talk us through today's format though, Kenny.
Sure. So one thing that's going to be very different for if you were a viewer last year is every single match is going to include this power match format, meaning that it's going to play out similarly to Power League if you're a fan at home or play the game pretty casually. But that means that each side is going to have blind picks, blind bans, and each side will alternate picks during a draft phase. And then we'll see that all play out in our top 8 single elimination bracket here today, where it'll be a best of 3 in our quarterfinals and a best of 5 in the semifinals and the finals.
Yeah, big changes in regards to that, and we'll talk more about that in just a bit. Today's bracket and the schedule for today then. FA Sky up first in match number 1 up against Reconic Esports. Looking very much forward to seeing our first draft of that. FA Upper Moon then for match number 2 up against FA Hashira, which I'm very keen to see. Also, Free Win Agents in match number 3 up against Byro Esports, and match number 4 will be Grassmuddoppin, probably my favorite team name for today, up against a few nervous men who hopefully are feeling a bit more confident than their name would otherwise suggest. But of course, they're all battling it out today for over $1 million in prize money. They want to get that lion's share, of course. And of course, a golden ticket to this year's World Finals. Speaking of which, Kenny, we've got event.brawlstars.com making a return from the World Finals. It was hugely successful, giving away some fantastic rewards to you in game there. Get your predictions in as well. We'll talk a little bit as well about ours later on. Didn't do so well in the World Finals, Kenny, I've got to be honest, but it's a new year, new me, new predictions. I'm feeling confident.
That's right.
Going into this year as opposed to last year. So hopefully we'll be able to see that through. But there is an exclusive Brawl Stars Championship pin there waiting for you at the end of that ladder. So make sure that you get your predictions in. Try and get as many of them right as possible to sort of leak your way towards getting that exclusive pin. Kenny, speaking of our predictions, we discussed a little bit prior to coming online. What do you kind of expect to see? Are there any teams that really strike you as being really good front runners for today? Give the viewers a bit of an idea as to what can help them get that pin.
Sure. So I think the favorite coming in today is likely going to be a Free Win Agents. They do have Coup to Ace and Response on their roster, 2 2020 world champions, and they have a great synergy together. They've played it for 3 years now. So that's probably going to be the heavy favorite coming in today. A couple teams to look out for, though. I think Free Agent Sky had a really successful end of their last season. That's going to be a team in match number 1 that I'm super looking forward to seeing. And if they advance throughout the tournament, I think they could be a sneaky one to win. And Free Agent Hashira is another one that I personally, during qualifiers, was a big fan of. I think they were a couple mistakes away from really making a splash and being on that winner's side of the bracket. So those are a couple of the more dark horse teams alongside with Free Win Agents, who I think is the favorite here today.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, I feel like Free Win Agents have surely got to make it to the grand finals today, but I'm all for upsets. Got to put it out there. I was chatting actually yesterday to Coup to Ace, who really did speak very highly actually of FA Sky, and a team which of course did have a great amount of success towards the end of last year, kind of getting their momentum going. So very keen to see whether that is going to prevail into this year and have them have that good kickstart to things. But again, let's talk a little bit about some of the changes this year, because there are a lot of really fantastic changes to the format. So power match, you know, that's a whole new kettle of fish. Draft and having no repetitive brawlers, no mirror matchups, they're all gone. How do you find that going to be impacting things moving forwards this year?
I think it changes a lot of things in the format. You know, now you really have to know your stuff before the match even starts. A lot of the times, if your strategy is not good enough, you're going to fail going into the match. And when you're playing the best of the best, you know, all 8 of these teams are insanely talented, really great mechanically skilled players. You don't really make it here by accident. And if your draft strategy, you haven't practiced enough, you haven't seen the types of brawlers that do really well, you're not going to exactly know what you're doing, and it's not going to pay off for you unless you really know your stuff. And I think it leads to better strategy just overall in general. You know, if you have to win and strategize more beforehand, I think that's extra helpful in leaving no doubt in viewers' minds and the players' mind who was the better team that day.
Yeah, it opens the doors wide actually for teams that are really good at draft to have a little bit of an edge actually over teams that maybe they're a little bit less technically skilled over. So I'm very keen to see how those strategies evolve, how we see those brawlers being counted in that respect as well. And got to talk a little bit about the elephant in the room that is Siege being removed. You know, are you a big Siege fan? You know, when you're playing Brawl, because I feel like I'm gonna miss it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'll definitely miss it too. I think there's a little bit of back and forth in the professional scene of how they feel about Siege, but for me personally, it's a great mode of strategy. I love seeing it play out. When you have the robot coming in as an extra party, it always spices things up a little bit, keeps things interesting, and the strategy for Siege is arguably one of the most intense, I would say. But it does pave the road for a new mode. We have Knockout coming in, which I think will be super interesting to watch, a brand new experience on our end. And yeah, I'm just excited to see how that plays out, especially in a draft format.
Yeah, I cannot wait for our first 3v1 moment where the player just gets the ice and comes in clutch for their team. That is going to be really fun to cast. Absolutely cannot wait for that. And gears as well. I mean, that is a huge change from last year. Having the ability to really kind of like, you know, tweak your brawler here and there and make it map and mode specific in a way that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to do. Obviously, gears coming into the game just prior to the World Finals, but we didn't have them in play. So this is going to be the first time today that we're going to see gears in full swing in the BSC. That, to me, is a hugely exciting thing. And yeah, any gears in particular that struck you as being quite strong in the current meta?
I think the speed gear has been used for a while now, and depending on map or mode, you know, especially say the grassier and bushier maps like Sneaky Fields, the speed gear is almost a necessity, but we saw a recent work with the health gear as well. So I'm kind of anticipating seeing that a little bit here, maybe some professional players testing it out a little bit and seeing how it does against the best of the best. So that's what I'm kind of looking out for in my mind. But in general, I think the speed gear on maps like that goes a long ways. And depending on the brawler too, each one's a specific build, and I think it just adds another layer to Brawl Stars that I always love seeing. The more strategy involved, the more interesting I think it is. So I love seeing what goes through these players' minds and how they craft their brawlers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speed gear did get a nerf, but still incredibly strong. So I think it's probably a good thing that we got that nerf when we did. We have just had a bit of a rework to one of those gears as well. So we're now going to get rid of the idea of healing when you stand stationary, which to me never really made much sense anyway. So really pleased to see that rework coming there. So now a faster regen, but players have had, at least to me, a really good response to that rework, and so that it's not too overpowered, which was a nice thing to hear coming into the monthly finals, because it would have been a shame to see a gear kind of be a bit too overpowered. So really keen to see how that kind of plays a role and whether we see much of that today. It seems to me the majority of pros would kind of lean more towards the shield and the extra damage when you're low on the HP side of things, more often than not, just simply because they're pretty good. I mean, they are the best in the world for a reason. So when you're low, having additional damage, keeping yourself dangerous, a very key thing to do. But we've also got to talk about a load of other things regarding the actual meta itself. We've had so many balance changes, a lot of reworks in the most recent update, as well as 10 new gadgets coming to the game. So talk us through the gadgets a little bit, Kenny. For me, there's a couple that stand out as being particularly strong. I mean, roundhouse kick for Fang, as if Fang wasn't strong enough already. Being able to stun your opposition for an additional second, quite strong for me, I would say. Rotten Banana, I think, for Ash as well. We're going to probably see a little bit of a rise for Ash coming back into the mix. Any others that strike you as being pretty favorable when it comes to competitive?
I think Colette's new gadget is somebody that you could definitely consider, having the ability to heal. And I think Colette being somebody that's seen a little bit of a resurgence in modes like Heist definitely helps her out a little bit, keeps her a little healthier in fights. And I think one of the issues she's always struggled with is kind of those 1v1 interactions. So when you have the ability to stay up just a little longer, I think that can go a long way for a brawler like Colette, whose main job, especially in Heist, for example, is to get a lot of damage on that safe. So the healthier you can stay, the more damage you can implement. And I think that's one gadget that certainly got added that I could see being very helpful.
Yeah, so with Colette now, you're going to be able to gain 80% damage off, 80% of the healing back towards yourself off the back of those shots. And Lola with stun double, I've got to say, I think a really unique way to use her ego. I think we're probably going to see some play in Brawl in particular when it comes to that, and swapping places, maybe getting some clutch goals. Cannot wait. Does that for sure. So definitely a ton of variation going on there when it comes to those gadgets, and not one that particularly strikes me as being overpowered either, which is a really nice thing to see. I think it's a daring thing to bring all 10 into the game prior to a monthly final. So that was a reassuring thing for me. But balance changes, let's talk a bit more about those and kind of how things have been shaken up when it comes to them, because brawlers for me that stand out now as being really quite favorable, brawlers like Max, which I think is going to now have a bit of a resurgence back into Brawl. I feel like Daryl got a big knock on the head right when we needed it most, because it was a very dominant brawler actually in the kind of like down season period of time. Grom as well for me was another one that's got a big nerf hammer, which I'm very pleased for. But yeah, what were you pleased to see, and what brawlers did you have some love for that you kind of wished maybe didn't get hit so hard?
Yeah, I think there's a couple right now that certainly got a big boost. I think one that might be sneaky to a lot of people and that you don't see as often in your everyday ladder games is going to be somebody like Colonel Ruffs, who for a long time, his biggest problem, I feel like, was really interacting those 1v1 settings, winning his lane and things like that. And he's a great utility brawler. His sandbag gadget provides a lot of counters to other brawlers, but now that he can hold his own a little bit better, I think that's going to be a much better brawler coming up soon. And he does counter several very dominant brawlers right now. Stu being somebody that's a long-time brawler, he does great into it, can help out against brawlers like Spike, long-range single-shot brawlers like Piper. Those are going to be excellent choices, and I kind of hope to see a little bit more love coming towards him. I think especially in our draft setting, he can be great to counter certain brawlers, and I think one that's going to remain strong before the update even, I think Ash was somebody that was already in a really, really good spot, and now he's got that Rotten Banana gadget, and I think he just got even stronger. So Ash is somebody I expect to see be borderline banned in a lot of situations too. So those are a couple I'm definitely keeping my eye out for today.
It's going to be very interesting, actually, to see what those first bans will be. Teams will be making their lobbies and getting themselves into shape as we speak. But I've got to say, Fang was one that eluded those balance changes a little bit, and one that I'm a little bit fearful for. If any team feel daring enough to leave that pick wide open, would not be at all surprised if someone goes straight in as a first pick. Brock as well. We made Brock great again, and that was what I've been campaigning for a while. Had a bit of a rework as well to those on the star power side of things, and now more rockets is what we're going to have, as opposed to the incendiary, which was basically the flames that would appear on the map when a rocket would kind of reach that maximum range. So incendiary now being base kit, which does open the door wide actually to kind of consider the second star power there, which is Fourth Rocket, so you have a bit more territorial control. I do like that we're seeing a bit of a rise in this kind of approach from the balancing team at Supercell to kind of maybe make some of the brawlers that are a bit on the weaker side more basic when it comes to their star power and rework them that way. Tara as well, taking a bit of a knock. 460 damage per card down to 440 is going to make players have to kind of question the use of her a little bit more. Again, a brawler which is very, very versatile, very dominant, and pushing those side lanes and having a pressured approach to your opposition. Definitely now not necessarily a go-to. I think still going to be in a pretty decent place and still viable in a lot of maps. I personally have loved seeing her come into places that I didn't expect, actually, like in Hot Zone for Ring of Fire, having a really aggressive lane side push. But as you rightly say, Ruffs, I feel, is actually a bit of a dark horse here. A lot of players saying already they feel that Ruffs is quite underrated. I think in the same way that I kind of see Pam, actually. I think Pam is a very versatile brawler currently, able to be applied in a lot of game modes and a lot of places. So I think the teams that kind of like really appreciate her at the moment, and as the viewers probably know at home, I'm a pretty big Pam advocate in that respect. Yeah, I think that she's going to be a really solid pick as well. But any other brawlers for you that sort of stood out? We had Jackie as well, getting a buff. We also had B and various others. You know, but again, it's regional specific. So, you know, it's that kind of beautiful moment, Kenny, where we're kind of going to probably be surprising ourselves along the way.
For sure. I mean, that's one of the wonders of watching all of these different teams in the world compete. There's different metas going on in each country and region. It's so interesting to see where the thought process goes. You know, even before this, I was in a stream and two different pros from different regions were comparing where they would go in a situation for a draft. And it was so interesting to see that play out. And I can't wait to see it play out throughout the entire month through all these different regions. Another brawler too that I think recently got a nice little buff, was already in a pretty strong spot. Somebody like Gale, going to be a great tank counter. And I think one approach that this balance really took was we saw Daryl, who is a very dominant brawler recently, take a little step back in terms of a nerf, but tanks in general have run pretty prevalent in the meta right now. So seeing brawlers like Gale get that extra half second even stun that almost guarantees a kill sometimes, you know, that's the difference in the world for a brawler like Gale, you know, to absolutely counter these tankier brawlers, say like Rosa or Daryl. Another one too, Griff, another tank counter that maybe he hasn't seen as much in the power match format, but I think he's already a pretty decent brawler, and with a little extra damage increase can certainly be an argument here. And we might even see some of these throwback kinds of compositions with, say, B, a Colt, and a Griff, where they're going for this more wall break strategy depending on what the other team drafts. So I think the doors are open wide for a lot of different types of combinations and strategies, and especially with this balance change being so new, I can't wait to see how creative these pros get with it.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Griff. I was chatting to some players in the EMEA last night, and they are all saying very good things about Griff for sure. So, yeah, curious to see whether that's translated across to SESA and ANZ today. If you are just joining the stream, first and foremost, welcome. And let's take a look today at how the bracket is going to be. This is the lineup. We've got FA Sky up against Reconic Esports as match number 1. Swiftly going to be going into that in just a moment. FA Upper Moon up against FA Hashira will be match number 2. Match number 3 will be Free Win Agents up against Byro Esports and Grassmuddoppin. And again, that name is never going to get old. Up against a few nervous men in match number 4. Hopefully, we're going to be seeing, a bit more promise from a few nervous men. I assume they're going to go with the approach of taking a few good men as their inspiration there. But definitely some lesser-known names in our monthly final here, and definitely some names that we have come to know well over the years. Free Win Agents is Cooper Ace's team this year. Of course, last year, the former Team Flash. We're going to be with Response and Sergeant Clash this year. I think he's actually changed the name just to Sergeant now, actually. Has split ways then with ZZK. And Wiggly Spoo was actually their manager last year, or their coach. He's actually going to be swapping over to another team. So we might even be up against his former teammates later today. And which matches do you kind of foresee going a certain way, Kenny? I didn't want to kind of predict too much too soon on event.brawlstars.com. I kind of just did the quarterfinals, and I'm going to kind of wait to see how that plays out first.
Yeah, for sure. I don't blame you at all. I think a lot of these will be deceptively competitive. I think a team like Free Agent Sky is somebody who's going to do really well, but I definitely don't want to count a team like Reconic Esports out here. They're a great roster as well. I think another sneaky one that I mentioned a little bit earlier is Free Agent Hashira. Just after watching their qualifier gameplay, I think they did a really great job overall. And there's somebody that are some veteran players that have definitely been in these situations before and are looking to prove themselves. So those are ones that the first two matches especially, I think, could be very sneaky. And match 4 is going to be very interesting too, just to see two newer teams with the players that aren't as familiar in the BSC, getting that experience and seeing how they handle being in the big stage. So I think there's a lot to look forward to here. And of course, free win agents, like you mentioned, I think is the favorite, just considering 2 world champions is a lot to handle for any team.
Yeah, cannot underestimate them in that respect. Yeah, absolutely. If you've gone all the way, you've probably got some decent experience on your belt, but we're going to be soon going into our first draft of 2022, or first draft ever in the Brawl Stars Championship. It's going to be FA Sky up against Reconic Esports. And again, you know, I was chatting to Coop to Ace yesterday, said some really good things about FA Sky, who did have a very good run towards the end of last season, cutting it a little bit late, but I think coming into this year, pretty much bang on time realistically, and Kute said they are not to be underestimated. So I've kind of got to lead it towards my predictions going with them for this. You know, Reconic Esports, I know a little bit less about. They have got some great experience. I mean, in particular, CC was known as Toxic in 2021, played 7 monthly finals with Kick's team. So they do have some good credentials that can't be denied. FA Sky, again, for me, a little bit of an underdog here. I'm going to put my sort of favorite prediction with them. What about yourself for this one?
I'm going to go with Free Agent Sky too. I think they're a very underrated team. And anytime Coop to Ace says that there is a dark horse candidate, it's somebody you obviously have to pay attention to. If anybody knows their stuff, it's going to be him, since he's playing against them on a frequent basis. But they had really great success towards the end of last year, especially the last 2 months. They have that team synergy coming into a new year. And especially in a first month with a brand new format, really anything can happen. So at the end of the day, if you can rely on your teammates, I think that's a really huge deal for them. So I'm going to go with Free Agent Sky as well here.
Okay, well, I mean, we're already on that same line of thought, Kenny, which is good to see. I expected nothing less. What I will say as well, though, is that it is going to come down to that draft. You know, if Reconic Esports can just kind of find themselves in a place where they are a little bit ahead of the game, maybe they've got some insight as to what FA Sky like to kind of go towards, and if they can get their brawler bang on, I'm personally going to go out there and suggest that players definitely consider Bang as one of their first choices, but nonetheless, map are most specific. So got to bear that in mind. We're going to be seeing different bans across the gamers as we go. So, you know, I think that for me is what, if Reconic Esports can get right, then they might place FA Sky in a position where they wouldn't want to find themselves and maybe take it to that third set. But again, you've got to be so careful. One of the big feedbacks actually that I got from the players in EMEA during their qualifier was that draft process may seem, when you're kind of doing your scrims and, you know, you're doing your power league and that kind of thing, as something that's quite a casual process. It goes by quick when it comes down to competitive. You are placed on the spot, and things can obviously happen in real time that you were not necessarily expecting, so you've got to be prepared. And it's a great thing when you can just kind of think to how the players are reacting behind the scenes. It's you know, an ever-evolving process, and sometimes you can prepare as much as possible for every eventuality, but then something comes up and it's not what you're expecting. It throws a curveball, no pun intended, towards the spike star power, and you've got to rethink everything through and kind of play it as it comes. But you know, in regards to that draft, you know, when you've been playing yourself, Kenny, like, you know, what kind of tricks and tips would you give to the viewers at home when it comes to making those all-important choices?
I think just getting as much repetition as possible. I'm sure a lot of these pros have had to scrim against each other and see exactly what the mindset is. I think the more drafts that you get into, the more situations you find yourself in, the more matchups you find yourself playing up against. And again, just scouting out and doing that strategy beforehand, taking the time and making sure you're drafting appropriately goes a long ways. I mean, like you said, Reconic Esports is a team that maybe we aren't predicting to win this, but if they out-strategize the other team, I mean, they're definitely mechanically skilled enough players, and any of these 8 teams for that matter are good enough to pull off an upset if they make the proper draft choices. Understanding how each brawler plays into your opponent and understanding the order, when to draft brawlers in particular too, I think is something that goes a long way. You know, Grom, for example, was somebody that was really, really strong, but now maybe not quite as strong, and drafting a thrower early, very easy thing to address, something they can counter. And, you know, drafting a tank, for example, really early is maybe something you should be a little weary of, just considering that the other team could pull out a Gale, an Ims, a Griff, and immediately counter that brawler and render them useless. So I think understanding how the matchups work, understanding what brawlers' strengths and weaknesses are, is so important coming to this process.
Okay, well, I think we're going to be going straight into our first matchup then, and they are going to be valuing the PAM. Love to see that from Reconic Esports. Gotta say, Byro as well, so doubling down on the healing, but it seems the FA Sky are doubling down on their accuracy, pinpoint at that, and giving themselves a healthy lead. But now it's Reconic that retake the mid. Pretty close matchup so far, about 10% each, but it is now Reconic Esports to have that sense of control.
Yeah, and we even see Colonel Ruffs in here as well, which is somebody that I don't think a lot of the viewers at home really expected, but with that jump in damage, I think it's a lot more justifiable to pick him here. And right now we're seeing Sky get a little more mid control here and bringing themselves to a lead in the moment.
Well, there goes down another supply drop, going to be giving that damage boost over to Loay, and there is some great taps there. A roll in is going to pay off well on the Tara takedown, but there, we saw there a little cheeky new gadget. You love to see it already on the Byro side of things. Okay, it's going to be almost 50% now, but FA's going to have lost that mid control. There's a nice black hole there connecting with the shadow coming in, just cause a bit of a ruckus. Homemade recipe doesn't connect, however, but a healthy lead nonetheless over towards FA Sky.
Yeah, they were doing a great job of holding this mid-control, but one really big benefit with Reconic Esports strategy is they have a Pam, and Pam playing into Piper is such a favorable matchup for the side of Reconic. If they have that heal turret down, they can place it. Pam can stay very beefy and healthy, especially with the Byron on their side, but right there, we see Luay just get some takedowns, and this is looking right back into the favor of FA Sky, who have a pretty favorable lead right now.
Yeah, but they've lost the control again. If they can just hunker down now, Reconic Esports can really get there. Oh, a lovely Darrow and a great takedown there. Let's see as well whether that will pay off. Sky very low as well. Oh, the Piper shots though from Luay coming in again. But now that Pam healing station is blocking things off just a little bit. They've lost control, and look at the percentage catching up massively. This Daryl aggression is paying off so well for Reconic Esports, and this might well be enough to turn the game on its head. What an amazing comeback as Reconic Esports will take that first game there. Obviously, going to have the best of three play itself out, which is great, actually. The best thing I find about having Power Match, having Draft now as our format, is that we go straight back into the next game as well. So I really did feel like they placed FA Sky in a tough spot there, just kept that pressure on. They knew that they were able to make the comeback as long as they kept up the aggression, and that's what we kind of saw prevail.
I like the strategy from both sides too. I really do think they have brawlers on each side addressing opponents. For example, I'm sure Taro was a pick into Daryl here, but now we see Askachad already moving in, gonna be rolling in, getting a takedown there, and now he grabs two. Luay gonna be weak as well and forced to back up. They had an early lead, but this is the chance Reconic Esports needs to once again take a big lead. They came back by nearly 30% last time, and holding this mid control early in the game is certainly gonna favor them.
Yeah, that's definitely going to prey on the minds a little bit of FA Sky. They're going to want to take on some of those learnings because they had some great moments, but they just dropped the ball just a little bit. But look at that right-hand side lane. A great takedown there from Hyuna coming in, allowing his teammates to push through the mid. A great use of that Tara on that lane again, which I did mention just before coming in that it is a very aggressive thing to have. I do like the use there as well as the support from beyond, keeping that position. Oh, the double stuck as well. Beautiful play there from Hyuna, leaving RCN there all alone. Goes down. White goes down. That is a fantastic moment for FA Sky to seize.
Yeah, and now another benefit of Colonel Ruffs too. They have dropped the super. Hyuna has a super on his side. The extra damage coming in is now they grab themselves another takedown. Askachad has something to say about it though. They might be able and managed to get that takedown. This is actually going to be a huge lead here for Sky, even bigger than the one we saw last game. And with only 10% remaining, it's looking pretty good for them. Askachad and White going to be moving forward here, trying to get any takedowns they can at the last second. It looks like they've reclaimed control. It's going to be very difficult with only 3% remaining to keep Sky out of this.
Hyena went for it, didn't quite pay off as Eskachad comes in again. This is just rinse and repeat. Reconic are only 3% away from losing this, but are these hills going to be enough as now the Pam joining the Byron in the mid? I think it might be literally deja vu happening before our eyes, but no! Eskachad still remaining, a jump in, just the 3% in it. FA Sky just about in the nick of time there, but they were cutting that one fine, Kenny.
What a intense last second comeback there. I really thought Reconic might end up grabbing it, but the side of Sky just hanging on for dear life. Only needed 3%. Piper jumping in the middle just to get the job done. I mean, that was just some beautiful Brawl Stars right there at its finest. I love to see the intense competition just like that game there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I was not expecting something as close as that as our second match, or first for that matter. But now things are really gonna be getting interesting because we've seen both sides having a pretty equal battle. Actually, when you look at it, I mean, the Piper's always gonna have a bit of trouble because the Pam healing station, and there's a lot of heals and a lot of tankiness on the side of Reconic, which for FA Sky they've just got to methodically take down. As we saw there, Hyuna getting a lot more value there as the Tara. He's got to make sure to continue holding that right-hand side lane for his team, allowing Lawai there in the mid to cap it. There's another black hole and another takedown as JJ goes down. Eskachad there continuing the pressure, but is in a bit of a position where actually, Lawai and Kayan able to really capitalize on their range there.
Yeah, now they've got the sandbag set too, and it looks like JJ's going to be moving forward as Eskachad gets a nice roll there, takedown onto KH, and Reconic Esports claiming a good chunk of this middle area here in order to claim their hot zone. The way, though, getting very close range, going to go ahead and break open that side. The more this map opens up, I really do like it for the side of Lue and FA Sky. You know, the more free range that Piper has to land those shots, as now we see JJ at a very weak point as well. KH being forced to back off too. This has just been a back and forth the entire set.
I love the use of the body blocking there, using the Tara spirits from the Beyond to just keep those HPs ticking over and keep the healing process coming in. Look at the scoreline, 71, 73 to 73 now. One final push in there, potentially from Eskachad, but now 80%. Oh, the black hole connection is fantastic, allowing then FA Sky to take the middle podium. It is still neck and neck. I feel like Reconic have not done yet, though. This could go either way at this point, genuinely.
So much HP, only a couple percentage points on the line, and they get the takedown to finally get 100%. FA Sky going to take a 2-1 victory there. They're going to have the first map of the entire year, and what a set to open up our matches this weekend.
Oh my word. I mean, when we go back to last year, having Hot Zone come into play and having that be like the big talking point, and this year obviously it's going to be Knockout. What a way to start the day. FA Sky then just coming out with just a little bit more when it mattered most. But I feel like, well, at least for me, a lot more of a closer matchup than I was actually anticipating. And again, the reason why I love seeing Power Match be the new formats, because it really just gives teams a chance to really level out the playing field. That's a fantastic thing for me in terms of Brawl, and it really keeps things very, very fresh in that respect. What an explosive start in Ring of Fire. Could be moving shortly over to Crystal Arcade, but give us your thoughts before we do, Kenny. How that went down, really quite impressive.
I think you love to see it. I think without any rock, paper, scissors, there's no doubt in people's mind. It all comes down to the brawlers you choose and how you execute your strategies. And honestly, I think the close set there really reflected how strong the draft was for both sides. Each side tried to address the enemy brawlers. And if you're somebody at home taking notes on maybe how to get better at your own Power League matches, that's the way to do it. You want to address what the other team picks. Sometimes it's not always about picking the #1 brawler available. Sometimes it's about taking what's the best thing to address my opponent. I think both sides really incorporated that in that last match. And in Crystal Arcade, I'm sure we're going to see some phenomenal drafts on both sides and another great set if it was anything like that last one.
Yeah, and Crystal Arcade as well was a map that players have had to kind of like renew their minds to. It's been out of the map pool for a while, so it's definitely a bit of an OG map. Actually, I've got to say. I mean, I do remember back in the day, as the boomer I am, playing this map into the early hours of the morning. But what I remember about it in particular is that greatly, if you throw open a bit of cover, the map becomes incredibly open. So I'm very curious to see as to like how that's going to go in terms of the draft. Are people going to be going with the wall breakers? Are they going to be going with the close up and personal brawlers? I think Spike is a great thing to have personally on a lane. In the event that cover does go down, a life plant here or there goes a very long way and is a great actually deterrent of Fang. So if Fang's left open, then is that first pick? I do worry actually if that's a response to that is going to be a Spike. But from your own experience, any brawlers that particularly stand out to you as being something to ban, something to kind of pick. But as you already said earlier, the order that you choose is incredibly important. Yes, you can swap with your teammate, but you got to think through exactly what kind of brawler mechanic you'd be placing into your arsenal at what time. That's a really good thing that you said earlier that I think it's really important to reiterate actually.
For sure. I think there's a few, especially for all my NAA natives out there. Somebody that they've been very familiar with for a little bit now is Ash. And it's somebody who, if anything, got better with that rotten banana gadget. And he's just a really strong brawler here, I think, in the lane. Going to be a great option. There are really good ways to address him and counter him. But if you can get Ash and, say, Byron on your side, that's going to be an awesome combination. Another brawler for me that I feel like really deserves to have a chance on this map, somebody that got buffed recently, is going to be Max. She's going to be a really great option here. The extra damage, making her an even more viable option as an offensive attacker, doing damage to the other team, but also the utility she brings to the team is huge when you get the extra speed to just really aggress onto gyms, the enemy team, whatever you need. And I think those are two that I'm certainly looking out for in this draft.
I think Pam as well. I wouldn't be even opposed to a Pam ban. Actually, got to be honest. I feel like having that healing station just behind those areas to cover in the center of the map is a great thing to have. And in the eventuality that that cover does get destroyed, if someone wants to bring in a wall breaker, well, you've still got something to hang on to in the mid as a bit of cover. And I think that that's definitely things that teams are going to have to consider. Do they want to kind of double down and hope for some good cover, or do they want to kind of like come prepared that to kind of all be blown away? I think as well, Leon is a great brawler. In fact, I was writing a list last night of just kind of brawlers that I felt were pretty all-rounded. Like, what could you pretty much bring in anywhere? And the list went on and on. I was actually kind of really pleasantly surprised that we've got so many brawlers in the meta right now that are in a fantastic place. As you mentioned as well, Byron, I think is a brawler which has kind of been a little bit missed off in terms of balance changes. I think a lot of players feel like Byron's a bit on the stronger side of things, and does give a lot of options. Then if players do want to consider Pam as a ban, bringing him in instead. I think gone more or less are the days of Poco now as that kind of like healer kind of role. Maybe in Brawl, it's going to be still there more so than others. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to see a kind of shift, heavy shift actually over towards kind of Pam and Byron for those roles. I'm going back actually to Ring of Fire. Very interested to see Daryl still getting some airtime into oblivion, more or less, from what we've kind of seen in the previous domineering way that he entered the last balance changes. But it seems like players are still able to make it work. So even some of the brawlers that did take a bit of a nerf hammer, showing some promise, it seems.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think there's a lot of different strategies with the special Crystal Arcade that we could see implemented too. Another one that I really like to see in general in the mid is 8-Bit, somebody who also synergizes really well with Byron. I think there's a lot of versatility, and honestly, Byron and Pam synergies, I've seen it on a lot of hot zone maps recently. It does really well too. We saw in that last match as well that it worked pretty well, having Pam already as a very healthy brawler, a lot of HP, has a super that allows you to gain even more and remain very stagnant in the middle area, and then adding on some Byron heals too can't hurt anything. So I think that leaves for a lot of options in versatility, especially if you throw another aggressive brawler to kind of round out your comp a little bit, somebody like Leon, somebody like Ash that we've mentioned here. So I think there's a lot of different interesting options here. I could even see some Griff coming in here just to deal with any tanks, Gale too, if it's want to address somebody like Ash or Daryl that we saw earlier, which is somebody I expect to see less today, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the pros still value him a lot. Maybe that super nerf did not impact him as much as we speculated he would.
Yeah, this is the thing. When we have a balance change, it's not always clear cut, but we are going to see the Pam on the side of the sky. We're going to see also the Rosa, which I didn't expect and the M's counter there, obviously for good reason on the other side of things. So I like the positioning, but over time, I do worry a little bit for Sky. The Max as well is a dangerous thing to get M's right into the thick of it, and already, yeah, I'm not sure this draft is going to favor Sky, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, having Rosa, depending on when they drafted that, might have been a tough decision there. You know, having Ims as a direct counter to that is going to be awesome. I will say having Spike going into a Sandy lane isn't too shabby, not the worst, but right now they're getting some great pinches as a takedown comes into the way, and Askachad has remained in this mid the entire duration of our game so far, already having 6 gyms to his name alone, now adding a 7th. I mean, this is looking like a very favorable lead here for Reconic Esports.
Yeah, dominant start, and again, I feel like this was what we expected to see with the way the draft was played out. And look at just how JJ there is just not leaving Hyuna alone at all there, keeping on top of things, but now a little opening there, the super pop, pushing then Askachad to the left-hand side here. This is the only opening so far that FA Sky have had, and it did not prevail. Reconic will get the countdown. I just cannot see how FA Sky can contest this.
Yeah, I mean, Reconic with the insane lead right now. Askachad, I don't think's really been touched this entire game as they pop another super, 3 seconds to go, and invisibility to really seal the coffin. That's going to be our first game in favor of Reconic Esports. And honestly, I think their draft just went really well there. I feel like, you know, having Ims to address the Rosa immediately kind of addresses that situation. And Rosa, who's been a strong brawler for a little bit now, you know, when you have that hard of a counter going into a great player, it can be a really tough time to overcome that deficit.
Yeah, I'm just going to go out there and say it. I feel like Rosa here was a bit of a mistake. I think that, you know, with power matches, the formats, you've got to be so cautious as to, you know, what you're going to be taking in. And I think that range here would have been a much better play just to cover all bases. Now, I don't want to call it too soon, but Reconic Esports are definitely, it's fair to say, have got a good advantage, especially when you consider how close things were in Rate of Fire. This could definitely go to a third and final set here. Speed coming in from Askachad there. Just keep JJ moving around and keeping his firm eye on Hyuna. But it's got to be said, FA Sky this time have got 2 gems. Maybe they're learning from some of their mistakes.
Yeah, a little bit of a different strategy here in where they're placing the grass and stuff. They may have learned their lesson from game number 1, and even a Pam healing turret now being placed down, but RC in going to be moving forward as a unit, trying to address that situation. White kind of held back here, though. I do feel like this spike lane is going well for Lue, but the closer it gets here as White approaches, it's going to get tougher. A sleep being put upon Lue there as they get another takedown. It's going to be 7-3 once again. We are seeing Reconic Esports nearly go down there. They managed to stay up. Askachad still holding on to the majority of those gems.
Yeah, 7 gems, 8 now in the pocket, 9 there, with a nice spawn on the side of FA Sky. But I like the way that Hyuna's actually going to the right-hand side and trying to stay as far away from the M's as possible. Nice shutdown as well from the one on the left-hand side. The Pam healing station in a great spot to go super on the aggressive. If FA Sky can keep this up, it is actually going to be possible for them to get some good mid-control time here. And the gems are stacking up as they go. If they keep this up, this could well be tied up in this set.
Yeah, this is a great little momentum swing for them here. We do see 9 gems on the side of Askachad, but a super coming in. He dashes away. A little phase shifter still manages to go down, though. This is going to be a great opportunity for Sky to hold this middle ground and tie up the gem count. They now have 9 of their own. It is going to be a tie as we approach the final minute and a half here.
I've got to hand it to FA Sky, but they don't have the woods yet by any means at all. As the speed coming in from Askachad there, but doesn't prevail much. White goes down. Oh, Askachad so low he gets taken down himself. The team wipe is there. FA Sky have honestly exceeded my expectations here because I did not expect them to do as well as they did. They've honestly, in my opinion, been outcomped here. They have not got the best draft at all. In my opinion, Reconic Esports have got the better draft of this, and I've got to hand it to them. I've got to say it, I've got to hand it to them, but is it enough? Can they do that again? It's going to be a big ask.
For sure. I think they made some great adjustments, though. We've now seen this in 2 different sets. You know, they've had to adjust after game number 1. I think that's a lot of the learning process coming into this power match style. You know, it may be the same brawlers every time, but obviously it didn't go Sky's favor in game number 1. They adjusted, relaned a little bit, reorganized themselves, and right now we see Iuna get a major takedown on the Ims. I think that's going to be their key to winning this match. If they can get a favorable matchup for Rosa, she can stay aggressive and really hide in these bushes, take shelter, and get really aggressive like we see her do here. Great bounce back from JJ as they get another takedown there. Iuna, though, kind of wasting a super there a little bit. Going to be tough for them, but it's still going to remain up. It's going to leave a lot of room for Sky to have some great pressure. And now we see Reconic Esports almost trapped in their spawn. Little max super to get them out of this situation. Maybe they can get a little movement here, but I think Sky is sitting fairly comfortable right now.
A little shout out there as well to our player cams. No, it was not third caster joining the stream. We got a Hyuna there with Beanie. We also got Askashad there with the headphones on. So don't be at all surprised if you see any of them popping up from here and there. And hopefully some good player reactions as well. A nice new addition this year to the BSC, and I cannot wait to see how that unfolds. At the moment, though, 7 gems are with FA Sky with the lead, but that mid control and those side lanes shut down really in full force from Reconic Esports. They are exactly where they want to be right now against a really tough comp from FA Sky to push back upon this. FA Sky showing that they can make this comp work, but they've got to have that mid control and really push back upon the spawns. At the moment, Reconic Esports looks to be on the way to a countdown, especially if that team wipe has got anything to say about it.
Reconic Esports have just gassed up the pedal here. I mean, they are getting super aggressive now. Pam going to be trying to get a gadget, any kind of takedown they can, but JJ going to stay up. Iuna going to be on the left side here, trying to work his way forward. They've already scouted them out, though. They have enough gyms. The only chance they have is getting a takedown onto Askashad, and now we have Iuna with a super here. 4 seconds remaining. Can they get up close enough? JJ has something to say about it, and they don't. This set is going to go over to Reconic Esports. A great job as we see Askashad here. He is razor focused in the middle of a match here, and they are going to be at 1-1 now.
I love the fact that we're going to a third and final set already. Askashad there looking very deeply focused in the zone. Got the AC on as well, just to keep him cool in the eventuality that things get hot and heavy. I've got to say, I felt looking at the draft that it was going to go this way. But FSI did still surprise me. I know they took the loss there, but they did show some great promise in a comp that was clearly outmatched. So it does say a lot about them in terms of skill. Now, Sneaky Field's up next. How are things going to go into this draft? Because this is in my opinion, one of the most challenging maps actually to draft for. So much has got to be considered here. So many brawlers that are actually incredibly strong, especially when you consider the fact that we now have the speed gear in play, which I fully expect we'll see a decent amount of playtime with. But Max now coming in the balance changes in a really positive place, adding to all of those factors to consider. Tanks, you know, Shelly, I know was a bit of a meme last year and kind of pretty much every year, I think it's fair to say, in the BSC, but I don't think that this is that year. I think that Shelly is actually a really decent pick to consider to have a hard counter to a lot of tanks. So, you know, it's going to be challenging. And I think that this could well come down to a draft. And as we saw in that previous set, you know, if Reconic Esports are able to get the edge there, they might actually cause an upset here.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a hard map to really put your finger on and understand exactly what's going to happen. There's a lot of different strategies, and especially in last year's format, I feel like a lot of the times it was teams really considering only 2 to 3 certain types of compositions, but here you get to see a little bit of everything, and, you know, I could see it going a few ways. You could see Ashe and Rosa being types of brawlers that get banned here or attempting to be played, those tankier, really aggressive brawlers that when hidden in the bushes, it's really hard when they get up close to you to deal with them. But I could also see this going in the direction of, say, brawlers like Ims or Gale or Griff, who are going to be able to address those tanks more. And I think it's going to be a little bit of back and forth. I'm sure it'll be more of these balanced compositions, right? And, you know, Max is somebody you mentioned too. I could easily see a Max mid here. It's something we've seen in the past for Brawl Stars. Maybe we get those old tried and true types of compositions with something like, say, Max, Sandy, Ims, and Tara, who have all been intermingled in the past a lot, especially when it was in more of the traditional format that we've had in past years.
I think you've made a really valid point, actually, is like, you know, brawlers like Griff coming in with the piggy bank. If the bush and the speed gear and all these things stacking up is a thing to consider, get rid of the bush, you know, just like eradicate it. I don't think we're gonna see Brock, but you know, I still think there's a definite liking towards the fact that he's going to be coming back into the mix a little bit more than he was last year, for that same reason. Like, you know, brawlers that can really eradicate a lot of that unknown in Sticky Fields are going to go a really long way. Ems, we saw there already, what a strong counter she was in Crystal Arcade. I think maybe not going to be as good in the Sticky Fields, simply for the fact that I think that it's easy to get crept up upon in Sticky Fields. Still very good if you're able to keep your distance and really keep an eye on where your opposition is. Ems is going to be like the best brawler to counter the tanks, no doubt about that. But again, I feel like Shelly, for that same reason of being able to destroy some of that cover, could be more the go-to actually when it comes to some of those counters, and just being able to creep up, and you know, you're basically just getting your super and then just like waiting to find someone, and it's a one button tap. So but again, you know, that draft could be playing a very key important role here. I do personally like a lot of Rico, but I'm biased. I don't think it's probably the best brawler to play. It's a very fun one though. We have seen a bit of a drop off actually regarding Rico across the board really recently, since the balance changes and such. His super bouncy star power definitely hit him pretty hard. But you know, again, I think that Max here is a worthy ban in my opinion. That then opens the door, doesn't it, to brawlers like Fang that have been showing no playtime at all yet today. I'm sure the players are definitely considering him as being right up there in terms of those bans for that exact reason. So, you know, do you ban Fang? You know, do you ban Max? You know, do you ban Rosa? Like, what are your thoughts going into the banning process, and where would you take it? Because inevitably someone is going to get missed out of the mix there.
I think it depends a lot on how much these guys value tanks, really, because somebody like Ash is somebody in other regions that I've seen been picked here a lot, even banned. And if you have that first pick, a lot of teams are kind of looking out for that tanky brawler that can get really aggressive. But to me, it also makes a lot of sense to say take somebody off the board like Max, or somebody that's a really great tank counter, or somebody that's just gonna in general address a lot of different brawlers. You know, if you ban a tank and leave that option open for the other team, say, what if you choose not to and they end up drafting it, and you just draft a lineup full of anti-tank counters, you know, say like the Griffs and the Gales of the world, you know, you have a way to address them. It's still on the table. And if you know that going in, I think it changes your mindset. It changes the types of brawlers that you're picking. And some others that I'm kind of curious to see how they play out here. You know, in our monthly qualifiers, when we got to see these teams most recently, Grom and Daryl say were two brawlers that showed up a lot on this map. And we even saw Daryl earlier, which is something we were a little surprised to see. You know, I'm not anticipating, especially to see him on a map like Ring of Fire, which to me was not something I feel like we'd see him too often unless he was as strong as he was. But now Grom was somebody that was played a lot here on this map for his ability to scout out the bushes, be really pesky, annoying, hide behind those walls, difficult to deal with because you couldn't creep up on him. And Daryl, somebody, of course, very tanky brawler, very aggressive brawler, up close and personal in those bushes, easy to get to the enemy, deal a lot of damage and back away. So I'm kind of curious to see if those still remain here, or if they decide to go a different route with some of these newer brawlers that say got a little bit of a buff in our most recent balances.
Yeah, I fully agree with Daryl. I think the Tar Barrel as well is a great gadget to have, that additional slowdown, and definitely, you know, the bushes do lend itself well to kind of those assassination brawlers up close and personal to close the gap and have that kind of additional cover along the way. I kind of wonder whether we might see as well any of the new gadget for Squeak Residue coming in and having some additional visibility in the bush. I'm not too convinced, but I've got to say, at the World Finals, I was really impressed seeing Zeta Division showing us that Squeak is a really underrated brawler. Again, I'm not too for it, if I'm completely honest, but it's probably because A, I'm terrible with Squeak, and B, it's Squeak. It's super annoying. I prefer it to not be on the field almost to save my ears, but at the same time, you know, that's it is a brawler that could be considered here. I think that again, we are in such a position now with the current meta where everything is up for grabs. I think Pan would be even the worst decision here, especially if you're running something like Mother Squeeze on the star power side of things to have that additional tick damage if someone is to enter the radius. That is something that you've got to consider, and that could lock down a lane. It could basically play a pretty key moment in keeping things shut down. I've seen brawlers like Jessie be actually kind of drafted in this position here as well, and I think that she's not as much of a meme as she has, and I know we love to give her a lot of stick, but she did crack last year as well, so that's considered. She's definitely on the edge, or kind of, you know, gone past the edge now. But you know, I think that you're right. I think when it comes to strategy, you've got to be so cautious around the draft process and really making sure have to consider your strategy. Yeah, if you want to really go in with an idea that you want to prevail. Now, this is interesting already. Okay, we've got the Shelly band on the side of FA Sky. We've got the Spike ban on the side of Reconic Esports. So already it seems like the tank counters are really coming out to play on the ban side of things. We just opened the door wide for Hashira to come in with the coin toss there on the side of FA Sky. That is exactly what we were discussing playing out in motion, Kenny.
I almost like having the second pick here, particularly in this situation, but a lot of times on this map, I feel like it's very solid because now Reconic Esports is in a spot where they've seen Rosa get picked. They can address the situation by either grabbing another tank that they like of their own, say somebody like Ashe, which I'm a huge fan of here, or they could go the route of just taking 2 straight tank counters, which is looking like what they're going to do. They're going to take IMS here, which can be a great way to address Rosa. We've seen IMS be used here in the lane or in the mid here as an option, and we do once again see Daryl here, somebody we mentioned might not see as much today, but I think these teams definitely value it, especially the side of Reconic Esports. So now it's going to be thrown back to FA Sky to really take a stab at what they think is going to be valuable here. I think there's definitely some brawlers they could go for. I imagine they'll try and address the Daryl here with, say, somebody like Gale or Griff, which are going to be 2 great options still on the board that directly counter tanks. And one that we didn't mention, B has been a mid here in the past that does really, really well to tanks. That might be somebody that does well into IMS as well, just because of the extra range, can do a lot of damage as well, and somebody that is made to be a tank counter. So I think B might be a great mid here for the side of SA Sky if they really wanted to address both the brawlers already picked.
Yeah, fully agree as well. We have that little buff as well to Honeycomb now, going from the 20% increase of damage conceded to 30% shield. KH going with the Gale, like you rightly mentioned as well. Tara as well coming in for FA Sky. I've got to say as well that EMS has got to be very cautiously played by White, especially as we've already discussed with the speed gear coming into play. No speed. Max would actually be a really solid shout for me here now from Reconic, and I wonder whether they might go for it or double down maybe on the tank side of things and really try to overpower things. I wouldn't advise it though. That Gale there definitely standing out for me as a real thing to consider from FA Sky. Rico, do you know what? I mentioned it before as being a brawl that I don't know about, so I don't know how that's going to fare for Reconic. If it's played well, he can get some good value, but I do feel I had a little drop off. I'm very, very keen to see, especially as Askachan has been playing phenomenally well today. How is he going to fare on that Rico pick? I mean, there's a lot of HP there that he can really thrive off when it comes to that Rosa and others. So, and the additional range was definitely something that was lacking on the Reconic Esports side. When that Gale pick came up, I was thinking, but for me, I would have gone with what you were mentioning, Kenny. Actually, I would have preferred to see the B pick here. It would have kind of covered a lot of bases. That additional slow would have revealed a lot of brawlers. But here we go. There's the unfriendly bushes pop there, but it is already Reconic in a dominating position in the mid as they're looking to close this gap and get this early goal.
This is interesting too. A lot of the times you're gonna see JJ as the Rico be running a lane, but White electing to play on this right side here to try and match with Luay, who gets a stun here, pushed back immediately though. Luay trying to do his best to move forward and goes down there. Iuna just gonna put the ball in the back left corner. They're gonna pocket it immediately in order to try and play some kind of defense here, because so far Reconic Esports has pushed a lot so far. A lot of early pressure, and Askachan already up on this top left side, but KN has something to say about it. They're gonna be immediately taking him down. A Rosa super coming in now too, and it looks like Sky is going to be able to reclaim a good portion of this map now.
I feel like Sky have had a rough start, but this is where their comp can really thrive. Genuinely, the Gale pick getting so much value there as well. And now Hyuna, I'd like the patience from him. He didn't go in with that black hole earlier on when he was under pressure. He waited on it. He knows the importance of what that super can do. And already Reconic now in a position where they were not at the beginning of this match. And look at this, leaving the door wide open. Oh, that was a mistake from Reconic there. KH sees the moment, gets the goal, and that was a position that I did not expect to see from FA Sky, considering how this match started.
I'm not sure if they didn't realize that he didn't have a super shot or what, but you could see the ball being dribbled down the left side, and I guess they just didn't know he had a super shot available, and that's something of that game awareness you just have to have at all times. Any of these players are going to find sneaky opportunities like that, and FA Sky is able to capitalize on a very, very wide open goal there, as now we see JJ approaching that side. A great super coming in, getting a takedown, and now that's 2. Iuna, though, going to be the only one remaining. They do have the twister down to block the ball. It's going to be very difficult. Askachan does have a role, though. If he really wants to, he can actually get get through this and kick the ball out. I don't imagine he will, just considering Gale, Rosa, and Tara are all right by the enemy goal. But, I mean, that is something to consider throughout the match. It might be another reason why Daryl could be a little valuable here. The Twister going to be able to block, but it does not block the Askachad super.
It's super there from Hashira. That could be costly, but everyone on the side of Reconic is low except for White on the left-hand side. And again, the Gale in this position can be so dominant. If JJ can get a super here. Oh, but the knockback is there, and Hashira just enough time to get the ball clear. Askachad coming in, not able to make anything of it. Oh my word, the defensiveness coming into full force there from FA Sky of their comp, and oh, they played that so well. They are now on match point. Hashira there though, still being very cautious to not get too emotional under the circumstances. Got to stay composed, got to get through this. But I gotta say, at the beginning of that matchup, I thought that was gonna be so one-sided. We've seen this from Sky today. They've been so resourceful when they've been kind of in a position where they're maybe struggling, showing us where they really are at in their heads when it comes to their strategic approach.
Yeah, I think despite early deficits that we've seen in a lot of these games so far, especially game ones of all of these set, they've shown a lot of resilience. They've kept fighting, and they trust in their strategy, and that's something that I think is resounding. I think it's really remarkable that they can hold on like this, deal with the best like Reconic Esports, and really maintain their positioning. But now Askachad moving forward, they're going to be able to get a kickoff here. A Gale super coming in, the roll, but the big block from the Twister is going to give them a little life here, and a gadget coming through, and the defense coming through. JJ getting taken down. What almost was a guaranteed goal for Reconic Esports is now a Sky push towards their own goal.
Gotta be honest, you know, I often forget just how dominant that Gale gadget can really be. And look at Lawai coming in here, getting some pressure to Askachad, but a great roll, but he didn't get the ball all the way through. There's the tar barrel coming into play, allowing him to juke around this and get out of peril, but does go down in the end. White now is all that stands between KN and Lawai as JJ comes back into the mix. That Rico pick again, not giving him the greatest amount of value. Can he make something of it here? But look at the way that Lawai is able just to push up upon it and keep him in the bottom corner there with the super bouncy coming into play. Not able to be enough. He will go down. FA Sky are all over this one.
A super coming in here now too. This is a wide open goal. Sky already on match point, 1 goal away from moving on to our semifinals. And this Gale setup is doing so well into Daryl. I feel like between the Twister gadget, the supers, it's just so hard for Askachad to specifically address KH, and they've done a great job on defense here, as now we see some big takedowns coming through. Reconic Esports trying to make something of this push going forward, and now we see Askachad with a super really make something of it. He goes for the shot, and unfortunately the roll is not enough. Luay gonna be able to kick this off and get a super of his own. White going to be forced to move back, and I imagine with about 15 seconds remaining, they're gonna be looking to try and push forward as a team.
That really was the door wide open. Askachad there with the pin. He knows the frustration level there. That was the moment, but can they make another one with 5 seconds remaining? There is time, but not if the Gale knockback has anything to say about it. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Can they make it? No, off the line. FA Sky have done it just in the nick of time. I've got to say that blunder came around, proved too costly, and what a moment then as FA Sky take the victory there. But my heart was in my mouth. I think Askachad will look back on that moment and feel like, yeah, maybe he should have done better. The Gale was down. That was the big issue that they had all the way through. It wasn't quite enough, and yeah, FA Sky just doing what they needed to do, but a much closer game than I personally expected as our opening, gotta say.
I mean, overall, the defense was insane there. I just feel like FA Sky found a way every single time, and I feel like a lot of the instances in the pre-draft talk, we mentioned how maybe their comp was not necessarily going to be the best one, but I think it shows that their skill is very much there, and I definitely credit to Reconic Esports too. I mean, I think they drafted super well today. In future months, they're definitely somebody that we should all keep our eyes out for. Clearly, a team that is almost and right there good enough to be in those semifinals. This really could have gone either way, so I think we can definitely anticipate this being a really good day. I mean, we're already through. That's only match number 1, and I feel like went through just so many roller coaster of emotions just watching both these teams battle it out. So if that's any reflection of what today's competition is going to be, I am so incredibly excited for this region.
Absolutely. I think a great testament again to what we were saying earlier about Power Match being our format for this year. I feel like that is just going to blow the doors so wide open when it comes to the BSC, because again, getting that draft right, you know, really thinking through strategically how you're going to approach it. You know, I thought very interesting to see there. We saw the Shelly being banned, the Spike being banned. Both teams went in with that same strategic approach there of getting those tank counters early out of the way. I mean, when would we ever have seen the Shelly ban last year? It just would never have happened. So it just definitely means that in terms of the meta, everything now is like, you know, a possibility. It's coming down now to specific mechanics rather than brawlers, and that I think is a really, really interesting thing to see. You know, sometimes we saw when FA Sky, you know, in my opinion, had the lesser comp, being able to show that they can still make that work and just trying to, you know, use their aggressiveness to their advantage in some respects in that Crystal Arcade map. But again, fantastic to see both teams just giving us a fantastic showing. Moving on though, we got our next matchup swiftly on the way. FA Upper Moon up against FA Hashira, and I feel like, you know, again, if that opening match is anything to go by, that we're going to have fireworks on this one, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, I think FA Upper Moon is probably the favorite coming into this, but FA Hashira is somebody definitely I've had my eyes on, and if that last match was any indication of what we've got going on today, I think, again, anything can really happen. I mean, if Shelly can get banned, anybody can win in this format. And I think a lot of the times, you know, things like those targeted bans like we saw last year, sometimes you just don't want the enemy team playing a certain brawler, or maybe it's a brawler that they really enjoy playing, are really talented at. And that's just something a lot of teams aren't going to want to deal with. And that's something I could very well see still happening this year. You know, it's very much a case-by-case basis. Every single draft's going to be a little different. It's all about how these players adapt. And I think FA Hashira definitely has that in them to be able to deal with a very, very strong team, and FA Upper Moon to make this a really, really competitive match.
Yeah, and, you know, I've got to say, you know, FA Upper Moon, they've got CZK on their team, and of course, you know, a player with a lot of experience coming from the Team Flash roster of last year and transitioning over. So that is a key component, I feel, to this roster. Orca as well. I've heard very, very good things from a lot of the players in the EMEA about that particular player. So definitely one that I'll have my eye on. You know, they did win the September monthly finals while playing with Kick's team last year. So definitely some big front runners there to take into consideration. And again, you know, as we saw, you know, my predictions, you know, not normally the best, Kenny. Got to say, not normally the best, but did get one up with FA Sky. So I think for me this time round, gonna keep with my gut feeling on this one. Gonna side a little bit more with FA Upper Moon, in my opinion. Where are you placing your bets on this one?
I'm going with free agent Upper Moon too. I really, really like this free agent Hashira team. JK being a longtime player that's proven to be really good in the past as well. But that's where my heart is too as we hop into Bridge Too Far here. It looks like the bans are going to be Lola and Piper. We're seeing how this all plays out. Looks like we can see each time. Fang finally getting introduced today. This is the first time we're going to get to see him. And right off the bat, we do see CZK and Instinct running a Colette Byron combination, which is something I really anticipated seeing here. And even seeing Lola banned, somebody I saw a lot alongside you in the EMEA region during qualifiers on heist maps in general. So these more mid-range fights, it looks like the team of free agent Upper Moon is not wanting to deal with that whatsoever. So I do really like their draft in general, and let's see how it plays out here.
Yeah, I'm really going to say I love that ban of the Lola, but we are going to see for the first time Fang coming straight in with the roundhouse kick. The new gadget again making an appearance, and it's great to see as well already those gadgets coming out to play. Now, I had this discussion with EMEA about 8-bit here. I personally love it. They didn't like it, but this is SESA and ANZ. This is not their region. So I really love this. And already you're seeing just how much damage is going down as a result of that pick. A nice 32% lead already with FA Hashira.
Yeah, great start for them, and it looks like the 8-bit pick actually paid off pretty well. Rozale able to do a lot of damage here, and JK is going to be a great person to address the Fang situation. Instinct trying to get some value there. A super coming in from Orca, the stun coming in as well, and another super coming in from Instinct. They are just rounding out tag after tag, but JK able to remain up, going to apply this pressure on the left side. Now Instinct is forced to move from the middle onto this left side to deal with it, and another great benefit to the side of FA Hashira right now is the Bell Kit is going to be super strong in order to lead these nest eggs down. That's going to trip up and prevent the side of free agent Upper Moon from moving forward. And also, like you saw there, Instinct got tagged, which means the enemy team, the side of free agent Hashira, is going to be able to do that extra damage. And what a super coming in there from Orca.
Orca absolutely just started things off with Fang. Yeah, absolutely. He knows it too. That pen says it's all a great mechanic to see. And I think Fang this year is going to have many of those pop-off moments. Absolutely, for sure. Like the healing station on that, the damage booster on the right-hand side there, allowing Rizal to have a little bit more maneuverability, and JK doubling down as well to help him out. Instinct not going to get much value there. Is marked up as well. Let's see how that lane goes down. The damage is trickling. Only 1% left. Can they hold on? No! It's not going to be enough. Hashira will take the first game.
Yeah, and I would say in pretty dominant fashion too. You know, I really liked the brawlers that the side of free agent Upper Moon drafted, but right there, the way that free agent Hashira implemented their strategy, more of a less traditional, you know, maybe not everybody is seeing 8-bit being played out on this map, but it really paid off there, I think, as now we see them hopping into game number 2. Once again, JK going to be laning against Orca, and that's going to be a match to watch. If Orca can get a lot of value of that super, charge it up, it's going to help them out a ton, but it looks like JK pressing forward, now going to be able to help pinch even CZK a little bit as Rizal comes in to help as well. And the whole entire side of free agent Hashira playing this very interestingly. It looks like they're going to try and make this almost a base race in the sense that all 3 of them are pushing forward. Nobody's playing defense. And look at all the damage that just came in there. The 8-bit booster from the super, allowing them to do a ton of damage onto that safe. What an early lead, and so quickly too.
I gotta say, I feel like Orca was getting mad value on the left-hand side lane there, but it was not the case. The push through was there, and they are now finding themselves in a tricky position without that super to Orca's ability here. They are going to be in a lot of trouble. Instinct doing his best there to come in and get some damage done, but everyone from FA Hashira staying in position. The bell shots continuing to rain down. There is Orca with a nice round hit kick as well. Not going to stay alive long enough, though, and this is a dangerous position for Upperman. They've got to come back here.
Yeah, another benefit to having Bell too. As long as they land one tag, it's going to be able to bounce off in between brawlers as we finally see a little life from free agent Moon. Super coming in from Instinct. They're able to move forward a little bit. Orca going to stay up, and now they are in a little bit of control of the map. However, they only need 5% on the side of free agent Hashira to really get this job done. A minute left on the clock, and somehow, some way, Moon is going to have to find some opportunities and really play some insane defense here as we see CZK with only 360 HP. Good takedown though. 2% remaining. Instinct somehow remaining alive with 2 HP, and now Rizal already pushing forward. They only need to find a little extra damage here.
I would love to see this happen, but it's a big ask, isn't it? Only 2%, and all 3 members of Hashira coming in down the right-hand side lane. That is going to be it then. They take that first set very convincingly so, I've got to say. Definitely a bit worried about my prediction now, but it's going to be another draft to come, so there's that going to be there as a cushioning. But I've got to say, I love seeing as well the new collect gadget there and play the gotcha gadget for those additional heals, but it seemed like all those hills there to their disposal were not enough at the end of the day, and the aggressiveness prevailing there, massively so on the side of Hashira, coming very well prepared. It seemed like the draft that they did was one that they were very familiar with. Again, it's not necessarily the most go-to idea here on A Bridge Too Far, but one that I really favor and love, and Pam as well. You know, who's expecting to see Pam in Heist? But again, a brawler with a lot of versatility, one that seems to be evading the bans, but we're seeing a lot of playtime for Pam. I wonder when teams will start to kind of consider her. Great to see Fang coming in as well. We hadn't seen Fang all day yet, so evading the bans this time round, but it just didn't seem to be the map for it. Oh, got some great value from it when he did, but just didn't have enough punch for me against a lot of that tankiness coming there from Hashira.
It felt like, again, too, the problem that I think Colette's had for a long time is going into those longer range brawlers especially, but it's very hard for Colette to win those 1v1 unless she's directly facing a counter, which she addresses, like, say, tanks, for example. And I feel like even there with the new Gotcha gadget, it really didn't do too much to sway the tides. I think it's a good synergy in general. It's one I've seen a lot in especially other regions like EMEA on maps like this and Hot Potato. But right there, it just really didn't seem to pay off too much. You know, it can do pretty well into somebody like Pam, who has a lot of HP, which is typically Colette's specialty, but when you've got the constant heals coming in from your turret, it still can be really difficult. I just feel like that was a lane that they didn't win nearly as much as they probably wanted to. And now we're going to hop into parallel plays and see if they can change things up. Looks like a Fang ban on both sides. Nobody is messing around with him as we approach this map. And I can't say I blame them, Mark. I think it's a really, really tough brawler to face right now, especially as you're trying to hold down a hot zone. And it looks like we're actually seeing Ruffs come in Not sure if that is the very, very first pick, or maybe we're getting these all in, but I think Ruffs is definitely one that you could certainly see here. I think it's going to be a great brawler to address a lot of situations and an excellent defensive option, especially for that left side zone.
Yeah, one that we didn't really see necessarily played as much really in terms of this meta last year, but again, as we discussed earlier, a brawler which is getting some good reception from many of the regions regarding those balance changes to Ruffs. So I do like that pick from JK there. I've got to say it's definitely one that I think some players still are warming to and realizing the strength of, but again, that attack damage was increased from 500 to 560. So 12% increase there for Ruffs in his recent buff. And again, you know, having that supply drop over to his teammates there could be quite decent in terms of, you know, getting the additional damage over. Now, on the side of FA Upper Moon, the Gale, as we saw, so strong today in Sneaky Fields. Will it be strong again in parallel plays with the Pam, which I do really like. Rosaldo going with the Stu pick, which we saw a lot last year in the meta parallel plays. So I do like the way this draft is forming. I've got to say already, Upper Moon's pick, I think I prefer a little bit more, Kenny.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I think Gale is a pretty good preventative choice along with Pam. They're really going to be trying to address any tanks that could possibly come up, but it looks like Legend X for the final selection for the side of Hashira is going to go with Crow, which I think is a very sneaky brawler here too. I feel like the side of Hashira is ready for a lot of different combinations, but I love the Pam pick here. And even Gale into brawlers that aren't on the beefier side can do pretty well, as we see ZZK for the final selection go with the Tara here. I imagine that is to try and address the Stu on the side of Rosale. So I think back and forth, they're going to have some pretty good counters. I think the Ruffs is going to be a very balanced brawler. I'm sure they wanted to prevent anything like Stu or Pam or any long-range single-shot brawlers from really getting a lot of value. So I imagine on the side of Hashira, they're going to be trying to lane that Colonel Ruffs on the left side of the map, while Rosale moves forward to be more of an aggressor.
I'm still worried, actually, a little bit for FA Hashira here, because that Gale pick is going to be a tough one to shake, and distinct lack of range, I think it's fair to say, from Hashira. I'm going to be very keen to see how they're going to handle this. They're actually not going to put the Pro onto Instinct either yet. Pro going to be taking the mid lane, and Rosale going to be doing his best to advance up here, and ZZK having to come into support just a little bit. In fact, I really like how Rosale's going about this. He's able to get on the zone already, a very aggressive start. He'll go down here, I want to say surely, but actually, he's hanging on it quite well, already dancing around. Look at the amount of percentage that he was able to gain off the back of that. Obviously, it's being capped on the right-hand side from Legend X as well, but nonetheless, very rare to see that kind of aggressive play from a Stu on that left-hand side lane in parallel plays.
Yeah, he was just bobbing and weaving through all these different shots, and I think Hashira has a real understanding of how this map is meant to be played, as we see Rosale go down there, unfortunately. But if you can keep tapping onto the enemy hot zone, it's going to help you out. You want to hold yours as long as you possibly can, as we see Legend X attempting to do here. A little bit of a wall break coming in there as he gets a takedown on the CZK, but the side of Free Agent Upper Moon has not been able to advance forward to the right-hand side of your screen to really get to the enemy side. Also an interesting choice, too, to use the launch pad. That's not something you see it too often these days with the Gale pick, so I think that was actually a very creative and interesting choice there to see that come in to get to the safe a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it's definitely an idea. I think I prefer Twist, but I do see why it can be a great asset to have, and it did work out very well in those opening moments to get everyone in quickly, but the pressure, it seems, still continuing from Hashira. JK on the zone now, and Instinct can't contest this, so CZK coming in there to help out just a little bit here. Quite a close scoreline, in fact, as now Rosale coming in to try his moment as well. Definitely seems like FA Upper Moon are requiring more support when it comes to the defense, but look at there as well. Orca doing a fantastic job on that top right-hand side and staying alive still. Enough time for CZK to come in now, and now Upper Moon are in a fantastic position.
Yeah, they've got this zone on the top right in their hands. They now have a lead on their side. It's going to force JK and Rosale to move forward. They can't advance until they take these enemy brawlers down, or else they're going to lose. Orca has another super on his side, but he gets taken down by JK. Phenomenal takedown there. That's going to be huge for the side of Hashira. They now need to find an opportunity to try and push forward through the safe a little bit and do some damage here. If they don't step onto the enemy hot zone, they're not going to be able to make a comeback of this 16% right here. Now we see JK going down once again. Free Agent Upper Moon going to be in a really good spot here. Only 30 seconds remaining, and they're going to have to act fast on the side of Hashira.
Great timing, it really is from Upper Moon as they approach now. JK, all that stands between him and CZK getting more capture moments on that position there. 94% now creeping in. Instinct as well, got super, and I've got to say, I love the use of his star power. Bloodstream blow getting so much value there from the stun as CZK surely now going to tie things up and end this early. A great performance, it's got to be said. A lot of teamwork, a lot of synergy there. ZZK is in the black shirt. It's going to be red shirt for JK, so if you see that shirt change color, that's the man that will be in the red shirt. But ZZK, we met as well again at the World Finals. Very, very nice guy, and still looking incredibly focused. He knows that this one is still all to play for. So going in yet again straight away as the power match format lends itself so nicely to not missing out on any of the action again, and a chance for FA Hashira to make good on this set.
A little different approach, I think, from Free Agent Moon off the start here, too. They're going to elect to keep Tara on this bottom side alongside the Gale. We're going to play defense here as Pam moves up, and I honestly don't hate this option here. I think Pam is a really great brawler with versatility, can be really an aggressor or a defender, depending on how you want to use her. And it looks like it's paying off right now as JK is the only one left standing, and they're going to be trying to find any angles they can to take out CZK as the side of Free Agent Upper Moon gets a really, really good amount of hot zone percentage there.
Orca there with a lovely little cheeky shot. He was low himself and wanted to heal, but knew that he could afford it. Rizal there just dancing forwards, trying to again continue the aggression that we saw in the previous game. A bit of a switch around, it's going to be said, from Upper Moon, leaving Orca actually now on the left-hand side lane. Instinct coming into more of a mid-roll. I don't know whether I prefer it, but let's see it. I mean, it seems to be working out, but it is just a narrow lead. Rizal now finally going down to Orca. That's going to allow actually Instinct to come from this left-hand side, pinching things nicely. ZZK there with a nice healing station, and again the stun there coming full force. FA Upper Moon look to be very much in control, Kenny.
This is looking really good for him right now. I imagine one of the other reasons they ended up picking Crow here was to try and siphon off the amount of health with the poison attacks from Crow on how much healing this team can get, as JK gets taken down immediately right there, right off the respawn. Instinct getting another one too. That increased damage, doing some good work there for Instinct. And now Orca going to be moving forward. They have over a 25% lead at this point. It is looking really, really good for the side of Moon, who only needs to stay up and, along with this healing turret, have enough time, I imagine, to do it. Orca still remaining alive here as well, 5% remaining, and now some attacks coming in here. They get a few takedowns, but with only 50 seconds remaining, they're gonna have to overcome a huge deficit here. Hashira is gonna have to move quickly if they want to make a comeback here.
And again, this is where Gale on defense is such a strong asset to have. It's going to be a lot of work needed. FA Hashira running out of time, and also men as again Rizal goes down here. Instinct coming in, has that bloodstream blow to hand, gets it off onto the Legend X again. JK struggling to stay alive. That is going to be it. Upper Moon will take the second set and tying things up in a very nice way, because again, Kenny, this year is different. We can be biased casters for the first time ever, and I'm getting good value here. My predictions working out well for me. If you at home want to be placing your predictions as well, head on over to event.brawlstars.com. That is where you'll be able to earn those rewards, and also an exclusive pin. The Brawl Stars Championship Rosa pin exclusive is up for grabs over there. Go in there, log into your Super ID, get that all going. Again, there's a lot of rewards along the way leading up to that exclusive pin. But again, earlier today, you know, I had some good fortune with FA Sky. I was cheering, silently cheering there, Kenny, there, for an outcome that I was hoping for.
Yeah, it worked out so far. We'll see if we go 2 for 2 here, Ark, because now we're in a 1-1 situation, and we get to see Knockout for the first time in the BSC, which is kind of crazy to think about a brand new game mode coming in. And I feel like Knockout is a mode where the draft is a little more on the straightforward side compared to some of the other modes, but I'm curious to see how other regions say that kind of adapt to it. You know, I feel like there's a lot of different strategies, and especially on a map like Bell's Rock, I feel like there's several different mids, several different lanes. You know, there's a few different options, but I feel like in terms of brawlers, I see some played pretty frequently here, I would say.
Yeah, there's definitely kind of like a game mode meta forming a little bit. Brawlers like Jean are great to have, and one that can definitely turn the tides, allow some of those healing puffs to go towards your teammates. So something along those lines is always a good thing. Pam, good for similar reasons, but I think I prefer the Jean myself, despite the Cam Healing Station being a good deterrent of that magic hand, but healing definitely an important factor. Byro, for that same kind of reason, can play a big role, but Tick is a great thing to have for that kind of slow-paced play style. Getting those tick heads, cycling them through, definitely a favorable thing to have in knockout, and definitely range, I think, is a consideration, as well as tankiness. We didn't see a lot of Daryl in the knockout meta, but Daryl just got hit with a nerf hammer. So are we going to see Daryl kind of continue to be a dominant force, or are we going to see route ban on both sides? So it seems that both FA Upper Moon and FA Hashira show that they are both on that same line of thinking. Draft, though, still to come through. We're going to see that first pick, and such an important pick as well, Kenny, to get that first pick just right. Definitely going to be an important thing to have.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Sprout's a pretty wise ban in personal opinion. I think Sprout's a very sneaky brawler here. A lot of the times you'll see teams prioritizing in terms of throwers having a Tick or Grom first, which you could anticipate seeing either of them show up here. As a first pick, though, I think you have to kind of tread lightly if you go with a thrower. I think those are brawlers that it's more favorable to you to pick towards the end. If you don't want to get really countered here, I think there's a few great options, though. With the first overall pick, I could see something aggressive like Leon being picked, or a solid mid here, maybe like Jean or Bell is somebody that one of these two teams favor. Tick, though, being one, I could totally see it. Makes a lot of sense to me. I think a great brawler overall for this map. Very pesky, very annoying to deal with, as he can stay up behind these walls. And we see Rizal going for a Stu pick, JK going for a Byron. Now we see Fang and Jean, and I'm really liking this composition from Upper Moon. I think it's a very balanced composition, and they ended up getting Fang very late in the draft, which is always a good thing. We see Legend X getting the Bell pick as well. What are your thoughts on both these sides, Ark?
Yeah, I do like the Fang. I mean, that's always a good thing. But I did see with that Stu pick coming into play from FA Hashira, the idea of having breakthrough to open up the map to allow those long-range brawlers to thrive with the Bell and the Byron. So definitely some strategic side of things going on here with Hashira. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing whether they're going to be able to put that into play. But FA Moon have got the advance of having a longer game approach, and as the smoke starts to advance on the map over time, it definitely lends itself a bit more to FA Moon if they were to stay on their feet in these early moments. And getting that Fang super is going to be such an important thing on the side of Orca. He's going to be very much hitting everything that he can possibly hit. And Rizal low, but should be enough to retreat here. But ZZK feels that the moment is right to push, and he's even considering a magic hand there. I don't know if that's the play, but he's going to need a bit of support, and that support is there from Instinct. Orca going in, though. Oh, my word, Orca! I didn't give you a word, Kenny, because that happened so quick.
Yeah, pretty crazy there as they hop into round number 2 here. But I mean, that's one of the things with Fang, one of the most dynamic brawlers you can possibly pick. They're going to have supers on that side. And if the Jean and the Fang can have those super intense supers. Now we see a gadget coming in, the roundhouse kick being demonstrated there as Orca throws up a thumbs up. You know he did some good work there. And I just love this late pick of Fang. I don't know how he slipped through the draft for so long. I just feel like the side of Moon now getting another takedown as well. They're putting these supers to work. The kills are just racking up, and now JK going to be all by himself in a 3v1 situation. This is going to be so tough for Hashira here.
I would cheer for JK, really. I'd love to see it, but it's not going to be enough. FF Moon will take the first game then, and again, knockout stages of rounds. So if you pay attention to the upper parts of the scoreboard as well, it will tell you which round's been won by which side. But yeah, as we kind of anticipated, if FA Upper Moon kept their composure, they had a really great opportunity there going into the swing of things to really cause an impact. Fang in those later moments is going to have so many great moments, in Orca just showing us how it's done. A lot of pressure then on the side of FA Hashira, but Rizal going in, super aggressive, getting some great value, just coming out in the nick of time, ready to sticky with his life. But let's see whether Hashira can push this one back even more so.
I mean, CZK is just hitting pull after pull. He's not missing right now, as now Rizal gets taken down too. And Instinct, Orca, and CZK can move forward to Legend X, who is all by his lonesome here. A little thumbs down coming into as he is left all alone. And now it is match point and 1 round away for Free Agent Upper Moon from taking this home. I mean, I just really feel like the side of Free Agent Upper Moon has dominated this set so far.
Yeah, it has. It really has. I got to feel as well there with that Bell star power, positive feedback. The shot's actually giving more value from Legend X over to FAF Moon to earn their supers going into this round. I don't think that is going to necessarily go at all for the side of FA Hashira here. Oh, a great magic hand there from SESA ANZ from the absolute maximum range. And Orchid going into the roundhouse kick. This one is done, Kenny. Oh, leave them alone, guys. They're already done.
Yeah, and you see ZZK. I think that's the most emotion we've seen out of any player today. I think he even gave it a good chuckle. I mean, the impact of those supers just goes such a long way, and I think that was by far the most dominant set we've seen today. I mean, CZK was not missing on the gene pools, even at the max range there, like you saw in the final moments of that round. I mean, absolute craziness ensuing, and I think this side of Free Agent Hashira chose some great brawlers, right? They're really strong brawlers, good in the meta and everything, but I just feel like in terms of impact and game swinging momentum type of moments, those are the things that Gene and Fang with the roundhouse kick now just demonstrated that goes such a long way. So in Knockout, I'm going to be keeping my eye out for Gene and Fang the rest of the night for sure. Those are brawlers you have to imagine that other teams in the future are kind of keeping their eye out for and being like, hey, maybe we don't really want those in. You know, I don't want to deal with these insane pulls and these insane kicks just deleting me immediately. So I think that's going to definitely impact and set a tone for future Knockout maps here through the rest of the night.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's, again, one of those decisions between do you go for healing or do you go for those explosive moments? And, you know, Gene, a great thing to have, and Fang for that exact same reason. Great to see some new gadgets coming in from the roundhouse kick as well. And again, Orca just showing us how best to utilize it, getting some great value. Gonna head over to our bracket now to see how today is formed and how, you know, it's gonna be yet to form as well with some matches coming up. So first off today, it was FA Sky up against Reconic Esports. That was FA Sky who took the win. So we're going to see them later on today in our semifinals, taking on FAF Moon, who did just get that win there in the game that we just witnessed in match number 2. Match number 3 yet to come. Free Win Agents and Byro Esports up next then. And our final match in the quarterfinal stages will be Grassmuddoppin. And again, I hope they win because actually I love saying that over and over against a few nervous men. And again, you know, a few nervous men, a team that we know little about. And the team name would suggest that they are definitely coming in today with some anticipation, let's say. But nonetheless, we wish them the best in their match 4. But it is match 3 up next. Free Win Agents then, Byro Esports. I mean, I was going to come out there and say, can I start things off? Free Win Agents. I mean, this is a team that we have known for a very long time in the Brawl esports scene. And I think it's fair to say that Byro Esports are going to have a lot on their plate today. They're going to have to be very cautious in how they proceed.
Yeah, and Byro Esports is still a great team too. It's no accident that you make it to the monthly finals. You know, they clearly demonstrated some great gameplay throughout the qualifiers to make it here. But Free Win Agents is definitely a team that I think the Brawl community, a lot of respect goes towards Coupe d'Ace and Response especially. And Sergeant being one you definitely can't count out either. He's joined these 2 players who have won world championships. He's an insanely talented, mechanically skilled player. I mean, I just think Free Win Agents overall is a very strong team. Definitely one of the favorites to make it out of this region. And unfortunately, Byro Esports going to have a tough task ahead of them in the opening round. Either way, though, bright side is even if things go south, you get those 35 points to get you some points towards that golden ticket towards the end of the year. So even just making it this far does get you a little bit in your pocket going into future months, and certainly a little confidence too as you approach future monthlies.
Yeah, and you know, Byro have got some great players. I mean, Aaron is someone that goes a long way back in the BSC, and for that same reason, then knows exactly how his opposition want to play. Okay, so the ban's already in. Byron on the side of Free Win Agents. It's going to be Gene on the side of Byro Esports going in to our first matchup on Bounty. Layer Cake is going to be that match, and the coin toss will decide who takes that first pick. And I definitely feel like it's, especially with Layer Cake, a really delicate one to consider. It's going to be Ruffs actually on the side of Byro, and again Brawl which did just receive a buff, and for that same reason I feel like over time, if they can keep their composure, can only serve to strengthen the team.
Yeah, this is once again, we're seeing Colonel Ruffs being picked first, and I definitely don't think something even a week ago we would have seen that, let alone see him in a draft. So on a map here like Layer Cake, I think he serves as a lot of good purpose. You know, he's got that passive healing ability for his teammates. He's got the sandbags, which play great defense, and the very common brawlers in this map, say somebody like Piper or any longer range, you know, Pam, a lot of different brawlers I feel like Ruffs can address. So I think having him as a first overall pick is not really the craziest thing in the world, especially with this buff coming in here. I'm curious to see how the side of free win agents addresses this, because I think clearly the SESA ANZ region is really prioritizing Ruffs right now.
Oh, okay. Now this is really interesting and not at all what I was expecting. Okay, so maybe this is going to be waiting on that third pick to be a Rosa or something to combine with this Max, and just kind of leaving that till last to see whether Byro will kind of pre-anticipate that idea coming into play. But Carl, I was not expecting him, I've got to say. So a brawler which is very, very vulnerable to knockback, and for that same reason, we're going to see, X9J coming in with the Daryl pick, and that's going to be a really heavy counter to response here. Aaron going to come in with the Crow pick to get some of that slowdown. So with the eventuality that Max does pop the Let's Go, having that slowing Toxin gadget would be a great thing for him to consider. Now, what is Sergeant going to pick as the final brawler?
Yeah, I don't know what you quite do here. These are compositions that I really don't normally see, and there's the Fang. That's what I was waiting for. Again, we see Fang going late in the drafts, and I'm surprised teams aren't capitalizing on how good he is early, but especially in a mode like Bounty or Knockout, which we just saw. You know, when you're going for kills, that's the way you get your points. You know, when you have a game-changing super like his that can get close to the enemy, deal a lot of damage, and you can deal over 2,000 damage with every single shot you take. I mean, he's like a shotgun brawler, but with karate skills. It's a wild thing to see it happen. I'm very curious to see what the Carl pick was meant to address. Maybe to get through the sandbags, it could be an option to still kind of get to Colonel Ruffs or anybody on this team. And I do know that, speaking to players beforehand, Crow is somebody in this region that they prioritize a lot and find very valuable. So these are two compositions I don't think I would really ever expect to see on this map. So I'm curious to see how it all unfolds here.
Was a very early slowing tonic gadget there, and I'm not too sure whether that was the best of moves, because there's a lot of speed yet to come from the Max side of things. I do agree though, the Carl pick for me is a very, very peculiar one, and I hope it doesn't come back to sting free win agents here, because Carl's not been in the best place in terms of the meta. He's definitely got some love, but still I think, you know, in a bit of a precarious position with the amount of brawlers that can counter him. But it is the positioning so far from free win agents that is on point. Some good value from the side of Sergeant on those rough sandbags as well, and just keeping Byro back here is going to play a key role. But as time goes on, Jay there with that super on the Daryl side of things is looking to make a role. He's going to want the support of his teammates when he does choose to go in and do so.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting as we're a minute in, and really no transactions yet, no huge deficits, no major damage coming in, as both these sides I think are electing to charge their super. I'm sure the side of Response is going to be looking along with Coup d'Ace to combine that max speed alongside with Response's super to try and get one really good push in here, as now the sandbags get dropped. Sergeant going to be able to delete those immediately. Coup d'Ace and Response now moving forward. A super coming in from Aaron. He's trying to get the jump taken down immediately though by Sergeant as Response gets one of his own, and now they've got a 6-1 lead. I mean, what a huge swing here. They make the most out of their supers with 30 seconds to go. They just need to play some great defense and hold this 5-star lead now.
Okay, now this is the thing, that if Byro can do the same in this spawn, there's a lot of stars there for the taking, but do they have the comp to do just that? Again, a fairly passive game so far, and not necessarily so much on the side of the supers of Byro here, whereas on the other side of things, free win agents have got them all. Max speed from Coop to Ace is going to give Response a bit more maneuverability, and roll from Jay. It hits the wall and ricochets away, and more stars go over to free win agents, who take that first game. They didn't quite capitalize and seize the moment in the same way that we saw free win agents doing so on their side of the spawn.
Yeah, we might see some adjustments here, right? Because they got very passive at the beginning of the game, and I feel like the side of free win agents were just trying to charge their supers, and they knew if they could just get one really solid push in, they could get the kills they needed and almost a team wipe and just walk away with the stars, hold on for that final few seconds. And that's exactly what they did there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Byro Esports maybe try a different approach here, but no, we're actually seeing the Fang super get a team wipe immediately as we hop into game number 2. Coup d'Ace gonna be able to remain in the mid here too, and what a wonderful start. I mean, it is not near the aggression I was hoping Byro would give this. I feel like they're almost forced to at this point kind of move forward. A minute and a half still on the clock, plenty of time, but Response now with 5 stars to his name.
And this is the thing, isn't it, with teams that have got so much experience. Oh, but Jay coming in with a nice pickup. A lot of stars there shifting over towards Byro and just playing it safe and sound, keeping just the star deficit at the 2 for now. But as I was saying, this is the thing about Free Win Nations that is so dangerous. They've got so much experience in competitive that they're able to keep these slow, patient squeezes coming in and pushing back Byro into their spawn. The Carl, again, I feel like it's getting decent value actually on the rough sandbags, and with this kind of comp can make some big super plays, and that seems to be their approach, isn't it? Just kind of herding back Byro Esports into a perilous position and then just everyone going in for the jugular.
Yeah, and Carl does pretty well against lower HP brawlers, so could be serving a little bit here into Crow as well, but I imagine it was really targeted at Colonel Ruffs. You know, this isn't really a matchup I've seen play out in other power match formats, but it's really interesting to see how it goes here. Response does have a super alongside Coop Days and Sergeant, the entire side of Free Win Agents with 30 seconds to go as a 2-star lead. All of them are charged up, so if they need to get on the offensive, they can. Jay going to be moving in now as Coop Days phase shifts away. He's going to be able to dash out of that situation, and Sergeant continuing the onslaught from this right side. Sergeant going in for the dash, getting a kill there. Another one on the board as he goes down. 2-star lead now tied up. Somehow, some way, Byro Esports now has an advantage, and Carl's going to be forced to move in. Sergeant going down, and somehow Byro just came away with a game that looked like Free Win Agents was going to get to take home for free.
Oh my word. With the Fang pop-up, I felt that was going to go another way. I've got to be honest, I did not see that going the way it did, but we are tied up now. That's one of the return of fortunes now. The Blue Star playing a key fundamental component, so heading into that next game in just a moment then, to see who is going to take it all the way. It is going to be one of these two teams taking this first set. What a great opportunity now for Byro to cause a potential upset in this first set.
Yeah, and I mean, they're one game away from taking set number 1, which going against the heavy favorite coming into today is a huge confidence booster. And, you know, however they did it, somehow, some way, they managed to figure it out. And, you know, getting a game in here is huge. As now we see another fan kick going for the kills. They're now up 2-stars. Sergeant going to finish that one off as well. It's going to be 8-3 here. He's trying to dash away as Aaron moves forward, popping a gadget of his own. And now we see another 8-3 lead here. Free Win Agents with a small margin, 5 stars ahead for themselves. And they have another super on the side of Coop Days that they can activate at any time here.
I do like there a little bit of the use of the damage gear there from Sergeant, just knowing full well that he can stay on low HP and actually get value from the back of that. So we're going to see that strategy kind of form itself over the course of this year, actually. Brawlers and players intentionally staying low to get more value, but the cost of being a bit more vulnerable. So at the moment now, another rough supply drop going down, giving the buff over there. And that's going to be something which is going to be welcomed in these final moments. But Free Win Agents going on the aggressive, it seems, despite having the lead. Will that be something that's going to go for them or against them? JK has the roll on the right-hand side, but is getting a lot of attention. And yeah, Free Win Agents saw that one off and saw it coming.
Yeah, now as we dwindle down to the final 20 seconds here, Jay trying to make a move. Response with the super. Aaron doing his best to jump out of it. They now have a 12-3 lead. It's going to take more than a team wipe here. They're going to need to give it everything they've got with only 15 seconds remaining. Byro is going to be forced to get aggressive here, and Coop de Ace using a super of his own to get a little speed for his team. Byro going to be trying to advance forward. 5 seconds remaining, and I don't think they're going to have enough time to get nearly the amount of takedowns they need, as Response does even more damage. Just secures the deal there. They are going to take our first set of this match.
Yeah, I saw Response there again, you know, keeping again calm composure, as I think it's fair to say. You know, we've seen today already, you know, every match more or less going to that third and final set. So it just goes to show just how much of a balanced place already we're seeing the power match format present itself. Okay, well, yeah, I did feel, to be honest, like Free Win Agents had the better draft. If they were able to kind of keep themselves in that positioning power. The car was a bit of a weird one for me, not gonna lie, but again, I can see it. I can see it. And, you know, having that long range and just kind of keeping the pressure and playing for time. That's kind of what we saw there, wasn't it? It was all about Free Win Agents kind of keeping their positions, closing on the spawn, and then making that explosive move. When we saw it on the side of then the opposition, it didn't quite carry the same weight. It wasn't quite as impactful. The Crow gadget slows were not really kind of in any moment of time to save themselves from it, and just not really enough DPS on their side of things to really make much of an impact. Got a moment of, I don't want to say a lucky moment, because it was still a fantastic turnaround in that second game. But I would say that for the most part, that played out the way that I expected it to, despite that Cole pick being a bit of a curveball there.
Yeah, and I think one thing we're seeing here is Fang is almost a must-have in these knockout and bounty modes when kills are the way to score points and get your team a win. I mean, it's almost necessary at this point. And I think this is multiple times now we've seen Fang come into play, and I don't think he's lost a set here yet tonight. And I think it's very reasonably so that Super is so lethal. He was a brawler that was already pretty strong before the balance changes earlier this week, and he wasn't touched. And I think players are really taking advantage of that. And I'm so surprised that he hasn't been banned more, that he's been able to be drafted as a final pick. Never would I have thought that Fang would slide that far in drafts, and I feel like teams that are managing to grab him are capitalizing on it. You know, we've seen this with multiple different teams and multiple different sets now, and maybe in this next map here, you know, Hot Potato isn't one that I necessarily expect to see Fang all the time, but now I'm starting to second guess myself. I mean, that Super could really provide some value, and I'm curious to see what either of these teams end up picking as we see a Colonel Ruffs ban on the side of free win agents. It's very clear this region is very favorable towards Colonel Ruffs, even to the point where they're banning him, and Crow as well, somebody we mentioned before we got started with our matches here today, that this region is also a big fan of.
Straight away, Noppin just going straight in with the M's pick, obviously trying to deter any tank options from free win agents. But yeah, like you were saying, I was very surprised to see Fang picked so late in the draft, actually, in Layer Cake. And again, you know, I do feel like it could be viable here. So let's see what free win agents are thinking with response to that, and how they're going to approach this one. I gotta say, you know, there's definitely a lot of options here. I actually love a Jesse here. I'm not gonna lie, it can be very fierce. It's not the thing that everyone tends to go for. Now, I was gonna say that Rico is dropped off a little bit for me, just a little bit. He's still extremely good, but doesn't necessarily thrive as much as we saw in last year's meta after those recent nerfs. So let's see if Kutais can really make use of that, and it's still a very strong brawler, don't get me wrong. Response going with the Stu pick, I think, is a wise one. It's going to open up some opportunities potentially to go with the breakthrough gadget to open up some areas if they wish, or keep them there for Kutais to get more value from that. I imagine super bouncy star power, lack of robo retreat for the most part in competitive, but it does come into play sometimes. Or maybe go with a speed zone gadget and allow everyone to get into the spawn, out of their spawn rather, into the map as quickly as possible. Now, what will be the response from Byro to this? They got 2 picks to come, and definitely, you know, an interesting idea to go with the M's. They might want to go for some control next, or maybe some tankier options like BB to push through, which was something that we saw a lot actually in Hot Potato in recent time, but has taken a little bit of a backseat. But you know, BB rather did just get a new gadget as well, so maybe that could be something that's on their minds. Having that extra sticky gadget with Spitful Slow down for enemies could come into play. Taking a bit of time to think through their options here, but Byro definitely got a lot to consider here, a lot of range on the side of free win agents with that Rico pick.
Yeah, I think a brawler that could pretty much respond pretty well into the side of Stu would be somebody like Spike, who I think is pretty good on this map in general. A great lane option. Can drop his cactus down, allows you to block shots a little bit, heal your teammates, and really sanctions off part of that map so that the side of Byro could hypothetically, you know, move forward, advance, and give response a difficult time. It looks like they're going to be picking Daryl, who's a pretty common brawler here. You mentioned BB, who's somebody that's shown up a lot in the past, and Barley was one I was about to say. Barley was who I was looking forward to respond to the Rico pick, per se. And, you know, they do have that breakthrough option with Stu, but Barley is somebody who's been a long time meta brawler on this map. I've seen him come back a little bit on Hot Potato more recently, get a little love on maps like Super Beach, so it's really good to see our good friend Barley back in it a little bit. It's somebody in power match format that we haven't seen a ton in recent history, so I do like the mindset from both sides. You know, I think the Barley does a great job at addressing some situations, and Daryl just gonna be a very solid pick overall here. So I'm curious here what the side of free win agents are really going to do in terms of strategy. I did not expect to see Stu playing in mid. I thought maybe the Colette or the Rico is a more traditional pick to do that, but Response cycling a good kill there, and Barley going down really early here, so very good takedown there for them. Aaron doing his best, but I imagine that might even be a tough matchup for him just because he doesn't quite have the range of somebody, say, like Rico.
I've got to say as well, I'm surprised we're seeing as much Daryl time today, because my understanding was that Daryl had kind of dropped off quite a lot. But it seems in SESA and ANZ that is not the case. And I was chatting again to Coop last night about the Crow pick being such a dominant one in this region, and one that I just don't kind of get myself, I'm going to be honest. But it does seem to be playing a big role when it comes to both the choices of Byro in that last match in Layer Cake, and also on the ban rates on this one. Okay, well, a pretty decent defense for the most part so far underway from Free Win Agents. They're able to collect themselves as time goes on. The Barley going to be struggling just a little bit here with the use of gadgets being used and the map being opened up, but a nice push through as Jay now able to land on the safe.
Yeah, a choice that we can't go without mentioning here is how Colette's going to play into Daryl, but so far so good for the side of Byro. You know, the more this map opens up, though, I imagine it's going to play more in the favor of Free Win Agents here. So if they can advance forward, you know, you get this wide open Coup d'Ace matchup against a tank like Daryl, who's going to be a great counter response, getting some good dashes there as now Aaron is left weak. Another super coming in for Colette as Coup d'Ace gets some damage. It looks like they're going to be almost attempting a base right here. Coup d'Ace can be forced back, and look at all the damage Ems is getting in here. They're down below 30% now and still climbing.
His Barley shots were pretty disastrous on the safe of Free Win Agents, and I feel like they've left this one a little bit too late when it comes to the damage. They went for some really risky options early on, and that's proving costly here, as now surely the final push coming in, no being able to get some shots off, and the follow-up as well. That is going to be it for the first game. Byro Esports with a nice turnaround. We saw a little bit of a lack of it in the bounty modes, but this draft definitely working well in their favor. The Barley pick getting some great value. Seems to be heading straight back on him because the draft format just doesn't wait around. The Rika pick, I kind of see it, but I also don't think that the value was there necessarily from Sergeant in that game. Missed a few moments there. I think that Daryl, it seems still a really difficult thing to shake in the mid with that roll through. Again, despite the nerf hammer still being a really prominent feature of Hot Potato now, response getting some nice breakthrough value, opening things up nicely for Coup d'Ace. But Free Win Agents this time around have got to play this one a bit more cautiously.
Yeah, and honestly, in terms of draft, I really felt like having the second pick on this map would be a little more favorable just in general, and picking the Ems pick first is almost a dangerous one to me, because what happens if they don't go tanks? What if they elect to go with these more long-range brawlers to try and deal with that? Way easier, but it's working out so far for the side of Byro, who just have a lot of ways to deal a ton of damage onto the safe. Barley going to be a sneaky option for that too. That's one of his main goals, is to deal a lot of damage onto the high safe here, as we see him do now, getting almost 10% there for their side. It's going to be a slight margin in the favor of Byro Esports.
Wow, things are looking better so far. Free Win Agents, a good defense, some good value as well from the Super Bouncy Star Power, Super Bouncy Gadget rather from Sergeant, and staying on his feet there. Very important. Jakey pistols out there as well. This is looking far better. They're starting to utilize a bit more of their positioning power, staying on their feet more often than not. So Byro now going to have to show their defensiveness here for pretty much the first time in this particular set. Now a lot of mid action as everyone kind of clustering together. Not sure that's the best moment, but they have to realistically do so in order to gain back some momentum, as Aaron pushing through and Ems on the safe. Not what you want to see if you're Free Win Agents. This is going to be a lot of damage raining down and not a great defense so far.
Yeah, now we see Jay getting to move onto the safe. He's going to get this to a much closer game here, even taking a small deficit there. They're going to be able to make a great comeback there, now having a slight lead on their side by 10%. I mean, every time Colette charges at that safe, it's an extra 10% of damage, which is so much to deal at one moment. And now we see the side of Byro Esports going to be playing the defense. Now Coup d'Ace is trying to find any angle he can. Barley going to be weak here, forced away. Sergeant trying his best, but Barley's such a great counter into Rico. We see more damage coming in too, and now they have a small lead here, but the damage raining in on the other side, we can't see it happening, but Coup d'Ace forced away defense here. They're going to be able to get it down all the way. Byro Esports with a little bit of surprise there, and we even see Jay. He's a little shook by the looks of it, keeping a straight face here, but I think they know they did some pretty good work there. But yeah, a great win there for Byro at the last moments, just to push on forward, and they took it to a base race, and it worked out in their favor.
You know, and yeah, very much so. I was looking at the top left, and it was just going down so quickly towards the end, and the damage gear coming into play there as well from the Barley side, and no doubt many others as well. A subtle thing, but when combined all together, can just make a huge impact there. And yeah, I just didn't feel like, for me, we saw the result that we needed to see. I feel like maybe the meta's shifting away a bit more from Rico on Hot Potato. It can work definitely for sure, but also got to point out, great to see Collect coming back in, despite not having a balance changed as much, but just more of a new introduction of her new gadgets. Gotcha. I mean, it's something that I didn't expect to see a singular gadget making as much of a mark as it seems to be making in this region so far today. Well, this is again getting really, really interesting because we're going to go to a third and final set for the third time today, which is an amazing thing to see. But it'll be Pinhole Punt up next then, a brand new draft to see. Wow, another Brawl matchup. Always a fantastic thing to see. I've got to go out there and say it. Max here for me is going to be a good shout, but as well, B would be another great idea to go in with here. I'm still surprised to see so much playtime from Daryl, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see if someone does want to try that card as well. But nonetheless, definitely not the outcome that I think Freeman Agents were hoping for here. They wanted to probably seal the deal in that second set.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, we're seeing it come down to another 2-1 situation. I mean, every match tonight has been very razor thin, both sides playing super great, and I think it goes to show just how competitive this region is. You can't count any of these 8 teams out. They're all the best of the best in their region, and for a reason too. They're showing a lot of versatility, a lot of creativity, and I think on this map, we're going to see it here on a Brawl Ball showdown. And you know, one brawler that I think we've seen a lot even banned tonight, and one that I think does really well on Pinhole Punt in general, arguably one of their best maps, is going to be Crow. I would not be shocked at all. It clearly seems that SESA and ANZ does not like dealing with Crow. That was something before the show even started that I got word on that they really, really like right now. So a ban here for Crow wouldn't surprise me, or a really early pick is somebody that it's just going to really struggle to be dealt with on this map. There's not a lot of hard counters into Crow per se on Pinhole Punt. It's a very wide open. There's some bush in the middle. He does a great job of scouting. He has range. You know, he can take down the enemy tanks with a little slow toxin. I think Crow here serves a lot of great purposes. And Ash, another one I'm going to give a shout out to. It doesn't seem this region's really prioritizing him as much as, say, other regions like North America and LATAM North, which is kind of surprising to me. But I really like Ash in general. That's one that I definitely want to count out. But it doesn't seem this region's really prioritizing as much as, say, other regions have.
Yeah, it's definitely the case when it comes to the regional ideas that I fully see what you say, and I heard the same things as well when I was chatting to various players in this region. Excuse me. The Crow pick just seems to be something that everyone gravitates towards for some reason. I think it's good. I think it's definitely good, but definitely not the thing that I think is necessarily ban-worthy. I think Fang here is definitely much more of a threat, as we've seen already today how fierce he can be. I feel like that's got to be at the top of the ban ideas going into this next matchup. I feel like, you know, having those moments where Fang has super in itself now is becoming very similar to how we see Jean when he's got super, or Tara. It's almost like having it is almost immediately ringing alarm bells and causing you to play differently. And I love brawlers that come into the mix and do just that. Just have that threat mechanic that you've got to really take into consideration when it comes to your positioning as well, similar to kind of Bell. Like, as soon as Fang has got super, you've got to stay apart, you've got to stay separated, and that's it's something which plays between the lines. So I definitely feel like you've got to be a bit cautious when it comes to this ban, especially with considering how much is on the line. Like you say, Kenny, and rightly so, these are the best players in the world, and for that very reason comes a great deal of that responsibility factor and a great deal of additional stress, and you've got to take all those emotions and just leave them on the sidelines. Focus in the now, in the present, and deal with the aftermath later. Both of these two teams really want to make their mark in this first monthly final, and definitely going into Brawl Ball, it's going to be a lot of high energy plays. I'm imagining a lot of speed as well. And again, as we mentioned already earlier with Crow and various others, maybe be some slowdown for that exact very reason. But again, in terms of your predictions now, we've kind of come a little bit away from earlier today as to what we were discussing. Have you changed your mind on this one at all? Are you still sticking to your guns?
It's 1-1. I'm going to stick with it. I think at the end of the day, Free Win Agents is somebody that on paper should get the win here. That's obviously no disrespect to Byro Esports. They've made it 1-1, another really close match that we've seen here. And again, you know, one draft away from having a really, really good shot here. If they somehow secured a win here, it would set a really, really big tone for this region. And it would definitely give Free Win Agents a lot less points than I think people were anticipating. You know, winning these monthlies early is so valuable. The format this year has changed a little bit, but even these first 3 every month of the year where it's single points rather than double still goes a long way, especially when thinking about things like mid-season invitationals and things like that. So this is really going to set a tone here, I think, this match for how the rest of the day is going to shape up. You know, if Free Win Agents gets a win, it's what was expected, but I think it goes to show how strong Byro Esports has been. And if Byro Esports comes away with an upset here, I mean, it goes to show that anything can happen here, that we should count absolutely no teams out. And this is one that definitely could be scary if they get a win. I mean, what a confidence boost it would be to beat two-time world champion, you know, two players that are, you know, world champions. So
yeah, exactly that. It really is. You know, it'd be a huge upset, but again, this is why the draft is so important to get right. And I'm definitely sticking to my guns. I'm biased, Kenny, here. I need Free Win Agents to pick up this win. Again, if you're doing your predictions, head on over to event.brawlstars.com where you can place those in, earn rewards along the course of the stream, all the way up into that final tier with that exclusive BSC pin of the Rose pin this time round. Okay, the bans are in. Crow on the side of Byro, Spike on the side of Free Win Agents, and a first pick from Coop to Ace of a very bold one being Pam. I do like that. The response is going to be Ems and Ruffs on the side of Byro Esports.
It seems that Ruffs has especially been a way to address brawlers like Pam. I think we've seen this matchup multiple times now, and it's clear that SESA and ANZ are valuing Ems on a lot of different modes and maps. I feel like we've seen Ems a lot here tonight too. Again, though, no surprise. I don't think we were shocked to find out that Crow is once again going to be banned here, and I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Spike because I think he's been banned at least twice now that I've seen too. So that would be another good brawler that I would expect to see on this map, but I feel like now it kind of eliminates a lot of, I guess, tankier options for the side of Free Win Agents. You know, you see an Ems there, you kind of have to tread lightly. We've seen Daryl a decent amount here tonight. I know Grom has this ability of his with the gadget to really scout out, but I love the response here. We get a Sandy and a Max pick. These are going to be brawlers that I feel like are going to synergize really well. Pam's going to be able to be a solid choice here too, and Max, somebody that has shown her strengths tonight. It's good to see her back in the meta a little bit, and Sandy's somebody we haven't seen quite as much recently in the power match format, but I definitely think is worthwhile. Good Bell pick coming in here too. What are you thinking, Ark? Which side do you like a little better here?
Oh, I mean, I've got to say, I do agree. I do agree the fact that the Max and the Sandy are going to synergize so well. And I feel like the Ems was a great idea. It will serve to some avail. Definitely Pam, let's be honest, she's pretty thick. She's a pretty tanky girl. So Aaron will still get his value, but I think that was more of a deterrent, actually. And maybe that may have been something to save. I think the Spike ban in play definitely itself was also a bit of a tank deterrent on the ban side of things, but having speed, having the unpredictability, the cloaking abilities of Sandy in that sandstorm is going to put Byro Esports on the back foot. So they're going to be very careful not to feed here. And the Bell pick, I kind of understand, to try to maybe bounce some shots under that cloaking to get some value there and you know, display where their opposition are. But if Free Win Agents play this right, then I feel like they have got the better draft myself, personally.
I feel like Free Win Agents off the bat have really laned themselves properly too, and we see a takedown there, but I think Sandy going into Ruffs is going to be good to address the sandbags. Pam's going to be great into Ems, and having Max bob and weave between some long-range bell shots is going to be very difficult to hit, so I do like the way that Free Win Agents have started, and now they've got some speed in their favor too. Coop Day is going to be advancing forward. Sergeant going to be diving into the goal there. A little 1-0 lead as we take off into game number 1 here.
My goodness me, that you see it, like how Max is propelled back into the meta, especially on Brawl. We expected to see this, and it is displaying before our very eyes as Response pushes the ball forwards, gets some nice aggressive pinching on the left-hand side with Coop to Ace, who comes through with a nice takedown there on Aaron. Response with the pass-through, gets, actually intercepted very nicely. I don't know if there's enough time now, maybe with the breakthrough here. Oh my word, it's on the line, but it will be done. Free Win Agents take themselves over to a match point situation.
Yeah, I think throughout that whole match, I think they just demonstrated for the most part map control, got some nice easy goals there, several takedowns that were very key. Didn't feel like they went down too much, and I think game number 1 was just very clearly in Free Win Agents' favor. I think they're going to have to change things up a little bit on the side of Byro Esports in terms of how they're laning themselves. It looks like they're going to have the same matchups, though, maybe just a little bit different of an order. And now Aaron forced to grab ball, going to pass it to the left side. Ruff's going to be able to dump it off a little bit. Response, though, they do have plenty of time here. All they need to do is get the ball forward. Sergeant, though, not not able to grab it in time. I don't think they're going to have a goal quite yet. Maybe fearing an Im's gadget bouncing them back. Sergeant not getting a lot of value there either, but a stun coming in response with a phase shifter, and they go for the goal. A little bounce off the wall even to show off the skills. 1-0 and a match point. This is looking very good for Free Win Agents.
Yeah, it really is. Byro Esports have not had a look in realistically. We haven't seen them at all in the spawn side of Free Win Agents, and now response with the speed coming through. A phase shift there would have been lovely, but he's playing the slow and patient game. Sergeant coming in as well to help pinch, and realistically, the only thing that Byro can do is keep doing what they are doing, pushing the ball through off the defensive line and getting ready for that second wave or that third wave to come in, and every time it just continues that same pattern of recurrence. Free Win Agents keeping the pressure on, and nothing more than just defensive play from Byro, as now Sergeant can get a ball pass through potentially, but no, the takedown is there, and Jay off the line, but again, just continue, rinse and repeat. We need to see Byro go more on the aggressive, Kenny.
We haven't seen Byro cross midfield yet, I don't think, Ark. And now Sergeant trying to pop a gadget. Another takedown coming in. Jay going to be all alone, looking to get across the field. Dumps the ball off towards the bottom right-hand corner, which does help, buys a little bit of time. But there are no brawlers left standing on the side of Byro Esports until now. Bell has a respawn, but then once again, they haven't crossed midfield yet. They're still on their defensive side. Response, base shifting away, managing to stay off. All two brawlers left remaining. Sergeant going to be able to get a kill here, and that is going to be a match well played. This set was just all Free Win Agents here. I mean, we see Response now not even phased by that win there, honestly. Just another day's work for him, and you love to see it from them. I think they played that set super well, and I think honestly at the end of the day they had a better draft. I feel like something we've kind of seen be a recurring theme, at least for me here, is that this region really likes Ems, and you know, great on him. That's a very solid brawler, very safe pick almost, but unless you're playing into a tank there, you know, drafting that really early, Ems wasn't really addressing anything. I feel like that Ems is a solid brawler, very safe pick, but it didn't provide them any competitive advantage, and I think, you know, something like Max or Pam did help the side of Free Win Agents, and that's kind of the draft differential for me there.
I fully agree. I think the Ems was to try to put something out early, but that's the thing we were mentioning earlier about the order of which you draft, and kind of sometimes, you know, going with that first pick to try to have a tank counter, well, then the opposition's just not going to pick your tanks. I think it was also them which banned the Crow, which kind of only served to harm them actually when the Max pick was shown, because you want some slowdown in the eventuality of speed. So again, Max for me would have been a far better ban. I feel like that would have been the way forwards, especially in Brawl Ball. I think we're going to see a lot of Max bans now, that many are cottoning on to the fact that she is incredibly strong now since the balance changes. I think still decent, you know, in the respect that not overly powered, I think it's fair to say, but still now very much a viable option. Well, again, my predictions are currently 3 out of 3, so I'm doing pretty well, Kenny. How are you getting on?
Three for 3 so far. We're looking good. Hopefully we can go 4 for 4 here. And I know for match number 4, these are two teams that haven't necessarily played in a ton of BSCs yet before. I believe this is the first for a lot of them on both sides. So we have very fun team names for both sides. Grassmuddoppin and a few nervous men. I mean, I would be pretty nervous too if I was competing at this stage in front of this many people here. So we'll have to see what happens here. A few fresh faces for sure, which is always great to see and shows that this region is still really, really competitive and continuing to evolve every single year.
This is where our predictions could come under heavy fire, Kenny, because like you rightly say, these are two lesser known teams. They're pretty much coming in both for the first time into the BSC. So, I mean, you know, this could go either way, but you've got to be following everything at home as well as we are, because, you know, we need to kind of compare and exchange homework here. Head on over to event.brawlstars.com. That is where you can do just that. Earn rewards along the way in-game. Into your profile, you log in with your Supercell ID. It's super simple to do. Just confirm via your email the code that comes through for security purposes, and then head on down those tiers. You try to get towards the end to earn that BSC exclusive pin there. The Rosa pin is waiting for those that can get those predictions right along the way. It was a fantastic development we had at the World Finals, and we're really excited to be rolling this out on a monthly basis there. Again, I didn't have any luck at the World Finals, so I've got to be honest, I was definitely struggling along the way to getting my skin, but definitely today going better. But this, again, like I said, could be the moment that we kind of come unstuck. What are your thoughts on this one, Kenny? Who are you going to place your prediction on?
I'm going to go with Grassmuddoppin here. I think it's very close. Obviously, we don't know a ton about either of these teams. We're doing a lot of speculating at the moment. You know, we get to see a little of them in qualifiers for both sides. But I think having one thing in the side and favor of them is having Wiggly Spoo, who was actually a coach last season for Team Flash, which was super successful here. He's now come back. He's a player. And even if they're rotating players in and out, it's nice to have a mind that's very familiar with how this region plays out, the strategies that get incorporated with it. And obviously, this was a team that had great success last year, so just having that brain on your side for me just gives you a little bit of advantage coming in here, especially since we don't know a ton about either side. So that's where my head is at in terms of predictions. I'm gonna go with the Grassmuddoppin here.
Yeah, and I did the same. I locked that one in on event.brawlstars.com, and this is what I'm hoping for, actually. And that was my mistake last year. I kind of went with what I wanted and my heart wanted, but not necessarily with my brain. And this time round, I've been going with both. I would love to see a bit of a playoff there in the semifinals with Wiggly Spoo with his former teammates. You know, again, like you rightly say, coaching Team Flash last year, this year potentially playing off against them. So that is what I would like to see. But again, when it comes to unknown teams, that comes with an element of unpredictability and hopefully some surprise element there as well, because you know, I like a good upset. I would, you know, very much like to see someone go through to a grand final and make a name for themselves. This is what I love about Brawl Esports, and this year in particular, is that it just leaves the door wide open for someone to come in and say, hey, I believe I'm the best. I can prove that I'm the best, and I'm going to do just that. Rising stars is what I want to see more of this year, and I feel like the draft format definitely lends itself very much towards that very thing. Grassmuddoppin, got to hand it to them for the name as well. Straight up kudos as far as that's concerned. A few nervous men, I think, I've definitely got to, again, turn their name, or at least put it to the side, focus on their positivity and their game plan going into this match.
Yeah, and I almost love seeing that these two teams are facing off in round number one. It guarantees that one of these teams will get to face off against a really, really strong competitor, obviously. And we're going to get to see one of these newer teams, one of the more unfamiliar, unpredictable teams, how they really stack up against somebody so strong like Free Win Agents here. So I'm really excited. I think it's almost a good thing that they laned up in the first round. We're going to see the best of both these teams, how they do against each other, and how at least one of them is going to fare into one of the insane tournament favors here. So I'm very excited to see this match play out. You know, I think it's going to lead to a lot of great competition. We've seen all night long, every single match, 2-1 so far, 2-1, 2-1. So I'm expecting a lot of highlights here, a lot of really good plays, and I'm excited to see some new talent try and make a name for themselves, especially in month number one. It's going to be a really good time to do it and establish themselves for the year.
Yeah, it really is. And like you said, you know, having Wiggly Spoo on your team definitely can go a long way. I think it's fair to say probably the most known person. We actually met at the World Finals last year. Lovely guy. Honestly, I've got to say, one of the nicest people at the World Finals in Bucharest. So, you know, having, again, that brain, you know, come into play and you know, coaching some lesser knowns into the scene is definitely, I think, to say the advantage point there for Grassmuddoppin. But that same reason, you know, with a few nervous men, you know, they are looking to make a name for themselves here today. And as lesser knowns, that's not always the easiest of things, because, you know, you might just find yourselves up against Free Win Agents in the first round. So they've got themselves in a good spot. Okay, the next round might not be that. It is going to be Free Win Agents that they face off against. But nonetheless, how good would it be to be able to get to that next stage of the competition, to the semifinals, and knocking down arguably the favorites? I think that is what everyone fears, but also wants at the very same time.
Yeah, I mean, even just having that opportunity, it would be a huge, huge moment for either of these teams. I'm sure they both are hungry and looking to prove themselves here. I mean, just the opportunity to play against Free Win Agents would be huge for either of these teams. Obviously, a very daunting, a very scary thing when you have two world champions you're facing off against. But I think they're obviously a good team. They made it here for a reason. And once again, I think we're going to see some really, really good players in this region try and take a stab at this, you know, really prove themselves. And getting, you know, anything, the difference from 35 to 50 points is a big deal here. And if they can go even further, it's going to be nice for them as well. We're going to hop in here, though, to Flaring Phoenix. We're going to see a Tick Ban and Sprout, two different throwers here. One thing to observe is we haven't seen a lot of Grom tonight, and he also is somebody that's shown up here a decent amount, I would say, and wasn't one of the banned brawlers. So maybe he shows up in the draft process, but it really looks like teams are not nearly as fearful of Grom as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it definitely was the brawler that dropped off more so than the Daryl pick. But I'm going to see Fang as the first pick. I'm seeing a lot of recurrence here of the Sprout ban as well. I think for good reason, actually, in Knockout. Again, over time, as the gas starts to evade in terms of the map coming in there, you've got to be very cautious. And brawlers like Sprout can really have more defensiveness in the later stages of the map. And tick ban as well is another recurring thing that we've seen in Knockouts. So I'm looking for Jeans, I'm looking for Pams, I'm looking for, again, like you mentioned, the Byron, but it's going to be the Ruffs and the Jean coming through from Wiggly Spoo's pick there. Pharaoh, they're coming in with the Ruffs. Again, a brawler which can definitely lend itself well to a team over time. And I think just lacking a little bit in terms of the range, though. So that could be an option going back over to a few Nervous Men as to how they want to go about their counter to this idea.
I'm curious to see what Grassmuddoppin are thinking here when it's going to come to their third pick. You know, obviously you want to see what the other team's doing, but a tried and true combination in general for both Knockout and Bounty has been Ruffs, Jean, and another thrower, say like Sprout or Tick, because Ruffs does have that really passive ability which gives your teammates heal. And now we see a Mr. P coming in here too. He actually got a buff pretty recently. This is one that I've seen a little bit be played, and we see Brock as well. So we're going to see some fresh faces here that have not been in the meta for a long time. Mr. P really hasn't been a dominant brawler since around the 2020 World Finals time, so it's been a really long time since we've seen him across different regions for an entire, duration of a season. These are very surprising picks to me. This is not the route I was expecting at all. Arc, Fang is somebody that I expect to see. The Jean is somebody I expect to see, but these other ones, they're kind of just throwing it together. I'm really excited to see what these newer players and teams make of it. Maybe these are strategies they've figured out in their scrims and practices that have worked really well, and maybe it's going to catch some teams off guard here. So these are things I definitely was not anticipating to see.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced, got to be honest, with Mr. P. I mean, yes, did receive some love recently, but at the same time, I was never fully convinced last year. But Lat himself showed me that they really favored the idea and made it work. So I'm open to being proved wrong. Brock, I love. Incinerary now, a base kit now. It's not a star power. So I believe that looks like it's fourth rocket for me, but it might not be. We'll see when the super goes down, whether it's more rockets or not. But I do love the ability now to have a bit more area control when it comes to Brock. The Fang super is there, by the way, on the side of a few Nervous Men, so actually making potentially Grassmuddoppin a little bit nervous on their side of things, who seems to be doing a pretty decent job so far of raining down some fire. We'll see what happens as the timer ticks down. Yeah, it is fourth rocket, it seems, for Pharaoh. Oh, but a nice takedown there. Returned in equal measure. 2 versus 2 now as time continues on.
Yeah, what I was thinking is, when in doubt, I'm going to probably pick the side with Fang, but right now, we do see Wiggly Spoo with a super of his own. That's also another very game-changing super, as now he's advancing forward. A pull coming in, not going to get any value out of it, but they only need to take down one more brawler. This round going to go in favor of Grassmuddoppin here. And I do like what you said. I'm starting to see a little of the mindset of why Brock was maybe picked here, maybe for that wall break option to try and open up the map a little bit and take advantage of just keeping Fang held back. Mr. P can't do as much in this wide open area as, say, maybe if he had some walls. And now we get another takedown here too on the Tara, and it's looking really good here to start off for Grassmuddoppin in round number 2.
Yeah, I think if they do get to the later stage, we're going to see that fourth rocket really make an impact on the Brock side of things. There goes the Fang coming in. That's to make things a 2 versus 1, though, and I do not like the odds. If Wiggly Spoo can just land this super as well, which he does so nicely done, that is going to be the first game go the way of Grassmuddoppin. And yeah, I don't feel like the Mr. P is going to get much value here. I'm very open to being proved wrong. Maybe the idea with it is to try to kind of keep something continuously rolling in the eventuality that people will just play more passively, maybe hiding a bit in the bushes, but that's not the case. It seems like Grassmuddoppin really coming out with all guns blaring right now. Realistically, the Fang pick is one good thing going right now for me in terms of a few Nervous Men's comp, and they're going to be maybe reserving a bit more of that aggression for the later stages. It's not always an easy thing. You want to make it a 3 versus 2 as early on as you can, but at the moment it does seem to be that that's one of the early transactions that we tend to see.
Yeah, my thought process is maybe Mr. P is left to address the Jean situation. That's something that's been a matchup very common in the past, but I still don't feel like Mr. P, like you said, is really too strong of a brawler right now. Maybe they find some value out of him on the pop off here, but we are going to get to see this just kind of be a more passive one than we saw last time, both sides being a little more traditional. What a wall break there, though. So much being broken up there, and now a super coming in for Pharaoh. They get a takedown on the pop off, and we see Tara being pinned into the back corner, looking for one more kill. Now Wiggly Spoo with a super of his own as well. It's gonna be a really good situation for them. Fang left all alone. Can he get the 3v1 taken down? No, he cannot. That is going to be round number 1 in favor of Grassmuddoppin there.
Point a bit there of Wiggly Spoo there, just with the white shirt, just keeping his, again, it's so funny that everyone today has been very, very composed when it comes to those player cams, and but you'd expect to see so. I think that it's fair to say we'll see a bit more emotion maybe towards the end. Not always the case. I've seen many players, even after, I think it was Coup d'Ace in the World Finals of 2020, you know, and just had the calmest of reactions. I think everyone just left their chairs and was just like, all right, cool, that's another day in the office, as we mentioned earlier, but this is where it comes down to a few nervous men to really rise to the plate. They've got to make this comp work. So far, it has not prevailed, but will this matter? Yes, it will. Flick will get the takedown, making it a 3 versus 2 for the first time here. So can a few nervous men now keep this momentum flowing? Wiggly who has the magic hand, they're going to be very, very cautious. On the other side of things, Rekka also has his black hole. That is a key factor here in this matchup being a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, I could see it going either way, right? They're pinned into a corner. As long as Wrecker throws down his super, they're pretty much nowhere to go, and it looks like they're going to elect to not charge up a Fang super here. They're going to throw in the white towel, and they're not going to give Flick a super yet. I feel like he'll be fairly close, though, on that next round.
I think a wise approach, and one that we're going to see actually continue on a fair amount as players realize that, you know, sometimes you do not want to feed. If you know that it's going to go one way, well then, yeah, just maybe throw in the towel, like you say, and just kind of like play it the long-term approach, and don't give something unnecessarily over to your opposition. So yeah, exactly right to point that out, and something which some of the maybe the more casual viewer wouldn't unnecessarily understand. So that is the reason why you will see sometimes in that kind of matchup where you're outnumbered, a bit of an attempt to not give something further over, but now a takedown and the reversal here, as again another bit of a miss there on the Fang super, but a bit of a ability to turn things around as Grassmuddoppin make that one look incredibly easy.
No, that's the most emotion I think we've seen. Wiggly Spoo just having a little bit of fun there. Seems to be a big fan of those sea critters right there. But yeah, good win for him there. Again, these are some really interesting compositions. That's not something I really expected to see take place in a draft. You know, we didn't really see any tried and true long range brawlers, which you do decently see on Flaring Phoenix. No Pam's coming out. You know, I think that was just a really interesting transaction. I think it's really fun to see how these newer teams and different mindsets from these players really kick in and tune in the draft process. I mean, I think it just goes to show that everyone's just a little bit different. There's so many different strategies that can get the win.
Yeah, and you know, again, those ideas in knockout, when you talk about strategy, you know, just I think it's very interesting how, you know, sometimes teams will just kind of like look to go into the smoke. It's kind of the exact opposite of what you'd expect to see, but it does make a lot of sense. You know, so I think that we're going to see plenty of that this year when it comes to those outnumbered moments. I would like to see that 3 versus 1, still waiting for that moment to happen. It's going to be a very historic thing when someone does bring the ice and turn things around. But again, yeah, great to see that emotion there from Wiggly Spoo. Again, a great character, a real positive energy, having met him at the World Finals. And yeah, hopefully see some more player reactions to come. Everyone so far has been very much kind of contained. But yeah, this is looking good, Kenny. We could be on to a 4 out of 4 prediction here in the quarterfinals. This carries on the way it's going.
I mean, I don't mind that. You know, I would appreciate a nice free pin going to my side. I'm not going to be complaining too much. But again, these have been super close the whole way through. I don't think we've had anything less than a 2-1 in terms of sets so far. So it wouldn't surprise me if, say, Free Universe Men really took a win here too on Dueling Beetles as we move forward. So I'm very interested to see what happens. I think it'll be another fun one for us. And yeah, if it goes like anything it has today, it's going to be some insane competition coming up.
Yeah, this is the thing with drafts, isn't it? Like, it just seems like the team that are kind of, you know, struggling in that first set gather themselves together. They have a little bit of a team talk and say, like, what are we doing wrong? Right, let's learn from that. Let's make sure that we prioritize that ban differently. Let's make sure that our first pick is this, or maybe the coin toss goes the other way and they get to have 2 brawlers to come and really focus on that attention towards how do we counter that first pick. I think that is prevailing massively so today. Whether or not it's going to be a 4 out of 4 going to the 3rd and final, we've yet to see. I would say that for me, I want to give the benefit of the doubt actually here. I want to make sure that, you know, we kind of see how this next thing transpires in terms of those picks and whether, you know, the draft knowledge is just maybe not quite there, or whether we can see some real pressure being applied there to the opposition. But Julian Beetle's up next for Hot Zone. So again, a completely different game mode and map to consider here when it comes to that draft process.
For sure, and I think we're going to see some interesting changes here. Ruffs is somebody I could certainly see being played on this map who hasn't been in recent history, and say Grom, somebody who got nerfed here and we haven't seen at all tonight. I don't even think we've seen him banned yet, really. Somebody that definitely used to show up here a lot too, but now I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see him at all. Pam is somebody we've seen a lot tonight. I think a very consistent brawler, a lot of different uses for Pam, a lot of different brawlers she can address. So Pam's somebody here that I'm definitely looking out for. But yeah, I think even in just a week's time since, you know, qualifiers, that things have changed. Brawler choices are going to be different as now we hop into the draft screen. It looks like we are going to see Fang and Spike get banned. We've seen Spike get banned quite a few times here tonight, and obviously Fang has asserted a lot of dominance. First pick coming in, going to be Byron. How do you feel about that as a first pick, Ark?
Definitely a bold one for sure. I do feel like Spike being banned here was, yeah, like you mentioned, a common recurring theme. If Crow is, again, another brawler which does seem today to be a bit of a flavor pick here in SESA and ANZ, it could be showing its face relatively soon. I do like to have a Stu coming into the screen, yeah, to have a bit more aggression. The option to have either some speed coming out of the spawn or to have some breakage of those side lane walls. The Ruffs, again, seems to be getting just as much playtime or, you know, pick time as the Crow idea, but seems to be prevailing a little bit more. Now, do we see the pattern come out? That's the question. Probably would be an idea to consider actually for a few Nervousmen to double down on that healing abilities there and really maximize their time on the zone, or having a further range, at least as an idea, would definitely go to serve to counter a bit more of the Stu and the Ruffs. Or I actually quite like a Sprout here myself, to be completely honest, something just to shut down that mid and focus primarily on the side lanes. If that's not an idea which a few Nervousmen want to go for, then that could be something which Grassmuddoppin actually want to consider having in the eventuality that a few Nervousmen do not go with any wall breakers. So they've got that option to kind of wait and see now as to what a few Nervousmen will do. Mr. P again, I don't know, Kenny. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not too sure. Tara, sure, a bit of side lane pressure, but Mr. P, what are your thoughts on that?
Mr. P, I'm not too sure about here. I don't really know what they're trying to address. Maybe there's a good combination here where Mr. P can address brawlers like Stu pretty well, but I'm not sure. Tara was the first one that actually came to mind as being a brawler that could address both Pharaoh and Wiggly Spoo's picks here. Tara gonna be a great choice to shred through those sandbags, and also is in general a great counter into Stu. We now see the Sprout pick coming into. I would have preferred that over Mr. P. I'm not really sure what the region is seeing so far in Mr. T. We've seen a few Nervousmen now go for this a couple times now, and I don't know, it didn't pay off for them as much as I think they wanted to in that first set. We'll see if there's anything different here, but now with Sprout on the field, I definitely don't think it has as much value. I think I really would have rather seen Sprout on the side of a few Nervousmen here, but hey, we'll see what happens here. Byron's a great standalone brawler. They're not going to get a ton of healing value out of him either, though, since there are no tanks on their side. I don't know. I'm more interested in the draft on the side of Grassmuddoppin as being a stronger one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm favoring as well, for sure. And I do, like I said, love a good Sprout. Really shutting down the lanes. It's a difficult thing. And that was, again, another thing which I didn't see much consideration for on the side of a few Nervousmen. Just that Tara, super realistically, is all they have on their advantage to break open things. And you know, Sprout is going to love that situation. A nice placement, though, it's going to be said, though, on the side of Le Pop on the left-hand side there for the portal spawner. So if they are able to make that work, and they seem to be doing just that, now with some sense of control, maybe this Mr. P pick is not as clear-cut as it seems from our side.
I think it's really interesting that Pharaoh chose to go for a wall break there too, because Wiggly Spoo's entire strategy is going to be to hide behind these walls, to use them as shelter to get these nice easy tags, and now there's one side of their spawn that they can't necessarily do that on, and I think it's going to allow for a few Nervousmen to really apply some pressure. Typically that's not the Stu gadget I see run here. I see a speed turret being run to give a lot of range for some extra quick movement on this side of Grassmuddoppin. I feel like that would have been a better way to take advantage of Stu, and I think one that the side of a few Nervousmen is definitely capitalizing on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A few Nervousmen as we mentioned before coming into this matchup, trying to capitalize down on the fact that they are below where they want to be performing, and they are rising to the plate. And look at this. They're probably going to take this round now with a comp that I gotta say I still feel is the lesser of the two. I feel like, yeah, like you rightly pointed out, a bit of questionable ideas coming through on the side of them breaking open their right hand side. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not too sure that was the play there. I think that the Sprout would have preferred to have thrived better. So I still feel like, for me, Grassmuddoppin have got the better of the drafts, but a few nervous men are making it work at the time that they've got to do so. I think Grassmuddoppin need to sort of like just rethink things through a little bit more, because if they play it better, then they've got the comp to be able to make an easier time of things. A few nervous men, for me, again, like that draft, not great, but they're putting more effort into making it work.
Yeah, I think they've just played their strategy better than Grassmuddoppin has. I think there's several things that have kind of went wrong for him in that first match. You know, just because you draft a better team, you still got to play it right. You still got to execute the mechanical skills to get the win. And now we see Wigglyspoo getting some really good tags here, Wrecker getting it weakened, and that's the strategy that the Sprout's going to try and incorporate. They're going to try and pin the enemy brawlers either in front of that wall or behind that wall to either advance forward or find these easier tags. Wigglyspoo going to be cycling out another one too, and it's going to leave Pharaoh an opportunity to go forward. He's going to be moving towards Flick, getting a takedown there. This is going to leave an opportunity for Cryptic, even with low HP, to just kind of hang tight on to the hot zone there and tie things up.
Again, some of that bush gone down, and Wigglyspoo's running, I assume maybe Garden Mulcher there, but not for Simpsons. So, like, it's not necessarily going to impact them too much, but it will possibly be a bit. Obviously, Sprout is a grass dweller, so, I mean, ultimately, something to consider. But it does seem now more like Grassmuddoppin have locked down the hatches and are starting to really utilize a lot of what they've got going for them. Losing that mid control from the three nervous men is going to be a difficult thing to retake, especially now as Wigglyspoo shut down that mid. Tara coming in from Wrecker, it needs to really connect with this black hole if they're going to have any potential to turn this one around.
Yeah, they're going to need to find this quickly, too. I mean, they only need 15% of this hot zone. Some big takedowns coming in there, too, and that should be all they wrote for this round, I imagine. They need another 5%, and I really do think one of the biggest difference makers there was Pharaoh not breaking that wall. I know in the first game, you really wanted to take advantage of that situation, get a free kill, and that's great early on, but as the match goes forward, sometimes you have to be thinking in your head, is this really the best decision for the entire game or just this single moment? And I think they figured it out there. They left the walls open a little more. They were able to take advantage of Sprout way more in that second game than they were their first. And honestly, Sprout's gonna be a great way to address the Byron, which we see here. I'm finally seeing a little bit of that lane switch. Byron doesn't have too many hard counters, but if he can't shoot you, Sprout can just kind of hide behind these walls. I don't know how Byron can really deal with it. He's just left to heal Tara, which isn't necessarily a brawler that you're gonna be looking to heal too often. Is now Grassmuddoppin get a nice takedown there. Cryptic going down as well, and Wigglyspoo gonna be able to help pinch against Flick here. Pharaoh gonna be moving forward. They get another takedown. Small lead for them, and the cutoff there coming in at a perfect time. Now Wigglyspoo's going to be able to get a few extra percentage points here as Wrecker's left to go around.
A much better start for Grassmuddoppin, got to be said. Nervous men now, the pressure really is on Grassmuddoppin on match point here. Coming in with a nice takedown there, gets the supply drop along the way. The wall now disintegrates, allowing potential for maneuverability through the mid, but Wigglyspoo's shutting it down yet again, and this is the strategy that I love with Sprout, and the reason why I think it was a really smart final pick there. Everyone doing their bit. Wrecker didn't get the black hole up in time, and now a shutdown of the mid. Wigglyspoo a pin to say, yeah, we've locked this one in the bag. We went to the third and final set for it. Nope, not going to be the case. We're going to get this done and dusted here and there. Lovely plays all round. I think this is fair to say now the celebrations are happening, that this is in the pocket. A nice attempt though from a few nervous men to really make a difference there. Wigglyspoo, yeah, got his critters and looking very much at home there. A smile on the face, and yeah, he's got his friends. He's making that clear.
Yeah, and I believe that's actually, I think both of those animals are like a accumulation of what it looks like for their logo, which is something I didn't realize till just now. So they obviously have a little bit of a personal attachment to the image they've chosen. I think right there we see the coaching side of Wigglyspoo really paying off. I think they just had the better draft both times. And even though, say, that first game in set number 2 of dealing beetles didn't go the way they wanted to, they immediately were able to identify what the problem was. They fixed it. They laned themselves more properly. And from there, it was kind of a little more dominant, I would say. So I think Grassmuddoppin proving they know a little bit more. They're more familiar with that draft setting. I think Mr. P was just a brawler that, a few nervous men really didn't get any value of. I'm not necessarily seeing the connection there of the value that he can really provide. I know he got that nice buff coming in pretty recently, but I still just don't feel like he's up to the level that a lot of these players are seeking to be, especially if you want to take on, a really strong team in Grassmuddoppin.
I fully agree. The Mr. P pick, clearly an idea which they scrimmed and really favored. I haven't heard the greatest of things from the pro scene about Mr. P, despite really favorable buffs. I mean, handle with care now, base kit, and various damage buffs along the way as well with the porters, and also to that overtime occurrence of the briefcase. It's a great thing that there's paying more attention to Mr. P, but I'm personally happy that Mr. P is not too dominant in the current meta, at least as far as that matchup displayed has its moments, but it did seem like, for me, for the most part, that we saw Grassmuddoppin really utilizing that draft, getting it right. And now let's take a look at the bracket to see how things have gone down. We've had a very exciting quarterfinals. Semifinals are coming up very, very soon. Kenny, talk us through the day so far and what we can expect from the semifinals.
It's been a day of really, really great competition, to be honest with you. A lot of third sets coming in here in match number 1. We had Sky and Reconic Esports come down to the wire, a 2-1 victory for the side of Sky, who had great success towards the end of last season. This is a roster that you all should definitely be looking out for as they take on Upper Moon, who beat Hashira earlier today. They're a really great team as well. That was somebody before the broadcast I know we were talking about being somebody that definitely could be a dark horse here, but predictably, I think Upper Moon did get the win. I think the Sky and Upper Moon match is going to be one to watch. We've got some really great players on both sides. Sky with a really, really recent performance of doing well in last year's, and with the new format, they seem to be adjusting really well. And of course, on the other side of our semifinals, we have Free Win Agents, arguably the tournament favor here today. They've got 2 previous world champions in Coupe d'Ace in response, so this is going to be awesome for them. And as we just saw, we have Grassmuddoppin, who just defeated a few nervous men to get to our other semifinals matchups. So I think these are going to be really good. I anticipate the Free Win Agents will be more favored towards them, but I honestly could see match number 5 going either way. I think it's going to be a very, very competitive one.
Yeah, we've been pretty much on point today so far in terms of our predictions, Kenny. 4 out of 4. I'm pleased to say we're doing pretty well, and you at home can do just that, the same. Head on over to event.brawlstars.com. We're going to take a short break in just a minute, so you can do just that. You got a bit of time to get those predictions in for what's to come, but yeah, so far we're pretty much on point. We're getting it right, Kenny, and getting our way to getting some nice juicy rewards, getting that Rosa skin as well. Going to be teeing up the cinematics in just a moment for the up next as well, but give us your thoughts on just like the day so far, and what are your thoughts going into the semifinals? Who do you think is going to take it?
I'm still going to go with my pick before the broadcast started. I think Free Win Agents has the best roster overall, and they demonstrated they can get a really nice win. That victory over Byro Esports is definitely a tough one. They're not an easy team to defeat, so they're still showing that they've got it. They're a team to be reckoned with, and I think they're still the favorite coming in here today. That's the team I'm anticipating to take this whole thing down still.
Plenty more exciting matches to come, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
girl is driving me insane. And I know I just need one more chance to prove my love to you. And if you come back to me, I'll guarantee that I'll never let you go.
Welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way, this one.
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship, where we're in the SESA and ANZ region today. I am Ark, joined, of course, by my co-host today and caster Kenny. Welcome back, Kenny. Were you doing your predictions in the break?
I actually made the mistake of locking them all in beforehand the broadcast even started. So maybe some things change up a little bit, but we were 4 for 4. So I think I'm going to trust my gut as we move forward here. Pretty good day. I'm feeling pretty good. I think I can get that Rosa pin. I think we can do it.
Good to hear it. Good to hear it. I'm rooting for you, mate. All right, let's take a look at the bracket. If you're just joining the stream, this is what you may have just missed and what is yet to come. So first up today, we had FA Sky up against Reconic Esports in match number 1. It was FA Sky that got the victory, leading into that semi-finals. It's going to be joined by FA Upper Moon, who got the victory over FA Hashira in match number 2 of our quarterfinals stage. That is our next match coming up very soon on the screen. Free Win Agents won their match 3 up against the Byro Esports, and Grassmuddoppin just picked up the victory in match number 4 up against A Few Nervous Men. So that matchup will be Free Win Agents versus Grassmuddoppin as our second semi-finals matchup. But it'll be FA Sky first up against FA Upper Moon. And I've got to say, Kenny, I'm a big fan of how this has kind of all transformed, not just because we're 4 out of 4 in our predictions, but simply because I feel like the matches so far have been so close. So by combining FA Sky up against FA Upper Moon, who both went to their third and final sets, as did Free Win Agents, Grassmuddoppin, the only team today so far to actually finalize things in the second set. But we are now moving over to the best of 5. So teams will have a bit of a chance to recollect in the eventuality of any kind of misdrafts and any kind of mistakes along the way. It's going to be a little bit more forgiving in that respect, right?
For sure. I mean, now we've got 5 whole sets you have to get through, which is a big game changer. You know, that's one extra. You got to make sure you win, and we're going to get to see every single one of these maps and modes come down to the wire. I think these are going to be 2 really interesting matchups to watch. You know, right off the bat, we have Free Agent Sky and Free Agent Upper Moon, which are 2 really good teams in this region. And we also get to see Wiggly Spook go off against 2 of his former mates when he coached them last year on Team Flash. So I think on both sides, we've got some really dynamic and awesome matches coming up, you know, on both sides of the bracket. I'm super excited to see this. I especially think our first match, though, is going to be one to watch. And I think Free Agent Sky is a really good team, along with Free Agent Upper Moon. I think both of these are kind of right up there in the contenders section for this region. And I'm really excited to see how that plays out here momentarily.
Yeah, FA Sky having a really nice ending to their run last year. A little bit late if you want to look at it in terms of their prospects going into the World Finals of 2021. But, you know, it's a different year. They've got a fresh slate. They can really make the most of this opportunity now and really show why they are deserving to be up with the very best in the world. And I think it's a great chance for them to really make an impact this year. FA Upper Moon, probably for me, got a few more familiar names. You know, CCK coming from the Team Flash roster this year onto that team. And Orca, a very accomplished player, being joined by TH and Instinct. So for me, I feel like, mate, this is a tough one to call. I've got to put it out there. It really is. A lot of players and teams saying that FA Sky are a real dark horse in this competition. They are not to be underestimated. So it's going to come down to a lot of this draft process and how both sides go about that. Do they get their bans right? Do they get their picks right? And are they prioritizing the order of which they want it? Because ultimately, sometimes, your eyes are glaring towards a pick, but sometimes you've got to take a bit of a risk. Wait on that pick and see what comes up later. One thing's for sure is that if Orca gets the Fang, I'm going to be worried on the side of FA Sky because he was popping up with that one today.
Yeah, that was a scary one earlier. We now see them picking up Pam pretty quickly, too, from what it seems. Byron going to be a ban on the side of free agent Upper Moon. And we see a Daryl being banned, actually. And that's kind of a surprising one to me. I know he is still really strong, but I just did not anticipate seeing him be somebody that was a ban worthy on a map like Hard Rock Mine here. I think there are a lot of really good options. I think Max is one that we've seen a lot tonight, and very deservingly so. I think she's gotten a nice buff here recently. Surprise mid I could see happening here would be 8-Bit. I don't know if this region's necessarily as about 8-Bit as, say, some of the other ones, but I think Max is a safe bet here to maybe see, especially with Pam being picked. You're going to have to be a little more weary of picking those long-range brawlers, say somebody like Piper, who's also played out here as a mid on a decent amount. Spike, somebody I could see coming in here as well. And it looks like they are going to pick 8-Bit too. Okay. Love to see that little variance in terms of the brawlers we're seeing. And once again, though, we see another Ruffs pick. I'm just so surprised. I know before the broadcast I mentioned him, but I mean, I'm seeing him more than I even anticipated thinking.
I agree. Yeah, there's some surprising things recurring today. Again, the Daryl pick for me was one that I just felt like wasn't quite in the very strong place now since the nerf, but strong enough to be banned, like you rightly say. So, and I see ZK going with the Max pick there. So I assume maybe is it going to be laning with the Pam and having the Max go mid, or maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. But Star are going to pick the Sandy pick, which I think is a really, really valid one here. But oh my goodness me, gone are the times where actually Rico in Hard Rock Mine being one of the first go-to brawlers to consider is not banned or picked here, and that's very sad for me, Kenny. I'm a massive Rico advocate, as you well know. But yeah, big surprises all round. But I still feel like both comps are really going to cut the mustard here. Both have got some great attributes here. 8-Bit could be vulnerable to the speed, but let's see. If he gets his damage boosted down, providing he's running plugged in as a star power, more maneuverability will be on the side of FA Sky in that respect. But definitely an interesting drop, to say the least.
Yeah, I think the reason for Tara here too, already somebody does it really well here, but we've seen this time and time again tonight. Tara going to be a great way to address the sandbag gadget on the side of Colonel Ruff. So we're going to see that transaction play out, as now we already see a super being popped by Hyuna, and that's going to be really, really valuable for them. 8-Bit, the reason I mentioned him, he's such a strong gym carrier right now, and I feel like a lot of people out there in the community don't necessarily understand why or see the reason for it. And he's not inherently the strongest brawler, right? But as you see happening right now, he has a super popped, and he has a gadget that allows him to teleport all the way back to that super, so he can get very aggressive for kills or go for gyms, and at the click of a button, he's just all safe and sound in the back of his spawn. So I really like this choice from them, and I think 8-Bit's a very strong one that more people should be considering in general.
Well, Hyuna gets a nice takedown as you're speaking there. I've got to say, a lot of clustering, though, from Upper Moon, and I'm not too sure about it. I think they'd be better off to kind of like stick to their lane. I think they're kind of abusing the fact that Lawai can't really tell who's in that left-hand side lane and just kind of keeps continuously shooting, trying to get some idea. But at the same time, a nice breakage there on that top left-hand side corner from the Ruffs. Orca, though, coming into a really, really strong hold position. This is where Tara wants to be on Hard Rock Mine. Despite the strong arm that's coming in from Upper Moon, though, the gems are actually quite evenly tied. But it is FA Sky that have got to get out of this position here and start contesting that mid once again if they're going to be able to get onto that 10 countdown.
Yeah, and somehow Upper Moon has found themselves in a position where they're up 3 gyms now. They weren't able to get any value out of that Ruff super either. They do break the wall, but not able to get that very much needed power up. Going to be throwing down another sandbag there, and the Pam super going to counter that and destroy them immediately the way. Opening up this map more and more, which I'm surprised. I think it's going to make it more difficult for brawlers like Sandy, but it is going to help 8-Bit, who's now going to advance forward again. He can get very aggressive here. What a takedown, too. That's going to be very clutch. He's going to advance forward, get that teleport now with the countdown on their side. 15 seconds to go and counting. They're going to try and close this one out here.
Fantastic use of that cheat cartridge gadget there on the 8-bit side of things to come out there on that low HP. It was a ballsy move, got to say there, Mahona, but he went for it. But now the pinch coming in. Can they survive? Yes, FA Sky will take it. It was a bit of a tight one towards the end, but they timed it perfectly well. You got to be careful to not retreat too soon in general, of course. You know, but ideally, you know, keeping that countdown is what you want to have, especially now with the respawns the way they are, coming with no ammo or very little at your disposal. You've got to keep those countdowns under your fists towards those final moments. But I think FA Upper Moon, yeah, have got to spread out a bit more, start to really isolate the situation. They had a great moment towards the end where Ultra got into that bottom left-hand side corner. If they can do that again at an earlier position in the game, it will give them a real advantage to go into this next matchup and turn things around.
Yeah, great start for free agent Upper Moon too. I feel like on the side of Sky though, this is a longer-term game for them. If they can set up and establish 8-bit, and that's the ideal wall to do it too, they're going to be able to establish a much more dominant mid control than having it all the way in the back of their spawn. They've now powered up 8-bit too, and that's going to be a really nice synergy here, allow them to do a lot of damage, and at any given moment he can use that cheat cartridge to kind of get a clean getaway. And now we see this side free agent Moon advancing forward. They still have a small gym lead. CCK going to be very weak here. Getting a takedown on the way, though, and Instinct going to be moving forward, trying to advance forward and grab himself a couple extra gyms. Almost getting a little greedy, but he had plenty of HP there. I think he knew he could be safe and sound. And now we see the side of Sky being all the way in their spawn. Good takedown there, though, but they are in a troubling spot, I would say.
Did fantastically well there to stay in the mix in that bottom left, but then overcommitting a little bit. He would have loved to have stayed there longer to give his teammates more time to collect gems, but in the meantime, 8 is still a healthy number to have. I think there's no doubt about it. Just 2 more there, and then FA Upper Moon will be on counter. Look at Orca as well, being such a sneaky sneak, but Star coming in with the Sweet Dream stun onto CCK, but staying alive. He is behind the health, that healing station. Can they get the gems they need? It's a nice favorable spawn here. The pressure coming in from the side lanes is attacking really nicely on the side of FA Upper Moon. A countdown is inbound, a let's go speed as well. A lot of utility is coming down on the side of FA Upper Moon, and potentially a chance to tie the setup.
CZK has already braked it towards the back of the map. 4 seconds ago, Luwei going to throw out a desperation super, and it's not going to do a lot of good there. That one's going to be all in favor of free agent Upper Moon. Very, very different than what we saw in game number 1. Great adjustments coming out from them. And now we've once again, something common we've seen all night, a game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way that I like to see it. I'm completely honest. It keeps everything at full capacity. Let's see how the lanes play out this time. Loic is still on the right-hand side. He was playing a bit more on the left in that first game. Started to switch over in the last one, and now seems to feel like that worked out well despite the loss. So let's see how that one fares. Hyena looking to obviously get that damage booster down as early as he can. Stars will stay very much aware that Orca wants to continue pushing this left-hand side lane, and if I were him, I'd pop a gadget. I'd pop it like a support from beyond and just power through. Yes, Sandy can take it down quickly, but you can try and bait it and try and get those shots to fly a little bit more. Keep Star under that pressure as ZCK doing a great job of capturing this mid, but as I say, that goes down, not the result that FF Moon were looking for.
I love the opportunity here. The Sandy versus Tara matchup is one that I think is going to favor Sky. You know, Tara's going to be somebody that does counter Colonel Ruffs a little bit. And since they got the opportunity to switch that lane up, now Sky's been able to take advantage of it, already getting 2 takedowns of their own here. They've got much more stake in this mid ground here. And even though the gyms are fairly close, I would say it just seems like Sky has not gotten taken down a lot. Not too many HP being taken away from them. And now a nice little cheat cartridge there, able to teleport away, all safe and sound, up by 2 gyms as we approach 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, nice pinch coming in. Hyena just staying alive, but almost there. Going down. Gonna have to heal up quickly. 6 gems to 6, and that one's gonna be spawning on the side of FFA Sky, but CSK is flirting with the idea of going for it. Gonna think better of it for now as the shots coming in, but look at that Orca coming in the left-hand side. Didn't quite connect there as well as I think he probably should have done, but ZK will come in for a couple of taps. But again, this clustering that I do worry about on the side of FA Moon, the Let's Go speed comes in, allowing people to separate. And look at nice and healthy takedown. That's a great steal. And now FA Moon are going back into spawn, and they've got all the goods.
Yeah, they can get a clean getaway here. A little extra max speed never hurt anybody either. 10 seconds on the countdown. They're going to need to find a kill fast. They have no idea where CZK is. He's already preemptively popped the gadget too. This one is going to go to free agent Upper Moon after being down 1-0 early on. They made 2 really nice games there and took home set number 1.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Gotta say, after just learning from a couple of mistakes, they were able to then make it look a lot more convincing that time round. ZZK there, still, looking pretty collected, pretty calm. Give us your thoughts on that one, Kenny, in regards to the draft and what we saw play out. And was it what you expected to see?
I think, honestly, that in at least a little bit here, our previous match, we were brawlers that neither of us really anticipated seeing, but I think that one was a little more predictable. The Daryl ban was not something I really foresaw. I think he's a strong brawler, but I don't know if he's arguable enough to say ban. But those were pretty typical matchups that I expected to see. I was really happy to see the 8-bit pick there. That's somebody I've seen in a lot of other regions really start to make an appearance. Yeah, and just... in Jim Grab in general, he's a great mid. He has that opportunity, the ability to pop that gadget and get really, really aggressive when they choose to be, and then back off at the second they need to. I think it's very valuable. We saw him played in Heist here earlier today. Bridge Too Far, really the only Heist map I could really foresee him in, but Jim Grab is kind of 8-bits mode right now. I think he's a really, really strong alternative in the middle area. For a long time, we've seen Jeans into this world. We've seen Pam start to enter, but I think 8-bits one that really slept on here, and I was glad to see pros give it a try and it be successful a little bit. They did get game number 1, game number 2 and 3 didn't go their way, but I still think it was a very fair choice, and I think their logic was pretty sound there.
Yeah, I agree. Again, Daryl, gonna have to keep an eye on him now. Again, we see a lot of regional ideas that sometimes stay within a region, sometimes they kind of spread further afield. Definitely gonna be thinking as to how that will develop. I did expect Daryl to drop off, but again, seeing him banned and played so frequently today, as well as that Crow idea, which seems to have taken a bit of a back step in Hard Rock Mine at least, but maybe we'll see it kind of come to fruition later. Either way, though, again, the draft was pretty decent for me, I would say, for the most part. Some really interesting ideas and a pretty balanced game. I mean, it pretty much came down to realistically the mistakes the players made along the way, which led to those gems being dropped, and not necessarily anything that's too much of a warning sign for me so far in terms of the draft. But obviously, as things continue on, we'll see whether the pressure gets to any of these teams and players when it comes to making those picks. Yeah, I mean, the thoughts so far, going into knockout next. We've seen a little bit of knockout already today when it comes to those picks. We see the bands coming in, Byron already, Sprout already. What are your thoughts then with regards to picks coming in with those bands in mind?
Tick was going to be my first option, and I think one to keep an eye out for. We haven't seen Grom here tonight, but if there's a map where he shows up, this is definitely one to consider. But I think one of your favorites here, Arc Rico, makes a really, really strong lane. I love the option of having, say, Jean and Ruffs, which come in now too. I think Rico would be a really strong choice for either of these teams, though. I think either could be benefited. And once again, we're seeing that this region really prioritizes Sprout in terms of brawlers they don't want to mess with in knockout, and I completely see why. But I think Tick is still going to be a really great option. Even as a first pick, I typically try and steer away from picking a brawler like that early on, but I think Tick is somebody that's a very safe option, not the easiest to counter, and we finally see Fang coming into. I'm really, really liking what Free Agent Upper Moon has elected to do so far. I think Bell is going to be a great way to regress Colonel Ruffs, and Orca on the Fang. Once again, that's a terrifying thing. They're going to be picking Daryl. I like this comp from Free Agent Sky, but to be honest with you, Free Agent Upper Moon is a little scarier to me. You have that Fang opportunity, and Bell going to be a great counter, I think, going into the team of Free Agent Sky. So I'm really liking the draft so far from Free Agent Upper Moon.
I actually like both here. I think that if FA Sky can make the Jean work and really buy time, that's the thing. When you got that Daryl pick, it really is a last moment thing. That's why the tick from ZZK is so important, actually, for that same reason. It's going to come down to who has got the colder exterior, I think, here, and who's able to stay the most composed along the way. But that Bell pick as well, definitely a great thing to have when it comes to those later stages, getting maximum value when everyone can't go anywhere and is squeezed tight in that gas, and the ticks keep the time ticking over. Everything about these comps, realistically, to me, say the long game in that sense.
Yeah, and I think this is a very interesting map to watch too, because Gold Arm Gulch plays out a little bit differently typically. I think there's a lot more mind games that go off into each round, whether you want to send all 3 of your brawlers to one side, and often most Brawls maps play out from top to bottom, how we're spectating, but right now it's going left to right because the bush is just on either of those sides, so it's very interesting. It changes things up a little bit and how you strategize and things, and I've seen players mention before that sometimes, they send each to a normal lane, the middle, the left, and the right, but right here you're seeing that each team's electing looking to do things a little differently, and that depends on each round too of how aggressive they want to be, how grouped together they want to be. As now we see this Storm dwindle down together. Ayuna going for a super there, taken down immediately, and now this is all disaster here for Sky. It's going to be a quick little sweep here as the Storm closes for free agent Upper Moon.
That is the power of the roundhouse kick gadget on that Fang side of things. And I think it's fair to say that because that gadget's come freshly into the mix, maybe Fang is a lot stronger in those moments than people expected, because Daryl would have been the key component to have realistically there. And it was a great roll. I've got to give credit there to FA Sky for how they handled it. Hyuna did great getting value off the walls, but Orca just coming in and showing us why Fang is still so prominent. And he continues his rain down, getting that takedown there, and almost staying alive. That goes down in the end, but 2 versus 2 now. This is getting interesting.
Yeah, and a big thing to keep in mind too is Lue now has a gene pool on their side. That's such a huge difference maker, especially when you're going into brawlers that aren't as tanky. Fang has the most HP on the side of free agent Upper Moon. A great pull coming in there too. An instinct going down. Now a 2v1 for a tick here is going to be very difficult. He does have a super on his side. I guess we'll have to see here if CZK elects to do anything crazy here, try and make a comeback, and it doesn't look like he is. He doesn't want to charge a single super, not trying to give Lue another opportunity to get a very pivotal pull on their side.
Buttery smooth.
Hey, well, let's see coming into this next matchup whether those mistakes have been taken on board. Ticket very early coming in the left-hand side. That's going to break up the bush, actually. That's the key moment there to consider here, because any movement between the two will be seen through the strategy. Let's see how these battles... Oh, great ball. That is a fantastic... Oh! Hawker coming in with another roundhouse kick, and look at the momentum shift here. Oh, the aggression. It was overly done on the side of FA Sky, leaving Star now all alone.
Yeah, very tough situation. Looks like he stepped on a nest egg there with some great aggression coming in, and also Instinct hitting the mark there. Now it's going to do extra damage. CZK going to rain in a few shots, and that's going to be all she wrote. Game number 1 going towards free agent Moon on this map.
And that's an instance, by the way, where you're not going to see someone go into the smoke towards the end and try to save that super, because that's the end of that first game. But definitely a strategy we may continue to see in those earlier stages. But at the same time, yep, it's going to be FF Moon getting a nice healthy lead, and definitely going to be feeling very, very good about this one now. Just if they can get this next game in the bag, there'll be 2 sets up, but that's getting ahead of ourselves. Let's see how they fare here and see whether FA Sky can make a comeback.
Yeah, it's going to be another situation where it's playing from left to right. Seems like a lot of the times the brawlers have elected to all go to the same side, which is very interesting here. It's just so mind-boggling to kind of see the map play out. You know, we've had years of Brawl where it's from top to bottom of how each battle plays out, but now we get a little bit of a different angle here, a little diagonal, a little left to right. It's so interesting to see how that kind of changes things a little bit, as now Orca has a supercharge for himself, and I don't know what happened there, but it's completely wasted. That's going to be a very, very tough moment for them, because Orca's super is something that is a key part of their strategy, so having that loss there is going to be very detrimental to them.
Yeah, he seems to see it in a good sense, in a good light. He goes in now, but again, comes back with a bit saved there by the roundhouse, but not going to be enough to keep him in the mix. A nice mark from Instinct and a good takedown as well. 2 versus 1. Oh, just enough. FF Moon, despite their blunders, are still coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, great round for them, all things considered. You know, Orca accidentally dropping a super there from what it seemed, but he's still keeping high spirits, scouting out this right side, making sure nobody's trying to get sneaky here. That's where the mind games really come in here that I mentioned earlier. You know, say they elect to just switch things up. What if they go to the entire right side instead? That would be a free kill for them, so you got to be really, really careful about how you go through it. Hyuna, though, has a super on his side. I think he's going to be looking to get aggressive here. Some nice bell shots bouncing off on this side. Hyuna getting tagged once again and passing it over to Lue. There's going to be some good damage coming in for them. Orca now with a lot of emotes coming in here, and he now has a super of his own. This could be a good opportunity as now the group is all together. Hyuna, though, rolling in and going to get a takedown there. It's going to be a 2v2 situation once again.
Hyuna's really feeling these bell shots there from Instinct, and doing a fantastic job of lending them over to his teammate, and that's only serving to favor FF Moon in this instance. The tar barrel pop, but yeah, not the most amount of value of it, but now it has drawn a bit of a wedge. Hyuna, though, no, so low. Damage gear not going to do much in that instance, and this is a bad situation for Star. He'll do all he can here. That is not going to be enough. It is going to be FA Upper Moon who take it again and continue to rain down upon their oppositions of FA Sky.
CZK on your screen here with a big smile on his face too. He should be proud. I mean, that went very, very well for him, especially considering that, hey, they even had a couple mistakes here and there. And I think that really builds confidence as a team. You know, if you can get through those things and still execute as well as they did. I mean, I don't think they dropped more than a round there, I would say. So I think it was a pretty strong performance from there, especially in round number 3 there, as we saw, or that previous round. You know, the missed Daryl super at the end there in that 2v2 scenario kind of sealed the deal for him. I think it left Daryl in a very isolated situation. It's very easy to just rain in a couple shots on him and get the job done. So I think Free Agent Upper Moon is simply looking like the better team right now in terms of how things are playing out.
You mentioned missed supers, though. We saw a lot of that on the other side of things as well. So I think that does say a lot, though, about FA Upper Moon. Despite their mistakes, they're still feeling confident. We saw that with the pin drops, didn't we? I mean, that was quite apparent. So they definitely feel like they've got this one maybe already locked in. I would say that for the most part, they've got it right on the money most of the time, more often than not, I would say. FA Sky, sure. We've got every opportunity to come back here. Don't get me wrong. They can draft this right. They can bring this to the 5th and final. But at the same time, I feel like the experience is just starting to shine a little bit more through from FA Upper Moon. But that can also go against them if they get too overconfident. They get kind of too familiar in their surroundings and start to drop the ball a little bit more continuously on into our next games. Then it could prove costly. Let's see how things play out. Again, I've got to say again, don't give Fang to Orca, guys. Come on, have you not learned anything from that? Don't do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just so surprising to me how late these teams are managing to get Fang in drafts. And I'm just so shocked that they're not banning him more frequently. I mean, it's clearly shown time and time again tonight that Fang is still somebody to be reckoned with even before the broadcast. If anything, I feel like Fang got a buff coming into this. He received no nerfs of any kind, and he got a gadget that is really, really valuable. You know, having the ability to stun opponents for a second in your area is a really big deal. I mean, you can do even more than one brawler if they're clustered up together. So I think that's a really, really strong play. I really anticipate seeing Fang a lot in these bounty and KO modes again, and it's been so dominant tonight, and Orca just demonstrating it so well how good Fang can be right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Corn Fu was the first gadget for Fang, and one that a lot of the pro scene said was incredibly underrated. Doesn't appear to have much bang for its buck, but for those that know how to play it well, it was giving them some good value. But now it is just roundhouse kick all day long, isn't it? And I did think it was going to be one of the stronger of the gadgets. We have seen others playing a pretty key role today with like Colette as well, with that gotcha gadget coming in really nicely to play. But it does seem roundhouse is getting the most amount of playtime and airtime, but again, we kind of expected that. I think it's probably too early a stage for Fang to be looked at in terms of the balance changes. I think that everyone saw early on the effectiveness of that super. I think that was the most prominent feature, and one that I actually wasn't sure was going to translate into the BSC when I first saw Fang, simply because it's so weak leading up to getting those moments to have in the first place. I felt like it was maybe something which wasn't going to shine and have, and I really wanted to see Fang in competitive. So I'm very pleased on that side of things, and I'm sure a lot of the pros do not want to see a balance change to Fang because they quite like playing Fang, and we're seeing exactly why today. It's definitely a great thing to have, but I fully agree. I'm surprised we are seeing it able to be played, or rather picked in the draft stage as late as we are. I thought it would be a go-to thing, but again, maybe his weaknesses for that same reason is the reason why, because ultimately having that first pick there means that you can maybe try to outrange him or try to outplay it. But again, a draft can come out shortly as the players collect themselves. We go into our next map and mode, but definitely some interesting traits that we are already seeing today so far in the SESA and ANZ region.
For sure, and if you're a player at home who loves to game a little bit, I feel like Fang was somebody I was kind of questioning too. You know, it's very difficult to hit his regular shot. It's unique to him because the range is actually wider when you're shooting the shot than the actual shoe is. It's very interesting to see that play out, and it can be very difficult at long range to really hit those shots, especially when they only do about 400 damage or so, which is not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But he's got such a dynamic super, it can change the game just like, say, somebody like Jeans or Taurus can. So he still brings a lot to the table, and I think we're really seeing that play out here today, especially with the new gadget introduction. So yeah, I agree. I personally am a big Kung Fu fan, so I don't really mind seeing Fang here in the meta. But yeah, I'm so surprised that he's available as readily as he is.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be your preferred brawler for that reason, right, Kenny? I mean, you got the branding all over that, so embrace it, go with that. I think we might have hit on some important things here today. I'll take a royalty on that one for sure. But yeah, I fully agree. I think that for me, if FA Sky are going to bring this one back, they've got to place a bit more urgency around how FA Moon are clearly favoring Fang. I'm pretty sure we saw them picking it a lot as well in the quarterfinal stages. The semi-final stages now are upon us and could swiftly be pushing FA Upper Moon into the grand final today if they can get a win on Heist. It's going to be safe zone, so this draft so crucial now for FA Sky to get it right, and they are doing so with banning Fang. So I think it's a pretty decent start, as we were literally just discussing that very thing.
Yeah, going to be electing to pick the Piper first overall. I don't even know if that's a brawler we've seen tonight more than once, maybe on Bridge Too Far a little earlier today. But other than that, you know, that's a brawler that I think definitely can have a lot of value here. And now we get to see Brock in the meta once again with that nice recent buff. They're going to elect to play him here. Oftentimes, teams will try and get a wall break option for themselves. You know, Colt and Brock in the past, even when they weren't the strongest in the meta, do show up on this map a decent amount. They like opening up that right side. Now we see Colette and Iuna electing to go for the Colt, I'm sure for that wall break reason as well. I'm curious to see what this last pick here. It's going to be Ruffs. I was anticipating a Ruffs or a Pam pick just to try and counter brawlers like Colette and Piper. So I think that is an excellent option. Those sandbags are going to be great into really all three of the brawlers on FA Sky. And once again, I think we find ourselves in an interesting situation. You know, a lot of long range finally coming out here tonight. You know, a lot of the times I feel like we've seen some more balanced compositions, but I feel like this is just going to be a tried and true classic safe zone encounter where it's just a lot of range and really relying on those mechanical skills.
Yeah, one brawler that evaded the draft that I was surprised to see was the Rico. I do love that, and being able to push up with that can be a great thing. But I guess with a lot of these wall breakers here, maybe something which wants to be considered now in terms of the meta. So I can see that working out quite well. Sandbags going down on the Ruffs to deter the Piper then on the side of FA Upper Moon. Instinct making good use already of the Brock Incinerary being base kit side of things, and I do like that. It looks to be full Rocket, and that's been my preferred star power in my time playing Brock. I'm really enjoying Brock. There's a nice tap there through the mid from Loai as a chance really for FA Sky to make a comeback. I do feel like they've got a very good draft here, Kenny. This could be the chance for a turnaround.
Yeah, I like that Brock's base kit now includes Incendiary too, because that's just extra damage, area control, and when you're attacking that high safe, I mean, it's just a little extra kick of damage that goes in your favor, as now Ruffs is moving forward and doing quite well with Iuna here. Those sandbags shielding for him, even though Orca is low, he is still able to maintain his position for now, heal up a little bit, and now Iuna in a tough spot here. Gonna have 636 HP. It's gonna be a tough situation. Star preemptively popping a gadget as well. They get a takedown, no value there, and we're seeing more and more deaths toll up for the side of Sky. Free Agent Moon doing a great job of just maintaining this mid control, and even though they haven't dealt a ton of damage here, I really feel like they haven't been taken down too frequently or let off the reins.
Star didn't give much value from that gotcha gadget. He wants to get the healing off the back of it, but you got to connect the shots in order to do just that. It's actually more rockets, and I was wondering actually as I was talking before with Instincts running it is going to have a lot of damage on the safe if he's able to connect it. So watch out for him on that right-hand side lane for FF Moon. As damage coming down from Star might be the very thing to feed actually here. Instincts get super no, taking down just in the nick of time. But a nice amount of damage so far from FA Sky. Again, if that Brock gets on their save, I do worry. There's going to be so much damage, especially we consider the Ruffs as well. If Orca can actually give him that buff again as he went down, he's going to lose it. That's going to be a scary thing. It could be a quick, swift turnaround for FAF Moon here.
They've got 15 seconds to go. Instinct no longer has a super, but the Incendiary coming in as well. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a base race here. Your classic Brawl Stars attempt at getting the most damage. It's going to go back and forth here as the entire side of Free Agent Upper Moon looks to get some damage. It's going to come down to the wire, and they barely get it. 6% being the difference maker there. They were able to get all three of their brawlers to the opposing side. Game number one going to go in their favor. And even though I don't think they have as heavy hitters in terms of damage dealers, you know, you have the Colette super, which does 10% immediately. You know, Brock with the super can do a lot of damage, but I mean, on the side of Bell and Ruffs, they're not the highest DPS brawlers, so I think that worked out pretty well, I would say, for Free Agent Upper Moon, considering that came down to a base race.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than I thought it would be, actually. And again, I think a lot of the reason why was because the Ruff's supply drops coming in, giving the buff, and I was surprised Instinct didn't quite get super. I think he was probably one shot away towards the end, and I saw some very smart body blocking as well, as a nice defense there already, and the pressure then being faced straight back to Loai, who's going to have to, pop a nice homemade recipe there and continue taps into Instinct. Gets super. Oh my word, Loai just absolutely popping up and getting some shots on the safe for good measure. A nice amount of aggression, but again, so much is going against them right now. FA Upper Moon on match point and now start to assert some dominance of their own.
Loai making a clean getaway there, but at no cost. Now Moon going to be advancing forward. They get a takedown there on the CZK, but Instinct has a super. They take him out right before he's able to let that hit the safe. And Colonel Russ has kind of been hanging out in this bottom left-hand corner for a while now. And he's not the highest DPS brawler. I really don't blame the side of Sky for just leaving him, because when you have a Colt super on your side, it can rain in a lot of damage. And that's what I was mentioning before. There's so much damage to be dealt on the side of Sky. If they can just get to the safe, sometimes all it takes is one really good push, as we're seeing here. Iuna still letting it hammer down on the safe, 6% remaining. Can they get the nice body blocks here? 1,300 damage left. They get the takedown for now, but they're down 50%. This is a very tough situation for free agent Upper Moon.
Yeah, they dropped the ball a little bit there, and I fully agree with what you said, Kenny. They just, why bother even, why just leave the Ruffs? Exactly, leave the Ruffs. Let the Colt do all the damage, and they're on 2% now. I was waiting for Instinct to be able to connect that on the safe. It's not going to happen. Loai's going to pick up the nice snipe there onto the safe. I really want to see more rockets on the heist safe. I want to see that for the first time. I want to see that damage rain down. Some mistakes there from FA Upper Moon, I felt. Just kind of maybe getting a bit overconfident. They've got themselves the cushioning, though, it's fair to say. They didn't seem overly worried about it. I think this time round, we might see them be a little bit more so.
Yeah, and I just really like that decision to leave Erupts on the safe pretty much throughout the entire match. You know, they let Orca do his thing. He's not a high DPS brawler. They took advantage of that 3v2 situation for the most part and just kind of left him out in all the action. And I think it paid off a lot for him. I mean, they ended up having a 50% lead at one point, which is a very, very huge lead in Heist in general. That is not too often at a professional level. You're going to see brawlers take off like that. So I really, really like the way they played that second game there. If they can replicate their actions, it's going to be great. But I'm sure Orca will not make the same mistake again. I'm sure they're going to change up their strategy a little bit here in game number 3.
Okay, well, and again the gotcha, but gonna hit a brawler with that gadget. So the healing not gonna come up from the sandbags. Now Instinct, watch it go. More rockets on the safe, and that is what we wanted to see. That was the strategy coming into this one with the Brock pick, and yeah, I like the way that everyone now starting to work more harmoniously well together, taking these side lanes a bit more seriously, and yeah, battening down the hatches yet again. A nice amount of takedowns there, and pretty much now everyone focusing their attention onto Star, who's surely going to be following suit. But the gotcha gadget, they're keeping him in the mix there and giving him a ton of value. Will we see now FA Sky start to get some damage of their own?
Yeah, they got a little bit to come back here, but a nice super coming in from Star. He is taken down, though. They were not messing around with that. 10% going their way. Iuna getting a nice amount of damage on the Orca, but he remains alive. Going to give CZK a power-up even, and he's going to come back for that to get that nice extra HP buff and a little extra damage on their side. I mean, every shot counts at this point. They do have a nice 20% cushion here, but again, we've seen it time and time again. This side of Sky has a very high DPS and damage dealing to that safe. So if they can just make one really good push here with about 30 seconds to go, it could go in their favor and they could keep their tournament hopes alive.
Great jinx from Loai, but not quite getting the same value in the follow-ups of the shots. They were not connecting. That's the problem, realistically, at this moment in time. Maybe the pressure getting to them a little bit. They are under a match point and trying to hang on to their tournament lives here at the moment, as the push coming in from FA Upper Moon is there. The lead so far still just clinging on for FA Sky, but how long will it realistically last? As the takedowns are there, and FA Upper Moon now will surely seal the deal and see themselves going in to today's grand final. The thumbs down pin says it all there, and they have done it. They will be in today's grand final, and still we barely see a smile from CK. Just still staying composed, but he's got Bruce there to give him a good old bear hug.
Yeah, nothing like celebrating with a good Bruce hug right there. And he just looked like it was another day in the office. I mean, great plays overall. And I mean, 3-0, that's the most dominant I think we've seen today. And, you know, that set came down a little closer to the wire. Game number 2 definitely favored the side of free agent Sky. But I mean, free agent Upper Moon really proving to the world that they deserve to be in this grand final and considered for the #1 spot in our first month. I mean, great plays overall. I thought their draft was excellent throughout that entire match. Honestly, I think very well deserved.
Yeah, and an interesting prospect now, yeah, because, you know, CCK was with that Team Flash roster. So as we start to line up our next matchup, you know, as we just kind of have our reflections here before we do, you know, how's that one going to play out? We'll talk a bit more on that in just a bit. But yeah, very dominant, as you can see on the score lines. A few prospectful moments, though, for FA Sky. It's got to be said, as a team that we didn't underestimate at all coming in. And I think definitely could have been a very different scoreline, actually, if a couple of those moments had prevailed for them in the sets to see things be a bit closer. But that is the most dominant scoreline that we've realistically seen today. It was a best of 5. So for that to happen and be a straight sweep in terms of the sets, I've got to say, you know, FA Upper Moon going into today's grand final, that is something that you cannot underestimate. We're going to take a quick look now at our brackets for today. For those of you that maybe just be coming into the stream now, this is how today has gone down. Can you talk us through it?
Sure. So we had some intense plays from round number 1. It did lead to Sky and Upper Moon facing off, but we did see, regardless of them both having 2-1s in their first matches, they are going to get the win there on the side of Upper Moon, 3-0. I feel like a lot of those sets were a little closer than maybe the scoreboard will indicate, but I think Upper Moon was the clear favorite here today. They did a great job. They have a wonderful roster that is pretty deep and just very talented overall. I think some of these guys are about as talented as you can see in the region, and better yet, the world. And now we're going to be moving on to free win agents going off against their opponent. And I think it's going to be a close one here too. Grassmuddoppin was pretty good. They did play few nervous men in the first round. They beat them 2-0, which was our only non-2-1 of the first round. I think they proved they've got what it takes. Wiggly Spoo facing off against previous teammates as their coach, of course, at the time, is a very interesting one to watch. But I do think free win agents is the favorite coming into this matchup, and arguably for the region too. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because there's literally now no possible way that we don't see these kind of run-ins with the former Team Flash team. We've got, you know, Response and Cooper Ace with free win agents up against their former coach, Wiggly Spoo, and we've got ZZK, who's in the grand final with Upper Moon. It's exactly what we wanted to see realistically play out, as Team Flash, obviously the front-runner team for SESA and ANZ last year. A few sort of separations here and there. So, you know, is it going to be free win agents, you know, that core kind of team that are going to be able to take it all the way to today's grand final and maybe all the way to actually secure it there? Or is it going to be Wiggly Spoo with an upset? Or is it going to be CZK to show his former teammates that he has still got what it takes to go all the way? These are the storylines that I love when they develop, and a lot of the reasons why my predictions are not always on point, because I tend to think with my heart, Kenny, and what I want to see rather than what I think is actually going to play out. Let us know how you are getting on with your predictions, guys, at home. Head on over to event.brawlstars.com where you can secure them in. It's very important to do so because you're going to be able to earn some in-game rewards, and that goes a very long way, especially with new gears in the game and level 11. I'm sure many of you at home are looking to get to that stage, as I'm still almost there myself, but still got a bit of a way to go. We're doing pretty well here so far with our predictions, but you want to be able to get through those tiers to earn yourself that exclusive Rosa pin, championship pin from the BSC. So yeah, make sure that you are really thinking carefully through everything you're doing there, because yeah, you want to be able to flex that in game, right, Kenny?
Yeah, 100%. And I know I definitely want those progressions too. I am trying to get all the power 11s I can get my hands on, so any little bit counts. So if you're at home, definitely participate. And even if you get them wrong, still a lot of fun. I know I've been there before too. My world championships were not perfect by any means. And even today, I think things have gone a little bit better for us, I'd say. I think we're doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, I mean, I like where we are sitting rather than the playing side. I think there's a reason why we're here, and it's the stress and, like, not to mention the skill. I mean, these are the best players in the world, so it's a pretty small net of players that can actually compete at this level. But either way, free win agents up next against Grassmuddoppin. It's going to be Coup to Ace Response taking on their former coach. Are the brains going to come into play from Wiggly Sprue on the side of Grassmuddoppin, or is it going to be the brute force and skill on the side of Free Win Agents? Of course, Free Win Agents joined this year with Sergeant, a new player to their roster, and one that's had phenomenal success within the region, and is going to be coming in this time round to show why he deserves to be on that roster. Well, the bans are in. Kenny Crow, again, that favorite brawler that we've seen all day in this region, banned out early on, as well as the Fang. So these bans excite me quite a lot, and it's going to be double swoosh for the map for Gem Grab.
Yeah, I don't think either of those bans surprised me at all, but a Sandy first pick overall is actually a little shocking to me, considering brawlers like Gene and Max are still on the board here. Maybe that's the side that Grassmuddoppin is looking for, but Wiggly Sprue has proven time and time again to be a good coach and brain for this game, and it looks like they're going to immediately take Pam and Gene, which I really like those choices so far. I think it's a very versatile option. You've got Pam, who can be very beefy and address a lot of brawlers, say if they wanted to go a tank on the side of Grassmuddoppin, and then they've got Gene, the game-changing super, a time and time again mid for Gem Grab. I'm really liking so far what Free Win Agents have done. And again, I don't dislike the Sandy pick per se. I'm just very surprised it was their first pick overall. I think there are other options out there, say somebody like Spike, maybe, that if they wanted a lane option, I personally maybe would have favored a little more just because it can address a few more brawlers. But having the Sandstorm on this map is really, really nice. It does cover a large area of the map. So I definitely see where their head's at. Me personally, though, I do really like this start from Free Win Agents.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head, in all honesty. I was shocked about the Sandy pick. It's a bold thing to put out there as your first one. I much prefer what's going on with Free Win Agents. I'm not going to lie. I think, yeah, Pam lane, Gene mid. I think use some speed, actually, on the side of Grassmuddoppin, or some brute force with a Rosa or something. Maybe Max and Rosa wouldn't be a bad shout, actually, to overthrow some of this. But then you may see a response being a Shelly, of all things, I know, on Double Swoosh. But this is the thing that's, for me, Free Win Agents have got at their disposal. They can see what's going to happen. Okay, not that. They're going to go with the wall-breaking ideas. Mr. P, though, didn't see much promise from it today, but I'm open to being proved wrong, and there's the Rosa. No possible chance for Grassmuddoppin to counter as well. You've got to be so careful with those last-moment tanky picks. The thing that I always suggest that Grassmuddoppin do now is keep the grip on Sergeant. He's probably the best person to deal with it. If they don't do that and they make mistakes and leave someone else to deal with that Rosa, Pharaoh's just going to tickle it. So same with Wiggly. They've got to keep the grip on the Rosa. That is their only chance here, as I do feel like Free Win Agents have got the better draft.
I do too, and honestly, like on paper, this doesn't look close to me. This is one of the bigger gaps, I feel like, and I think it was really smart on the side of Free Win Agents to take both Gene and Pam, because those are two really solid mid options here. And Mr. P does do well in the Gene, but we've seen this matchup a couple times now tonight, and even though Mr. P on paper, if they're even brawlers, should do better just because it addresses Gene really well, it still hasn't gotten the job done yet. And right now we're seeing Sergeant and Response moving forward. We're seeing some aggression coming in from Response, and it's going to be really nice to have that aggressive side to deal with 8-bit. I just feel like the overall comp from Free Win Agents is better. I like Griff. I like the buff he's gotten recently, but I don't know. I'm not feeling the comp from the side of Grassmuddoppin nearly as much as I am Free Win Agents.
Well, it's the thing. Kirst last night in the EMEA region was just banging on last night constantly to me about how good Griff is. And I do see it. Now, the thing is, we're seeing on the Rosa side from Response, a very smart play, bringing in the grow-like gadgets. So he's trying to build the bushes, whereas actually Ferris trying to break the bushes. And I actually kind of feel like Grassmuddoppin have got a chance here, but the magic hand would say otherwise from Sergeant.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think Griff's in a really good spot right now, and the more they open up this map, it does make it very difficult for Response to get any value here. They are getting a lot of invisibility plays from Wiggly Sprue, so I'm glad they're putting Sandy to work here, getting a lot of value out of it. But Sergeant, once again, with another pull on his side, and that's going to be such a momentum changer. If they can pull another one off again, they are now going to be able to just kind of hunker down here. They're as a group. Coup Date's going to be looking to probably get another superhero. Wiggly Sprue, I think now throwing down the third Sandstorm, which is a lot of value for Sandy. So that first pick overall coming in handy for them. Gotta respect it. Another pull coming in though. It's Sergeant getting the takedown alongside Response. Looking very good here. It is 8-7 though. Mr. P has hung on for dear life in the mid here. Response though quickly taking out any of the extra penguins rushing at him, as now he pops a super of his own to get some good value there. Get a little takedown, and Sergeant starting the countdown.
It's actually very close, but at the same time, Sergeant has got to stay on his feet. He's got the magic hand. Oh, and he doesn't fret to use it. My word, getting those gems is going to go a long way now, and nothing Grassmuddoppin can do about it. There was a small window of opportunity there, I did feel, towards the end, where if they just got a few more heals, the gems were quite closely tied. But yeah, that's what we kind of expected, realistically. Free win agents not giving a look in. I feel like the draft is favoring them, but I feel like maybe we all felt going into this matchup that it was going to be very one-sided. I don't think that's been quite the case. Grassmuddoppin showing that they've got a little bit of fuel left in the tank, despite realistically having, a more challenging approach. But their strategy for it is working. On some level, it is working.
No, I completely agree. I think we got to give credit where credit's due. They played a very intense match there, and it certainly worked to a very large degree. You know, a couple gene pulls away from it, maybe even going in their favor, as Sergeant missing one there. I feel like one interesting thing, too, that we're seeing here is Sergeant's really letting loose on these gene pulls, not holding them for too long, which is something you often see just to kind of threaten the enemy. Sometimes not using the super has a lot of value, too. It really forces the team to be more hesitant, be cautious, because they don't want to dump off all those gems they've worked so hard for throughout the entire game to just go immediately to Sergeant. So I think that's a very interesting choice from him. He's really letting them loose and just trying to get the pulls throughout the game, as now they're in a really, really good spot at 8-0.
Yeah, and the magic hand yet again available, and Sergeant's been really connecting well with them so far, responsible of the aggression from behind there to Byro, and yeah, not much that he can realistically do about it, but staying on his feet nonetheless. Turrets all doing their thing, but Sergeant, going backwards, and bringing Wiggly with them. The gems go down, though. Will there be a snatch here? I'm not too convinced. Yeah, I don't think they can get the gems out, but a reset is a reset. Time is key. They're going to do another one, and probably another one after that, but this is the best outcome so far they can hope for. But can they make another one happen? And the reset will have to happen in the next 5 seconds. I don't think there's going to be enough time, realistically, to keep the pressure and response. A big tanky brawler. I don't see it happening. Sergeant with another magic hand. And that is all it's going to take. That is going to be it. Free win agents making that one look very straightforward. With what we felt was the better comp, but they had to play it equally as well in terms of their skill.
Yeah, you know, I definitely dogged on their comp a little bit there just because it was so surprising. It's not something that we've really seen recently, but I think honestly they played it better than I thought they would. You know, game number 2 not necessarily going in their favor. I think just the side of free win agents played their composition so well, and I just think it was a little stronger overall. But that's definitely something, if they can get an even stronger draft coming in the next one, I think make it closer. You know, they had a pretty strong performance in game number 1 despite what I feel like was a draft difference there. So even if they can make it even, say, win the draft, I think you can't count them out of this one by any means. You know, even for a composition that I was so surprised to see, they played it pretty well, I would say. I mean, I definitely want to give them credit for how good of a job they still ended up doing despite what I thought on paper would happen.
Yeah, and I think we've got to also really hammer home the fact that, you know, breaking Bush now this year is not a bad strategy at all. Last year it was all about like visibility, and that was the only consideration. But now with the speed gear, that's a huge nerf to your opposition if you can eradicate some of that. So, you know, taking away that maneuverability, which is exactly what a Rosa wants to do, is close the gap very quickly. And I'm sure people at home have had that same experience of not really having the time yet to adapt to what it feels like. The timings are kind of all a bit ski-whiff now with that speed gear in play. You don't have nearly as much thinking time to respond, and all of a sudden you got a brawler right up in your face. So bans coming in though for Hot Zone now. Joining Beatles up next, banning Byron and banning Fang. First pick is up, and it's Coop the Ace going with Colonel Ruff. So the response from Grassmuddoppin to soon come, and this might be better for them actually, because last time they had the first pick, right? So this time around they got a bit of time to think through their response, because I felt like it was a very dominant first start last time around for free win agents.
Yeah, I honestly really like having second pick here. I feel like there's a lot of different brawlers that can work well, and I think Ruffs is a great pick. It is good to address several different brawlers that, say, Grassmuddoppin could end up selecting. But at the same time, I don't think Colonel Ruffs is a dominant enough brawler to where it gives them such a clear-cut advantage to where having 2 really, really good picks here couldn't be enough for Grassmuddoppin. So I honestly don't mind them not getting this coin toss here. You love to see the ban of Fang here. Can't blame them at all. And they're going to go with Ems and Bell. Once again, we're really seeing Ems get selected a lot on hot zone maps, especially tonight for this region, and being a fairly early draft choice here. I like Bell too, very versatile kit. I imagine they're going to be trying to go for some nest egg plays here, getting those nice bounce shots. But if I'm on the side of Response and Sergeant, I think the first brawler I'm kind of looking to here is Sprout. I think somebody like Wiggly Spoo on the Bell is not going to be able to hit Sprout. It's going to be very difficult, and Ems not with the most insane range. Great control. Looks like they're first picking Spike, which I really like here, and I think if they could honestly lock up a Sprout here, I think it would be a very valuable pick for him too.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sprout's a really good last pick. So they're going to pretty want to try to avoid that on the side of Grassmuddoppin by taking it themselves. And that's actually a really strong strategy. Sometimes you know what your opposition wants and you just kind of take it from them. But I also like the fact that Grassmuddoppin were placing a lot of consideration towards the Ems, knowing full well that if they left that a bit wide open, maybe it could have opened up the doors to a tank and they'd have to be forced then to pick a counter for it as their final pick. It's going to be Meg, probably not yet Sin today, and one that can perform very well on hot zone. I really like that from Response. Obviously, you've got to really get your super early on to assert your authority. But now, do we see that Sprout pick from Cryptic or something else? Potentially, the Crow has not come out yet. One that we've seen favored a lot in this region. What are your thoughts, Kenny?
I still would like to really see a Sprout pick here. I think that's going to be a great way to address Spike in general. And now I kind of see more where the head of Grassmuddoppin's at. I feel like, you know, they picked Bell as a way to address Colonel Ruffs, I imagine. Ems is going to be somebody that I feel like is just strong on this map. But honestly, on Response's side, I really like this Med pick. This is not one I mentioned at all or really thought off the top of my head, but for a really long time, I would say Meg's best mode is arguably Hot Zone. And this is going to be a really strong one, despite not seeing her as much in the power match format as recently. She's still really good, and we do see the Sprout pick coming in there. I just think that's a really solid pick on this map in general, especially when you've got these more mid to long range brawlers. It's going to be a direct counter into Spike as well, so I really like the thought process from Grassmuddoppin here a lot more. I think their draft is going a little bit better in this game mode than, say, our previous one.
Oh, Cooper Ace is actually going to be taking the Meg roll and goes down swiftly there in a wall to lay off the mid, leaving Response all alone, and he's go down as well. That's a great start. It's got to be said for Grassmuddoppin. It's exactly how they wanted to play this one, and just try to starve Cooper Ace from getting the value that he wants. He wants that mech. Once that mech comes in, there's not going to be anywhere realistically for Grassmuddoppin to go. So the longer they can hold him off, and that's another great way of doing just that. 2 consecutive takedowns on Cooper Ace on the left-hand side lane, and all the mid control to their disposal.
Wiggly Spoo doing a great job of cycling off these walls too. You know, they're just cutting off this middle area. And Coop Days, we're 53% in the game, and he just now got his super. They still haven't been able to execute a Meg robot yet. Cryptic going to be pushing forward as well, trying to get some tags on the Response who's marked. This is going so well for the side of Grassmuddoppin as we finally see Coop Days in his full form moving forward, but he's already very low HP. Ems is going to be able to shred through that. He's going to be able to advance forward and try and take down Wiggly Spoo. He finally does. And for the first time this game, we see free win agents on the hot zone for more than a few seconds.
Now, this is a lot of time spent from Grassmuddoppin in the mid. 82% capture already. But I feel like if free win agents can really lock this down, they can still get a win here. I love the strategy from Sergeant, breaking open their entire back cover so they can really maneuver this one to their disposal. And the Bell then will be able to get nearly as much value as a nice takedown there as well. Bringing the score back closer and closer. 50% now and closing. Will free win agents continue this up, or will he leave the doors wide open? That's a great takedown. I think they're in a great spot, especially with that right-hand side lane now fully exposed.
Honestly, at this point, I would say it's almost in their favor. You know, now that this entire map is wide open, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for Sprout and Ems. All 3 of these brawlers have some mid to long range to them. Response just going to keep raining down shots as they now take a lead, and they are going to need to make a heck of a comeback here. They've just held down this mid so well. If Coop Days even gets a robot, I would say it's all but over now, and he does. They are going to be such a good comeback spot there. What a play from them. I mean, they were down such a tremendous amount. They played their strategy well. They were patient. They stayed confident, though. These are things that world champions of the game kind of do. That's in their blood. They stick with it, they persevere, and they never ever give up, which is something I think very remarkable, especially when you're going against another pro team in the first semifinal of the year. They stayed confident, though. They stayed with it, and I think their strategy still worked out really well.
Yeah, world champions are also able to remind their opposition that they've been there, done it, and held the gold. Days dropping the pin, say, yeah, this is why we're able to do just that. You might take me down 3 times in the opening moments and get that 82% lead, but I've been a wild champ. I've got the pin, and I am going to show you why we're able to do what we just did all over it. So you love to see it. Here we go then. Grassmuddoppin with another good start, 17%, but not nearly as dominant as we saw previously. Definitely seems like now the free win agents are starting to get their flow, starting to remember why this comp worked out so well in their scrims, and it's looking very, very different, isn't it, Kenny?
Yeah, the only thing scarier than facing a previous world champion is facing a previous world champion that has all the confidence of the world, as now we see them get a little bit of a team wipe here. Coop to Ace, able to recoup in the middle of the hot zone here. They're going to be able to get some extra percentage points as we go. Response with a good super there, though. It's going to slow down Wiggly Spoo, and now they're very close to getting a takedown on Pharaoh as well, who's forced to back away. I feel like Cryptic's had a tough time here, too. Sergeant doing a really excellent job so far, and they finally get a little trade there. Coop to Ace, though, in the meantime, has just continued to hold this mid area. Wiggly Spoo is going to need to land some shots here onto Coop, and he's already getting closer and closer to charging another Meg Robot. I believe he's 1 or 2 tags away, and there it is. He's going to be able to pop that whenever he wants to, and they're going to continue to open up this map, actually, which I think is pretty smart to even open up their spawn side if they end up getting pinned, which right now doesn't look like they will. It does give Sprout an opportunity to really hold them back, keep them in their spawns. There's no option for that.
Yeah, this comp now is working harmoniously well, and you can see just how smart it was realistically, but Sergeant had to earn those supply drops to break them out like they've done. So, you know, it wasn't just given on a plate. It had to be earned, but the strategy's shining through now, and Coop's just teasing the fact that, you know, he doesn't even need to capture the final 1%. He's just enjoying the moment, and why not indeed? 2 sets then to 3 win agents, and it looked like it could have gone a very different way, in my opinion. Honestly, Grassmuddoppin in that first game had a fantastic opportunity there, ahead of themselves to really just turn the screws in that situation, but the wall breaking abilities of that Colonel Ruffs, with the air superiority star power coming into play, you know, Coop Days, I was worried at the beginning, gotta say, like, he went down consecutively over and over, and we pointed it out. At the end of the day, it's not how you play at the beginning, it's how you play at the end that matters most, and that really shone through for me.
Yeah, it was just so interesting. I think the biggest factor there is once they got that Meg in the rotation, they finally got that super charged up, and that was the very key defining moment for them, I think, where they really overtook that huge deficit that they had. And in game number 1, it really proved that Meg can be strong in hot zone. You know, it's somebody that I definitely forgot about in this game mode. Still a brawler that I should keep in mind in the future, and we all should at home. Just showing there how great it can be. You know, when you're in that mech form, it's very difficult to take down Meg. She doesn't have a lot of hard counters when she's doing that much damage. The swing alone does a tremendous amount, over 3,000 damage with just one swing, and you can even take out multiple brawlers at once with it. So once Meg gets in that robot form, especially in a very closed off map where it's a lot of mid-range fights, that's going to be right up Meg's alley. So I think they executed that strategy really well, and I think took advantage of a brawler that a lot of us kind of forgot about, and we should definitely be reminded of now. That's something in the future, especially on dueling beetles, that we're gonna have to watch out for sure.
Yeah, I think Grassmuddoppin as well, like they'll be remembering that moment. Maybe they forgot themselves actually as well. But it's yeah, like you rightly say, very easy with so many changes happening over here. You got your balance changes, you got your nerfs and buffs that are happening to other brawlers, and Meg, who's a super dominant brawler in the meta last year, you know, having a massive run and tear of things, kind of taking a step back a little bit, is fair to say, because there's so much happening elsewhere. You got Fang, who's just doing what he's doing, and you know that's a really strong contender. I think with the explosiveness of something like Fang as well, kind of more appealing, because you know, he's able to make those quick sharp plays, whereas Meg is a very slow brawler to kind of get you momentum with. Earning that super can be a real pain. You're not going to get any takedowns along the way either, so it really is like the long game approach there. But that was what free win agents went in their approach to do. They had to get those Ruffs supers cycling as well, making sure to get that maximum breakage possible to really take away everything that the Sprout was giving in terms of value to Grassmuddoppin. So I think overall, free win agents did what they had to do. They were behind, they knew they were behind, but they also knew how to get themselves out of that hole, and that is what is, and what makes great players great. So I did love the cheekiness as well with the pin drops as well, can't lie. I love a bit of relishing the moments. Yeah. The drop is underway. We've got the bands in, Kenny, Fang on the side of Grassmuddoppin, Byro on the side of free win agents.
I think there's a lot of different directions team can go here. You know, in general, I advise not taking throwers first, but it really wouldn't surprise me here to see somebody like Tick come in from either side, depending on who wins this toss here. I'd love to see the Fang ban, though. I think time and time again, we've really seen that prove to be something really strong in these kill-oriented modes, you know, where you're getting points, say, on knockout or bounty based on how many times you can take down the enemy. And now, once again, we're seeing Colonel Ruffs being drafted first overall. This isn't the first time tonight. I don't even think on this map that we've seen this happen. It's clear that this region really values Colonel Ruffs, completely understandably, too. I think this is a map and a mode where he can be synergized with a few different brawlers. You know, if they end up getting somebody like Gene, Tick, Leon, those are all kinds of brawlers that I think will do really, really well with a Colonel Ruffs. To address it, though, we'll see what they end up choosing here. They're going to take Max with that first overall, which I do like to see. I think Max is a very strong brawler right now, and somebody we've seen demonstrated a lot here tonight. And once again, we're seeing Carl be uses away from free win agents to deal with Colonel Ruffs. It worked for him the last time. We'll see what they end up picking here to try and get the same job done again.
Yeah, I really feel like they've got their perfect draft forming right now. You know, again, we kind of questioned the Carl pick, and I think rightly so, in the first instance that we saw free win agents drafting it earlier on this very map and mode. But it worked out phenomenally well. They got the spawn trap in, and that is what this is designed to do. And I'm pretty sure they were up against the Ruffs the last time, so it didn't deter them then. I don't know whether it's going to deter them now. We'll see what the response is from Grassmuddoppin as there's two brawlers yet to be finalized. Stu. Interesting. Not too convinced of it yet myself, to be completely honest. I think maybe something to break open the map is good, but you've also got to have the range, because Carl honestly is just going to keep you doing that, and Gene is good. They're going to have to depend a lot on that magic hand to realistically be able to deter what is a really potentially dominant comp. This third and final pick is quite key here as well, because it could be the final blow. Having the speed to really get inside that zone, the Carl to just continuously push back, and then whatever this is going to be could be very, very threatening. I don't know whether the Grassmuddoppin have got this draft right, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, and I think there's brawlers on the table still for free win agents that they could pick that are really strong here, Piper being one of them, of course. Tara would have been one that I don't think traditionally shows up on this map, but is a really, really great counter to brawlers like Stu and Ruffs both. So I think free win agents still had a lot of really good options on the table, and I think these are all very, very good brawlers. You know, getting Piper as your last pick on this map in particular, I feel like is really, really nice. They clearly value the Carl too. This is 2 times now that they've played it into a Colonel Ruffs pick, so they're at least comfortable with it. Maybe that's just a brawler they've found to work really well for them, and something to kind of keep our eyes out for. I think we questioned it a little bit, but it did work out the first time. We'll have to see if they make it work again.
Yeah, go with the Piper's kind of smart, because ultimately the Stu wants to break open the map, so why not just have a brawler which wants to do exactly the same. A nice takedown early on, a nice tap from Sergeant. Sergeant was actually playing the Carl last time around. He's going to give that over to Response to have the mantle, and already everyone pushed back. I guess it's like maybe Byro trying to go with the Stu pick to counter the Carl. Maybe there is still some knockback, it's going to be said, to have on the field to deter Response. You're going to have probably the lamp blowout from Wiggly Square, I imagine, and also the supply drops coming in with air superiority from the Ruffs. But look at this already. 7 stars killing the blue star. It's looking pretty one-sided.
Sergeant is just taking shot after shot, mid's connecting right now, and I think a really key thing for them is having these walls already opened up. You know, that's really going to help this side of Piper just land even more. And Sergeant just demonstrating some insane mechanical skills. This is a player that a lot of teams were anticipating being a strong one to go up against, one that they feared and looked forward to facing off against in a lot of the surveys with our players this year. So he's definitely demonstrating why he's picked here. But now a takedown, it is tied up. Blue Star in favor of free win agents, and Grassmuddoppin not out of it yet.
Yeah, a few drops of the ball there, all but Byro very low there, getting away with those 4 stars just above the flying hook from Response. Taken down incredibly quickly by Grassmuddoppin. And I've got to say, I feel like considering the lead that Free Win Agents had, maybe they're getting a little bit too cozy with this one, as now maybe this amount of coverage in the spawn could help serve them and their cause in the final 20 seconds that remain.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge defensive stall here as they grab another kill as well. Grassmuddoppin 15 seconds to go, and as Sergeant gets closer, it gets more difficult, and that's a huge takedown for them too. I don't know if there's any way with 10 seconds remaining that they can really find enough kills. Coop Days in Response are going to have to go in, and it honestly looks like they're throwing in the towel here. I've never seen somebody give up quite as early, especially in Bounty. I don't know in terms of math if they could have gotten the job done hypothetically, but I mean, I don't know. I'm just very surprised to see them, throw it in that early. But I mean, I think they did make some pretty costly mistakes there. A little over aggression. When you're up 2-0 in the first two maps, maybe you get a little cocky coming into number 3. But they're perfectly talented players. They definitely can make a comeback here. We've seen them do it time and time again. And they had a really hot start. I'm just not really sure where it all went wrong. I think they just got a little too confident, went a little too aggro, and it didn't pay off for them.
Well, I tell you what, I think Coup Ace knows exactly where it went wrong, because I think that's history in the making. I think Coup Ace openly outing responses to the sole reason that comp didn't work out, which I think is hilarious to see. But let's see whether they can learn from that and bring it back to whether they were hoping to have it, because they had a very strong lead. They were making everything work. They've now been able to re-establish that lead. They got the blue star as well, so they've got to realistically now keep this on their side and not get over-committal with those aggressive players. Just play it slow and play it safe and win the race. That's kind of the message realistically that free win agents have got to display this time around.
Yeah, Grassmuddoppin, I'm really liking the spot they're in right now, too. Sergeant capitalizes on these long-distance hyper connections, and when they don't have that, it's more difficult, but a great gadget connecting with Pharaoh there as they find a more of a lead. A missed pull from Wiggly Spoo there. They are very close to getting a takedown on Coup Ace, but Wiggly Spoo getting a little too aggressive, finally getting a little trade there from both sides. Another gadget coming in here. We're going to see a little airdrop. Not going to do too much for them, though. They're not going to gain any benefits from it. Sergeant opening up the map even more, though. I think that's going to be a big key for them, is just continuing to do that. Pharaoh, though, getting really, really aggressive. It almost looked like that might have been a long dash there.
Oh, Pharaoh, the maximum value of the spawn. 16 stars on their heads and the blue star, and the retreat is there. What a great capitalization there to seize the moment. There was a lot of body blocking attempts being made, but Sergeant was doing so well at the start of this game, but that only served to hand over more of a lead. 10 seconds now, we're finding free win agents in the exact same position they were in the previous game, but can they come out alive? No, they can't. Grassmuddoppin, hang on just a little bit longer as they take bounty as the set is theirs, and Wiggly Spoo feels about it exactly the same way that I do.
Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen a lot of emotion coming out. He should be jazzed up, too. I mean, what a great set to take home. Making a good little comeback there in game number 1. And game number 2, definitely being more assertive with their positioning, getting those kills. And I think throughout it, they're proving they're not going anywhere. It's still 2-1. Anybody's game still on the table. The job can get done for free win agents here if they win this set. But you can never count these players out, man. I mean, Wiggly Spoo proving that they're willing to stick around, too. They're not going anywhere. They're still hungry. They want to win. And you just see the emotion on his face, how much that meant to him, one set at a time, and they're willing to go at it once again here in just a moment.
Yeah, and I called them out of the draft. I feel like they got it wrong. And to be honest, in those opening moments, it's very, you got to look back and remember, haven't you? Like at the beginning of the matchup, it was so one-sided. I mean, it was just takedown after takedown. And I think that's kind of why Wiggly was the way he was towards the end, was because, at the beginning, they probably felt the same. Like they didn't have much of a chance, but they were able to remember the strategy behind their draft. And it's all about that very thing, making the mechanics work the way that you want them to, and trying to make your opposition play your game rather than you're playing their game. And that's exactly what they did. They seized those moments and timed it perfectly, by the way, as well, to get back into their spawn, not too prematurely, to really make those spawn trap moments count on the other side of the field. And free win agents now, they're going to be reminded with that going into Brawl next, to make sure that they don't overcommit and don't get overconfident. We saw a lot of that. We even saw Coop again blaming response. I think it's fair to say he was blaming a response to put the sad face, so he definitely felt like it was aimed at him at least. But now, pinhole pun. I've got to say, before anything else, Max here, as we saw earlier, being such a prominent pick, I think there's a consideration that both teams have got to have massively going in. Wouldn't be at all surprised if we see a Max ban here, actually.
Yeah, that's one that we've seen a lot tonight. I think it's a great option here as a lane or mid. Max is someone that should just be used a lot of different ways. I also think this region has clearly shown that they really prioritize Crow, and I think somebody who's already a great brawler on this map. If it was banned, I would not be surprised whatsoever. But if those are our two bans, that leaves the door open for brawlers like Fang, who maybe could let loose a little bit. It is a little bit more wide open of a map, leading to some of those opportunities for his super connect to multiple brawlers. So I think this one should be a really interesting interesting one to watch. Pam, another one I'm going to be on the lookout for too here. I think a very strong brawler overall and can just address a lot of different situations. Always more of a safe pick in drafts, I feel like, just because there's not too many really hard counters in the Pam, and she can address a lot of different situations. So looks like we're going to see here Crow is going to be banned, and we have Spike being banned. This looked very similar to when we saw a pinhole punt earlier here tonight. I think Spike's a great option here too, and it does look like we're going to see Pam as well. So a little bit of predictability so far. We'll see how Grassmuddoppin responds. What kinds of picks are you thinking they could possibly go for, Ark?
Is here Spike rather is banned, so Fang is a great thing to have, but it kind of almost feels like that's a trap being led by free win agents that they're trying to lay, and that, you know, if Grassmuddoppin get it wrong, they're going to pick it as their final pick. We have seen that time and time again today that Fang is able to be left on the table. They're going to go with Vagine, which I don't know about, if I'm completely honest. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it worked out well in Bounty, but not my first go-to pick, especially when you got the max as well, but that may be to follow. I prefer the Pam start the free win agents, and more often than not, I seem to have favored their picks, but there you go. Okay, now we're talking. Grassmuddoppin, you got my attention here.
Yeah, I feel like all the brawlers we mentioned we're almost speaking them to existence. I think we still have a chance for Fang to show up here as well. I just believe that Max and Gene synergy is pretty good here. You know, off the bat, Gene not a bad choice by any means, just not my go-to either, not my first choice. Sandy was one I had in mind actually for Grassmuddoppin, and maybe what they were aiming to finish here. Another good one that they could end up coming back to is Ims here. I feel like that's a very tried and true synergy that Grassmuddoppin can go to. I like the Sandy pick here. I'm curious to see kind of what the third pick would be, and there's the guy I've been looking for all night. What a sneaky good pick there. Sergeant going to be going with Ash, especially with that rotten banana coming into the game. His new gadget going to be super helpful. This is the first time I believe we've seen Ash tonight, and I'm really looking forward to it. This is one that a lot of other regions are going for, and again, there's the Ims pick that I was looking for with Grassmuddoppin. I think it's gonna be a really good way to address Ash and a solid choice for this map. I love the synergy off the bat for Grassmuddoppin. I think this is one of their strongest drafts tonight, and I think honestly in the old format this is a team that we would have seen blindly walk up to this map. So I think this is a really good choices from both sides. I love the logic as we get to see the draft play out and just see kind of where both teams' heads are at. So I honestly liked it from both sides, really. I don't see it being too heavily favored towards either one.
Yeah, I was a bit skeptical of the Gene, but I could tell, like, the Gene pick rather, I could tell that you were kind of quite actually up for that, and now I'm very excited to see it. I think this is a great draft. Actually, I think both teams have got an equal chance to make this work. Wiggly, though, under a lot of heavy fire and scrutiny. The Ace trying to pinch us with a response, and Wiggly did a great job, in all honesty, to be able to evade as long as he did. There is the M Super going out as well, trying to deter this, but I don't see this being able to be stopped. There's also a Sweet Dream stun, and that is going to be an early goal in 30 seconds there. Free win agents, yeah, starting things off with a bang.
Yeah, and I don't mind the Gene pick. As a standalone, I would have questioned a little more, but I think a great person to pair with Max here. Great takedown there, too. A better start off of this goal, and now Pharaoh going to be advancing forward, passing the ball to Cryptic, who's very weak, though, going to have to let loose and just kind of heal up a little bit. Coop going to be able to toss it into that bottom left-hand corner. They're going to be able to pocket it just a little bit here as Response and Sergeant are trying to play some defense of their own. Going to be throwing in the super to try and scout out the enemy there and see what they can do. Cryptic's still weak, though, finally going down. He stayed alive for what felt like a really long time considering how low he got. And this is going to be one of the specialties of Ash. He's going to go in, and even though he's pulled, he has the rage, he has the gadget, he can keep advancing forward, finally getting taken down. But some very healthy brawlers on the side of free win agents. Can Coop Days grab this ball in time? No, he cannot. Cryptic playing just good enough defense there where they can hold off a little longer. Cryptic, though, slowly dwindling in HP. The Rude Sands kicking in, and now Sergeant with so much HP trying to move forward. Can he get it in? No, they stop him just in time, and now it's just Response remaining.
I mean, they're doing a great job hanging on. True credit to Grassmuddoppin, but how long realistically can this carry on? Because Ace gets the pass through. Oh, the friend zone. Oh, but he still manages to seal the deal with a goal. This is the thing that we saw earlier from free win agents with this kind of similar idea of a comp. Pam here, you get her up to that top part of the map and just stay in position. there's so much tankiness to deal with, and unless you've got something really hard hitting in terms of DPS, which is pretty why they banned the spike, actually, to be honest, that would have been a great thing to have in this eventuality. But you know, they're so good at weaving their way forwards and keeping that pressure on until those moments where they can just heal up and time their run accordingly. Grassmuddoppin have got a lot still of utility left in the tank, and starting to make a push through now. A nice take down from Sergeant, but Cryptic could get an opportunity here if he can make this work.
Yeah, I don't think he is, unfortunately, being put to sleep there. Coupe Days going to get the job done on that takedown, and they're going to be able to advance forward. And they just have so much HP on the side of free win agents. It's very hard, especially with that wall siphoned off there. They can't really move too much, and if response throws down a super, that's even more pressure they're able to apply as Sergeant gets a takedown there. A kick over to the right. Sergeant going to be advancing forward, and a goal for the side of free win agents here. One simple goal away from going on to being our other grand finals team and beating free agent Upper Moon in the other side.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit bleak, and I think the smiles from Wiggly Spoo going to be maybe deteriorating if things continue on. Let's see how things go. A final ditched attempt is a nice takedown there on the side of free win agents. A response to throw down the healing station as well, which is only going to serve to help his teammates who are all around the situation. Coop going back for the ball. Can they seal the deal right here and make themselves into today's grand final? It's still off the line. It's going to be deterred for a little while longer, but we still need to see a goal on the side of Grassmuddoppin if anything is going to change.
Yeah, an accidental pull from Wiggly Spoo there hurt my heart a little bit here, as now Coupe Day is going to get a pass. He's going to try and get a goal there. Bounced off by the friend zone. Wiggly Spoo back up and at him now, though, with Pharaoh. A little speed coming their way, and finally a little momentum in their favor. With 40 seconds to go, they do have enough time here to get another goal, bring it into overtime if they want to. Still plenty of opportunity, but just the way this has played out so far, the free win agents roster has just been able to get to the other side and stay on the other half of the goal.
Sergeant with a nice take down the left. And again, the amount of healing at disposal here. Response can get this ball through. Coupe Day is slow, but there's plenty of bodies around to get the ball through and power it in. And there it is. But the Cryptic trying to hang on. He's doing a wonderful job, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Sergeant will be the one to pick it up, and that will be it. Free win agents will go on to today's grand final to join FA Upper Moon in what is going to be absolute fireworks in the SESA and ANZ region.
Former teammates are going to get to face off once again. We're going to see who gets the best of it in the first month. And definitely credit to Grassmuddoppin. They're a very new team for a lot of them. This was their first BSC. Wiggly Spoo also transitioning to being a player rather than a coach. You know, great job to them. I think it's definitely something they should be proud of, taking on a very tough team and getting a set out of them even. So I don't think this is too big of a surprise, though, to a lot of us. I think these are the two teams we really expected to be making it to this grand finals based on the bracket here today. And it's one that I think is going to be a really, really fun one to watch.
Absolutely. This is like what I was hoping for, actually, going into today. Secretly, again, thinking with my heart, I would love to see how ZCK will go about this one again. That former rivalry, not rivalry because they were on the same team back in Team Flash, but today they are rivals. But that also is something to take into serious consideration, because for that very reason of being so close, they know exactly how each other like to play, where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, how can they expose those in terms of the draft and really utilize their knowledge and their understanding when it comes to the game. So this is the grand final coming up very, very shortly, and one that I think is going to be a fantastic one. But like you rightly say, I think Grassmuddoppin, love the name, love the players, love the thought mentality behind their draft. Just wasn't overly convinced on it sometimes, but they did fantastically well against some tough opposition. Here is the bracket, guys, if you are just joining the stream or maybe you've been watching the stream and just want to be revised on how today's events went down. It was FA Sky took the win over Reconic Esports in the quarterfinals, and then Upper Moon got the win over Hashira in match number 2. After that, it was Upper Moon that went on into today's grand final with the win over FA Sky. Free win agents on the other side of the bracket did well against Byro Esports, going straight through into the semi-finals first. Grassmuddoppin then as well had a great win over a few nervous men to join them in that semi-final, and that was the match that we just witnessed. And free win agents then in our grand final today up against FA Upper Moon.
Yeah, this is going to be one to watch, and I definitely agree with you. It was one I was really looking forward to if it happened. It's always good to see former teammates and see where they're at now, see who can get the best of each other. And, you know, even though they were on a former team, now they're going to be competitors. It's a different environment here. Both teams are going to be focused. Winning this first month is a really, really big deal, especially when you're looking for that golden ticket to get yourselves to the future World Finals later on in the year. I mean, establishing that early, 100 points in your favor is a lot, Arc. I mean, that'd be a huge, huge thing for them, especially when approaching things like mid-season invitationals, you know, having opportunities to maybe get looked at to go play in that for some nice cash for the players, obviously, but also some really good competition against teams that will more than likely also show up in the World Finals. So establish yourself early on in the year definitely has its benefits, and I think both these teams really want to make that clear that they want a part of it.
Yeah, you gotta secure those points early on, as again, we are doing ourselves, watching from the sidelines, but nonetheless trying to earn ourselves some good rewards in terms of our predictions. Kenny, we're doing pretty well. I mean, are we actually 100% in our predictions so far?
Yeah, 100% on the day so far on the broadcast. Much better than what I will say my World Finals results were, but today I'm feeling I don't know how 100% works in terms of progression, but I mean, if we're undefeated so far, I feel like we're looking pretty good to get a nice free Rosa pin and some nice rewards in the game. So hopefully everybody at home has had similar results as well, but yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can't do much better right now than we are, and if we get our predictions in as well for the grand finals, we'll discuss that in just a minute, then we're looking pretty good. Guys, at home, make sure that you head on over to events.brawlstars.com. That is where you can join us in our predictions and see whether you get it right at home, earn those progressions along the way, get those points in, and if you earn enough points along the way, you will get that exclusive Rosa pin for the BSC. Flex it on ladder, flex it on Power League, flex it wherever you want, but make sure that you let people know that you understand exactly how these matches are gonna go. Right, Kenny, let's put it out there right now. Who are we going for? I mean, FA Upper Moon, very, very accomplished team. Again, CCK has a lot of history with the majority of the roster for free win agents. Free win agents, former champs, responsible and Coupe to Ace. You know, what are you thinking with this one? Talk us through your thought process here.
Both teams have played wonderfully today. I could really see it going either way, but I'm going to stick with my gut. It's been right so far today. I'm going to stick with free win agents here. I think when you've got two players that have played together before, have won world championships together, and played as long as they have, and now you're adding Sargent into the mix, a very, very gifted and mechanically skilled player. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster if you're playing against them, and I think this will be a very competitive match. I think free agent Upper Moon is definitely a team that if they took it away, I would not be blown away. You know, it's definitely something that's completely reasonable in terms of outcomes to think that, but I'm going to go with what I think is the safer pick here, the more established team in terms of how they've done in the past. It's super early on in the year too, so having that long time playing time with each other, when you're relying on those situations, I think it comes down to that. So I'm going to go with free win agents here and stick to my original pick.
I think that is a wise thing to do for sure. I gotta say, watching Orca play as well on Fang today has been wondrous to see, and I think that is also something, however, being said, that free win agents know the danger of. Perhaps maybe in those eventualities, some of those players and teams weren't taking that pick seriously, whereas I think that free win agents are not that team. They will be taking that very, very seriously. And again, CCK, a phenomenal player as well, and we've seen today him looking incredibly focused and just performing exceptionally well. Again, not to take anything away from TH and Instinct, they're playing great, but I'm also really impressed with Sargent on the side of free win agents, and a player that I wanted to see how he was going to develop today. It's a new roster, and you never know, despite how players perform individually, is how you perform as a team, which matters most. And he's been cutting the mustard. He really has. He's been playing fantastic. This is probably the closest match to cool of today in terms of predictions. But I'm going to go with you, Kenny, not because I'm trying to copy your homework, or maybe I am, but
it's all good.
Either way.
All good either way.
We are still, 90% of the way there, almost going. So if we fail, Kenny, we fail together. That's what I'm going with.
I'm okay with that. I can live with that 100%. And yeah, I think in terms of range of outcomes, this is one that could really go either way. I don't really see it being dominant on either side, though. I definitely think our semifinals were definitely on the more one-sided than compared to, say, our quarterfinal matches where, all of those were pretty much 2-1s. But now I think this is going to be one of those scenarios where we're seeing those sets 4 and 5 play out. And I hope so too. That's kind of what you expect in your grand finals here. You know, when the two best of the best of the day are facing off against each other, I would want nothing less than to see both these teams perform their absolute best and really show the whole world that SESA and ANZ is a region that is not to be messed with. You know, I think there's a lot of talent in this region, and sometimes I feel like people forget about that. You know, they do only have one spot going into our world finals, but it's not because they're a weaker region. I think they've got a lot of good talent, and I think we're about to see that displayed here in just a moment.
Absolutely. Well, Bridge Too Far is the first map. Again, I'm a massive advocate for this in Heisman, rooting for it for a long time, so I'm pleased to see it. Bells Rock for Knockout then will be our second game mode coming in, with Gem Grab then for the third. Crystal Arcade, dry season for the fourth. We go that far, and I really hope we do. In fact, I hope we go all the way to Brawl in the 5th and final for Super Beach as well. And you know, I think that this would be very fitting to do so as well. And I sort of keep going back in my mind to what Crypto Ace was saying yesterday about how FA Sky for him seem to not underestimate at all. Well, you know, FA Upper Moon was a team that knocked them down and conceded through and proceeded into the grand finals. So I think that will be on his mind as well, and they will not be underestimating their former teammate. But the bans are in. It's Lola and it is Hyper on the side of Free Win Agents. The first pick, Pam, as Crypto Ace has been going for it, probably shouting in the background for his teammates to secure it and lock it in and pass it over to whoever later on. But that is a good first pick for me in this particular map mode.
Yeah, I think, again, we're seeing a Lola ban here, and somebody that I've kind of harped on more recently, especially after seeing all the qualifiers, that in Heist is a really solid brawler, especially on these more long to mid-range maps, such as, you know, Bridge Too Far, which you're seeing now, Safe Zone, and even a little bit of Hot Potato here and there. But I do not mind the Pam pick here. I think a lot of people at home really expect longer range brawlers. You know, we see Piper ban, but maybe Colette's and Bells of the world show up here too, and it looks like they're going to be taking 8-Bit and Colette here. I know you were a fan of 8-Bit here earlier today, and I think it worked out here too. So it looks like the side of Free Agent Upper Moon are right there with you, Ark. And I think these are pretty solid picks from both sides so far. You know, we still got Bell on the board too, who I imagine will probably be one of the picks here for Free Win Agents, the longer range brawler, and also can help out with dealing with the turret on 8-Bit's side, which makes him really valuable here.
Yeah, you're right, Kenny. I do like the 8-Bit pick. It's a risky one, especially combined with the Colette. We saw a few cracks and holes with that particular combination earlier today, so we'll see how that one plays out. But yeah, 8-Bit's having a great sort of amount of control with the, you know, I imagine running plugged in as a star power for additional maneuverability, but also as well along the way, combining it with that extra credits to really nail down damage onto the safe. Sergeant going in with Bell. That's a great pick for mid. I really like that one myself. I'm kind of curious to see what their third and final will be. Could be Spike even potentially, or Fang. But Fang was, again, having it's going to be Fang. They'll be very careful with Fang though, because it is a tricky map to make him work. You don't really get much value off the back of that super. There's not really any bodies to really bounce off across unless you break open the mid and have everyone clustered. So that is going to be a downside to Fang. But if Response plays it well, a great pick to secure at this stage, because then it takes it away from FA Upper Moon.
Yeah, hitting those Fang shots from a long distance can be really tough, and I was looking for Sprout there a little bit too. I think that's one that goes a little underrated here. Sure, there aren't a ton of walls in those middle lanes, but he does have the distance to get the job done. It can be really hard to reach him here, because honestly, Bell's the only one on the side of Free Win Agents that has any sort of range compared to, say, 8-Bit or Colette, where those more mid to long distance. You know, Fang has a little bit of range with his kick, but it only does 400 or so damage, so not a lot to be done there. I kind of like the composition from both sides, but I think Upper Moons is one that you wouldn't normally see, but I think I'm going to end up liking it here. But I could see it really going either way. Bell's going to be a great pick to deal with 8-Bit, and I think Sprout's going to be a really strong brawler for the side of Upper Moon to really address several of the brawlers on the side of Free Win Agents.
Okay, well, let's see how it plays out. Response already under heavy fire, actually. Damage gear already being shown on the side of Response. I imagine probably one of the preferred gears on this map for sure. I think Sergeant actually is not running it, however. Crypto Ace under a lot of heavy fire in the mid, and this is where I feel like you're absolutely right. The Sprout pick, very underrated here, but looking down that mid, it just brings so much pressure to your team to be able to force their way forwards, and already just a little bit of a sign of damage as clearly FA Upper Moon already making their mark on the safe, and there's more to come from Orko and Instinct as well, continuing this right-hand side lane pressure. I really like this drop.
Yeah, I'm starting to love this draft from Free Agent Moon more and more. You know, even with the ban play there, they tried to get sneaky with it and do some damage over onto Sprout, but he was able to just cycle another wall and really just take charge of this middle area, as now Response is left once again trying to get any value he can, but it's very difficult to hit those long distance Fang shots. They're now going to switch it up a little bit. They're going to throw Bell over onto 8-Bit, which is what they should do, but Instinct getting a takedown there. Another cartridge being let loose, doing a ton of damage there, about 13% every time he fully connects with that. CZK going to be very close and personal with Coupe d'Ace now, and they have a huge margin of lead right now. CZK finally getting taken down. Response gonna be able to move forward, and let's see if they can make anything of this push here. You know, they need a lot of percentage points here if they want to make a comeback.
Larson did well there. He was there for a very long time, actually, and I was hoping to see Yorka get the takedown. He was only one shot away from doing so. He didn't quite get the shot that he was hoping for, but he is working these walls wondrously, I've got to say. Either choosing to block out Response and force him back on the other side, or block someone in. He's, the Response utilizing the lane to great effect there, and showing that he doesn't need to worry about walls when he can just shoot through the water. Great place from him, and already that is so much damage being dealt, though, to Upper Moon, from Upper Moon onto Freeman Agents, and I don't think there's anything they can realistically do about that. With one final shot there, a great start from them, and again, a draft that I think many didn't necessarily see coming, one that worked though fantastically well, and I wonder how the response will be on the other side of things to counter it, because right now, yeah, Sprout mid is a fantastic thing. I think you've got to try to break open some of this map if you can, but I'd have to look back at the comp, see if there's any wall breaking abilities on either side realistically there, and I don't think there really is. So it's going to be a really tough thing, honestly, for Freeman Agents to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, and honestly, I think in terms of who they choose to lane where, I think they did the best job on the side of Free Win Agents. You know, Bell onto the 8-Bit would be my pick for them, but either way, the side of Free Agent Moon is not letting off the reins here. I mean, they've really pushed forward several times now. Orca is cycling walls every single moment of this game pretty much, and it's just allowing them to get so much positioning to move forward and slowly chip away at that high safe. But now we see Sergeant moving in this right side, taken down immediately though between Instinct and Orca has just been sitting here in the mid behind his wall, hanging out, cycling yet another one there. I believe that's his third one this game even, and Sergeant finally getting a little bit of momentum here, but Instinct, a very healthy brawler. 8-Bit is one with a lot of HP as Sergeant finally gets to advance forward, getting a takedown, but with only 552 HP, it's gonna be very difficult for him to stay up here as CZK finally takes him down. Response though, getting some up and close time with the safe. They do a lot of damage here, but still a very, very large lead here for Free Agent Upper Moon.
Ace is staying alive on that 2 HP and just juking wondrously, I've got to say. He's still being a real thorn in his left-hand side, but in the meantime, the damage that has already been dealt by FA Upper Moon is considerable at that, and they can just commit fully this now. A nice pop there from Instinct as well. Takes down along the way to CZK going in. A lot is being dealt with. There's still an opening, realistically though, here for Free Win Agents if they can recollect themselves, and in the meantime, Coop is staying firm on that left-hand side lane, but there goes down Response, and surely they can finish this now. The push through here, it is going to happen. FA Upper Moon will take the first set.
Yeah, that was a statement. In personal opinion, I think that was a really, really strong showing from Free Agent Upper Moon. I think their draft was a little more untraditional, but I think it showed how resourceful they can really be with those picks. You know, they made each one of them count. They all had a purpose, and Sprout being somebody that we've seen this region really like, but that's definitely not a map that I feel like a lot of players, even at a professional level, would super strongly consider there, and I think it paid off really, really well. I think their assortment of really strong brawlers dealt really well with the side of Free Win Agents there, and it led them to getting a nice win there. Both games were pretty dominant in the favor of Upper Moon.
Yeah, I fully agree. I feel like, you know, maybe a bit of a miscalculation there. It would have been definitely beneficial to bring in a wall breaker, I felt. That would have really eradicated the Sprout, but the Sprout was the final pick. It was why it was really smart from FA Upper Moon there to do just that. They knew that they were going to be able to really run riot and lock down that middle control. It just goes to show as well that Fang being as dominant as he is in the current meta, and definitely a go-to pick. Not great everywhere. I mean, this is the second time today that we've seen Fang fail, actually, in Bridge Too Far. So I'm actually kind of pleased for that same reason, because I think that sometimes, you know, viewers watching at home see a brawler which is predominantly strong, and they just think, oh, you can play that anyway. That's just going to be an instant win that team tick, move on. Let's just call this one a wrap and move on to the second set. No, it didn't work out well. And FF Moon played it really, really well for me in terms of that draft. And they thought that process through very well. But as we know, free win agents are incredibly resourceful, and this is far from over. Knockout is next, and a tricky game mode, actually, under the circumstances for them, though, because they are down a set. You know, what would their approach be going into this one, Kenny, in order to try to tie up the sets going in?
Yeah, I think Bell's Rock's an interesting. There's several brawlers that show up here a lot. Sprout's one that I could really see popping up here again. I think Sprout's definitely a great brawler. Wouldn't be surprised to even see it banned. Looks like this time, though, they're going to go for a tick ban, but Sprout picked first overall. There you go. Fang being banned here, which I really like to see, too. And I think Tick is definitely a reasonable one to ban here as well. He can be very pesky and annoying. And in terms of throwers, I would say Sprout and Tick are really the two that I would consider here with the recent Grom nerf. I'm not really as worried about him as I was. This isn't a map that you can gain much from his older gadget. Maybe they find some way to get resourceful with his new gadget that just got implemented recently, but I really like this pick. I think Sprout's a good one here. They're going to go with Gene, and I could see something like Ruff's getting picked here, which we've seen a lot tonight. They're going to elect to go for Stu, which is a more aggressive brawler, but I think this leaves the door wide open for Response and Sergeant to make some really, really good picks here. We've still got aggressive brawlers like Leon. We could see Bell get picked here. We could see Pam. I really like where they're at right now with free win agents. You know, last time I think it was a draft that definitely favored free agent Upper Moon, but now one of the earlier times we've seen Spike here tonight too. I like that pick too. Going to be a great way to address this too immediately. And now they've got one more pick to kind of do what they want with.
Yeah, I feel like Spike here is strong. We've seen it banned a couple of times already today, quite a lot actually. Obviously brings CK into a position where he's got to be very careful with that magic hand to not pull a life plant along the way. Sergeant going in with Ruffs, and that's another very high pick brawler already today. I do like the comp. I don't know whether it's the stronger of this too, as the third and final pick coming from FF Moon yet to come, but something with some range would be great. They got the wall breaking abilities of the Stu if they want to utilize Breakthrough as the gadget, which I assume that is their process here. But definitely to have some more wall breaking abilities would leave the Sprout high and dry, or something along those lines, like maybe in a Brock or something. I gotta say, definitely Barley's not what I thought, actually. Definitely interesting choice. I assume there as well, Healing Tonic coming into play as the gadget of choice to give the team alongside the Magic Passes Gene some more healing utility. But yeah, I don't know, actually. That wasn't what I was expecting. Because I was expecting range here, or something to really leave Sprout in a perilous spot. Gene is always a great thing for me in Knockout, but you know, Byron definitely could have been an idea. But yeah, let's see how this one plays out. Okay, Barley going mid, Gene right hand side lane, Stu on Orca going left. Let's see how this one plays out.
I don't hate the Barley pick, honestly. I think what they were trying to think of as brawlers that could at least find a way to counter an opponent here, because like right now, for example, Orca being the Stu playing into a Spike is not a great matchup for them, but Barley's going to be a brawler that does counter Spike. We don't see Barley really at all in Knockout, though, which is why I kind of indicated that I really only anticipated, you know, Tick or Sprout being picked right now with the recent Grom nerf, as now we see a gadget being thrown there. A little Herbal Tonic to help out the team. Instinct getting taken down a little bit of HP there, but he does manage to stay up. But yeah, very interesting choice there. Not one that I feel like is very traditional for Knockout.
It seems like Instinct's idea was to just match the throw with the thrower, and CZK gets a nice takedown, and Orca doesn't hesitate to go in on the aggressive on Sergeant, but it might not pay off well. Oh, maybe it will! Orca coming in with the double takedown right in the nick of time. I was going to say that I'm not too sure about countering the Sprout with a thrower. I thought maybe just go with some wall breaking, but look how much of the map is now open as a result of Orca, and what a play to seal that first round from him. Done fantastically well there, utilizing a lot of that long dash, actually, not Gasser Hill.
Yeah, that's actually not the first time I think that we've seen long dash tonight, which traditionally I feel like Gasser Hill's been the one mainly played by Stews of the world, but I think they're finding a lot of value out of it, and it's good to see a little change up and see that both star powers from Stu can really be utilized there, as we hear the nice evil Spike laugh come in there. Response still keeping his head up, though. I think they've got a good opportunity here. The Sprout wall coming in, really sanctioning off that entire mid area, splitting the map, leaving CZK in response to a 1v1 of their own. Good tags there, though. Response getting a super, but not going connecting as much as I'm sure he wanted. Now finally getting a takedown, though. Instinct trapped here, though, behind this Sprout wall. Orca going to be very weak, too, and I think they're going to throw in the towel for this round and look to next one. They don't want to give any valuable supers to the side of free win agents, which I think might be a wise move on their end.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. There's no supers now to start the round, whereas there's 2 on the side of FF Moon. So I think CCK will want to get an early pull here for sure and try to get this takedown in play. I think it was a good progressive move from free win agents there, and a slow one at that. They've got to be very, very cautious. They do not want to be down here. There's the sandbags from the roughs of Coop to Ace, and that's a great deterrent of that magic hand. So I like the way this one's shaping up in favor of free win agents. They keep turning these screws. This one is going to look a lot closer.
Yeah, and this is what we love to see. Our round number 3 being very intense. Response throwing a super, though, putting Orca in a very tough situation. This is the matchup they wanted. The tags coming in, and now it's a 3v2 in favor of free win agent. A Barley super, almost desperate, being thrown out there. Spike just needs one little connection, but now he's finally healing up a little bit. There's still a little bit of life on the side of Moon, but now Response moving in to getting a takedown. CZK trying to get a pull, and that's going to be the end of game number 1. Nice little comeback there for free win agents.
Very nicely done. Gotta say, those sandbags really problematic for that Gene pick, which is a really staple diet, it seems, in Knockout. And yeah, a very smart pick at that, not just because of the recent buffs to him as well on the damage side, but definitely causing a problem for FF Moon right now. There's the Herbal Tonic going out early on to try to get the positioning power, but yeah, still not really necessarily serving to much avail as Response as well. I think didn't point out not running Kerbal. I think running Fertilizer. So getting some more healing abilities off the back of that too. But let's see now as a few supers starting to get towards the stage of being formed, and some then plays off the back of them hopefully to come, and both teams playing it a bit passively, and I think rightly so, to be honest, under the circumstances.
I think one of the problems that free agent Moon keeps finding themselves in is I feel like Instinct is running through his Herbal Tonic gadgets so early, you know, in the last game as well. They did get 2 of them down in round number 1 to establish some dominance and got them a win, but after that it made it more and more difficult, and especially as this Storm Circle closes in a little bit, they're going to need to rely on that health. A great wall coming in there, and now Sergeant getting a takedown here alongside Coop de Ace. He's barely able to stay alive. Finally going down, though. A little hope there for Instinct, but no, gonna fall at the last moments there. The Storm doing too much damage in the side of free win agents. Now on another round here, if they grab this one, it will put them at a 1-1. We'll have a tie ball game.
A very important takedown of CCK in the last round, but oh, he gets his own back here. A nice pull down, Coop de Ace himself. This is the chance that FF Moon were hoping for. They've got to secure, and Sergeant getting a clutch kill there at a very important time, because that was the opening. Shut the door very fast in the face of FF Moon. Now it's 2 versus 2, and this has got very interesting all of a sudden.
Yeah, 2v2 here, and I like the odds of free win agent. Spike can be a great way to match up against this Stu, and it's just gonna be a thrower competition, but I believe Sprout's gonna have a little bit of an advantage since they can sanction off part of this map with the walls, but now a good takedown there. Sergeant gonna be weak though. Response gonna have to take his time as well. A super coming out. Sprout able to move back just in time. The Response landing a nice little tag there, and now they should be able to get this job done with a little pinch, and it's gonna be 1-1 now. What a way to finish that off there, as we see Response here with his nice Spike plushies in the background doing a great job there, having the Spike on their side paying off too. So good to see that. 1-1. This is exactly the caliber of match I think we were expecting here though, Ark. I mean, tie ball game so far. I expect nothing less from 2 of the best teams in this region.
Exactly that. Yeah, this was the chance that we had to see really from free win agents, and I saw the life plant there as well alongside the Spike on the shelf there, which was really nice to see as well. Yeah, we are all tied up now, and I think that was a pinnacle moment, because knockout is not that easy, in all honesty. Very easy to kind of go down this line of failure actually, and you know, one person on your team that goes down at the wrong time push your team at a considerable disadvantage. So I think that was a really well thought through game for free win agents to really capitalize and double down on. This is now very interesting. This draft, so much importance is placed upon it as we go over towards Gem Grab and Crystal Arcade. I think though, it's fair to say, I'm sure you'll agree, Kenny, the drafts have been really on point in today's grand final.
Yeah, I think both teams have really demonstrated an understanding of the brawlers, how they currently stand. And, you know, Knockout's a very new mode, too. That could easily be one that both sides could mess up just because it's the freshest game mode being introduced into the BSC this year. You know, it's the least familiar to them. You know, I'm very surprised and, well, not surprised. I mean, both these teams are so great, but I'm just... It's very impressive how quickly they've been able to adapt. You know, they've been able to put themselves in a spot where they haven't had a lot of time to get familiar with these maps, and yet they're doing a great job with it. I think both teams drafted really well there.
Well, we'll see the draft will be for Crystal Arcade, but you know, for me, a lot of brawlers that I'm expecting to see Pam. I mean, that's definitely a consistent pattern that we're seeing with free win agents. They just keep going that Pam pick, and every opportunity they get is the first thing. So I wonder then, for that same reason, whether, you know, FA Moon are going to start to ban it, because, you know, take away what you see as a pattern from your opposition. You know, that is going to take away their comfort, and if they haven't come prepared with a contingency plan for that, then you can really catch their team out high and dry. Let's see as the bans are coming in. So we Stu, which is an interesting one, but look at that. We are going to see a ban, but not from the team that I was expecting to see. So they lost the coin toss. That's why free win agents banned Pam, because they lost the coin toss, giving the first pick over to FF Moon. They wanted to eradicate that from the mix straight away. Here we go with the Sprout, the Spike, and the Ruffs then for free win agents. And the M's pick there, yeah, not going to get much value, it seems, from FAF Moon. There's no tank to counter. Just going to go for some area denial then, it seems, so far.
Yeah, very interesting so far. We'll see how that all ends up handling, but I think there's a few good options there. You've got Max on the board available, you know, Ash still in play, and it's interesting. It's clear that free win agents really does prioritize that Pam pick, and even willing to ban it when they can't have it themselves. So I think that's definitely a brawler that they're certainly favoring right now. They really like. So definitely respectable there. I think they know their strategy going into it, and they either want to be playing that brawler or they want it out completely.
Yeah, and again, you know, I'm just kind of curious to see what that kind of gem carrot choice is going to be as well, you know, because ultimately we've seen a great deal of Jean today. We've seen a lot of Belle today as well, but also Fang this is a map where Fang can really thrive on this side lane. So, you know, and Response seemed to favor towards that, you know, even on the map where it wasn't ideal for him as well. So, but this is not that. This is a map where he can really put it to good use. So, I'm curious to see, but the ban being played, well, that's actually still from the previous matchup. So this Fang is still available here. I kind of always in my head go to Brock on Crystal Arcade. I think it's like old-fashioned in my kind of meta brain when it comes to it, but I just remember that back in the day Brock was so good at just eradicating that middle zone so successfully. Well, look at this though, the Max coming in, which I think is a great pick, and the Mortis. You haven't seen Mortis all day today, and what an aggressive pick for Response to pick then on the side of free win agent.
I kind of like it, though. I like getting a little aggressive here, and I think Ems is somebody that doesn't necessarily handle Mortis really well. So, honestly, kudos to free win agents for pulling out a brawler that maybe they're a little more confident in, but it's a little bit of a riskier pick. Let's see how they execute it, though, as now Sergeant gets a nice phase shift away. Coupe Days barely going down there, too. Response, though, remaining on this left-hand side. He is staying aggressive the entire duration of the match so far, and they've got a huge gym lead because of it.
Well, I like the Byron pick for sure. If you can connect with it, all the more for it. But look at Response lurking on this left-hand side. Coming in is a nice super. Didn't quite line up with Orca, I don't think. And Orca, yeah, punishes the movement for it. So this is the chance, the best chance so far for FF Moon to push through these side lanes and really start to aggress the situation. Because, yeah, as time goes on and the Mortis becomes almost like more sneaky along the way, I don't think it fares well for FF Moon, in all honesty.
Yeah, and even despite Orca dropping his super, which covered most of that Sandstorm, Response just waited a few moments and pushed forward. This is a good takedown for them, though. The gyms are on the ground. They're definitely not going to want Mortis to pick that up. As the main aggressor for their side, they really don't want him to be carrying those gyms if they can help it. Moon, though, manages to pop a super, stay alive here. It is going to be a lot closer of a match than where we started here. It's going to be 8-6, and once again, free agent Moon claiming the mid ground once again. This is going to be a strong comeback for them if they can pick up a few more gyms.
Yeah, I like this situation that's occurring, but Response is still lurking. And as the map gets open, more and more, it's definitely going to favor their strategy. So CCK doing a great job for me of earning those supply drops and breaking things open, keeping Response at bay, and the pressure then still on to free win agents. Look how far back they forced the situation. Sergeant on 60 HP. Response going in, though, does not get paid off for his troubles. And there is the countdown for FF Moon.
They still have to maintain this positioning, though. If they grab one gem, that clock's gonna reset, or if they get a takedown and an instinct, now Response moving forward. Sergeant gonna be very weak here too, though. He's gotta be careful. Can't go down. They do get a nice reset here. If they can maintain their positioning, they can grab another gem and just reset this clock again. And now the tides are turning. This is looking really good for free win agents. Response getting a nice cycle there and a great kill for them. Instinct's gonna be forced all the way back, and they're not gonna have an opportunity to pick up any gems in the meantime.
This is fantastic in the favor of free win agents. Response going to town on this. He's loving every minute of it. The gem's going to spawn. It's going to be too late. They've got to take down Sergeant, who's done a great job of staying on his feet this entire game. Every time it went down to a position where he was low HP, staying in the mix. Didn't drop the gems. That's what you want from a great gem carrier, is a sturdy pair of hands, and that's what he brought to the table.
Yeah, I feel like they had a very balanced kind of organization there. They had Mortis, who had his job. It was to get to the other side, and it was to grab as many takedowns as he could. And I'm sure they're going to be looking to implement something similar there, but they stayed patient. They kept sticking with it. And even when things got a little tough for them, they still remained up and kept finding the necessary gem grab opportunities that they needed. Now CZK going down too in Response, already up to his shenanigans. Once again, look at the dash there, coming in, getting a nice kill for them. It's going to be really looking good once again for free win agents off the start here.
Yeah, it's a really good start, and again, a great time to do so because the cover is still there. Ultimately, at the moment, there's not enough utilities from CZK to break things open, so Response can really make the most of his time right now. 6 gems in the pocket. Coop to Ace with a nice flank on the left-hand side will go down, but nonetheless, I think it was a positive elixir trade, you could say. Let's see what Sergeant can do here on CZK. Nice sandbags coming in as well as a good deterrent for it, and heals coming from Instinct, so this is their chance now, pushing back on the mid and buying their time. They've got to start to slow this advance and get Response shut down, and it looks like they are starting to do just that.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing a little back and forth action, and what a great stop on the Response. They're looking to dive in and capitalize on that situation. You know, not the easiest job, but a great takedown there too. And now Response will be looking to do the same thing again. Teammates are there to help out though. Orca looking like he is going to be able to remain alive here. The heals coming in from Instinct 2 to ensure that. And look at this, they're going to be able to grab a few extra gems, and now they have a small little lead here.
Yeah, it's worked out phenomenally well. They're getting that mid control, but Response is dangerous. They've got to be cautious. And with that Sandstorm coming into play, giving it a nice cushioning, and look at that! There it is! Response timed it perfectly, and that is the exact way that free win agents were looking for. There's the 10th gem. Countdown is theirs. They've got to come back upon the free win agents spawn here for FF Moon if they want to continue this set. Otherwise, this one is going to be going the way of free win agents.
Yeah, it's a very pivotal moment for them. Great takedown from the side of CZK. Both sides going down there. However, Moon does have the mid control here. Do they have enough time to grab enough gems? If they remain in the mid, they could grab another one. This is definitely still up in the air. 10 seconds to go. A gem will surely spawn here any moment now. Kupte is doing everything he can to get his team that gem, though. And now they're going to have to find a takedown with 3 seconds remaining. Can they do it in time? No, they do not. Free win agents managing to squeak by there, getting a 2-0 in our gem grab set. And now getting a very pivotal set in their favor. It's going to be 2-1 as we approach our next map.
Very nicely done. Gotta say, I did worry a little bit. I worried a little bit. Response carrying all the gems as a Mortis, not really where you want to be. Yes, you can evade and you can dash away and try to keep them at arm's bay, but you want to be able to go on the aggressive. There's actually Coop the Ace at the end of that match that went on the aggressive versus Sandy, which is not what you ever expect to see, but just getting in the mix, trying to get a few shots off here and there, just every little bit of HP shredded down. And what a turnaround. You got to hand it to free win agents. It was a great start from FF Moon in that first set, and definitely had me wondering like how things were going to go going into knockout. There's a great opportunity there actually to go 2 sets up, as it is still a very fresh game mode coming into the mix. Obviously new this year, Siege taking a bit of a back step, but or a back foot rather. Going in then to dry season up next, the map and mode that we saw a great deal of last year, of course. Dry season, one of my favorite maps, not necessarily with the pro scene. Sometimes they like to, avoid those spawn trappy kind of maps, but I personally love to squeeze them. I like to see them under pressure, as I'm sure the viewers at home do as well. But dry season, having said that, is one of those maps that does sometimes cater towards being in that spawn. But in terms of a draft, this is where we haven't really seen dry season before, and I think this is the first time today that we are going to see it play out. So I am very excited for this one, not going to lie.
Yeah, I think we could kind of see some more almost throwback compositions here. In the old format, a really tried and true combination on this map was Gene, Tix, and Ruff. And I'm kind of anticipating seeing something like that again here today. I could easily see it. There's a lot of great long range options here, but especially with the buff to Ruffs recently, and clearly this region really, really likes the state that Colonel Ruffs is in. I could see that being a great way to address brawlers like Stu, Piper, Pam, brawlers that could be picked here 100%. So I could see Ruffs being a very early pick here, or even a ban, just considering how things have gone in the region here today. So that's kind of where my head's at, and we might get to see a little bit of some older compositions that worked well in the past in the old format that get incorporated here today.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see any Gene picks as well. Straight away, Ruffs will be the next thing you see. A definite brawler which is thriving off the back of those balance changes, but also, Daryl, which it really is quite interesting. We haven't seen any of Daryl. I mean, yeah, the maps and modes maybe haven't catered towards it, but in dry season, I feel like Daryl could definitely do a great number of plays, especially with some healing support behind it and just kind of playing the slow game, pushing and slowly advancing on that spawn, maybe with a Byro or something along those lines, or just something to support it in the eventuality that it does get targeted. It could come into play here, or some crazy ideas. I mean, looking at a different bounty map, but Shooting Star, for example, we're seeing a massive rise in Sprout, of all things, to kind of see in the meta for Shooting Star. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we start to see some unique ideas being put into play when it comes to various maps along the way. Dry season, if you bring in something that's specifically designed to really do what we've seen players doing today in Layer Cake, bringing in, exactly with free win agents themselves, bringing in the Carl, bringing in the Max, not suggesting Carl would be a great thing to have in dry season, but Max can definitely assert some pressure and some dominance, all the more since we've seen Response playing so well in that last set. I would not be at all surprised if we see some ideas to try to really advance and pressurize those sports situations.
I think Sprout is one that you brought up that is super wise. I mean, we've seen it a lot here today, and it's clearly, I think, the thrower of choice here in this region. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw it. And we actually do see Ruffs end up getting banned here. I think reasonably so. I think he's in a great state right now. Even before the broadcast got started, it was one I wanted to have my eyes out for, and it's good to see that SESA and ANZ is clearly prioritizing it. Interesting here as we see the Bell first pick. That's going to be a good choice, I think. Going to provide a lot of utility between the nest eggs, and even if they elect, we haven't seen it come out yet, but Bell does have a new gadget that's a little bit of a bounce shot. Could be fun if they elected to bring it in here. I like this Max pick though, going into a sharpshooter like Bell. It can be very difficult to hit those shots when you have a lot of speed on your side. I'm curious to see who they end up pairing it with. That's who I was anticipating though. Another Gene and Max combination here. I really like what free win agents have done. I think Bell is a great pick, don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure how I feel about it as the very first one. It's just so interesting to see how each side responds to the other's picks, and I think Max and Gene is maybe the top choice you could possibly have here.
I love it. I mean, ban Ruff's pick Gene makes perfect sense for me, and also combining Max, as you rightly put it, is a great thing to have when you're up against the Bell, being able to dodge everything so well. The one advantage the Bell does have, ideally, is like when the Max does have that the Let's Go super, you get a lot of value, and it makes sense as well with the Pam, because ultimately, Bell would have been able to get a lot of value off the back of a healing station, have it on your own side, and that Sprout pick as well. So there will be some good defensiveness, which does seem to be the flavor that FA Upper Mid have gone for in this situation. They know they're going to be spending some time in their spawn. That is what this free win agents comp is designed to do. So they're going to be doubling down, blocking off some side lanes, having some heals, and trying to utilize as best they can of the circumstances. And Stu is a very aggressive pick to add to what is already looking like a very aggressive draft from free win agents, Kenny.
I was kind of holding my breath too, because I don't think it would have been too crazy to see another late Mortis pick here, which is how I imagine the last draft probably played out. Mortis is not somebody that goes early, but would have been a great choice into Sprout and Bell, to be honest with you. You know, not as much on the Pam side, but I mean, they were comfortable with it before. I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. But Stu, obviously a great option here to be nice aggro brawler to add on to the onslaught of Coop to Aces Max and Sergeant's Gene. I'm liking the composition on the side of free agents a lot. I think that's the one I'm going to give a slight favorite to right now. You know, I think they're great brawlers on the side of Moon, but I like the strategy and how they can implement it. If they do it right, I think it's going to go in favor of free win agents here.
Yeah, Sprout was a good pick, but at the same time, I do feel like, you know, in that back spawn area with the speed, very, very hard when you got everything coming at you full force with a lot of speed behind it to really defend that situation. So Orca's going to be dependent massively so on Instinct and CZK. And they have got the lead so far, and they're looking really like they're thriving, actually. Blue star in their pockets also. Just the 1 star then on the side of free win agents. But at the moment, they are back in their spawn. They are not going to aggress this until they've kind of recollected themselves so far. Response utilizing that shield gear as well will go a long way, but at the same time, so is CZK, so is Instinct. There's a lot of defensiveness around this Upper Moon comp, so there does need to be a push from free win agents, and it's got to be done at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean, I did give the Bell a little bit of a hard time as the first overall pick. I still think it's a great pick, but it's clear that Instinct is very comfortable on this brawler. I mean, you know, the speed only does you so well. If you can't dodge the shots and Instinct's connecting, it doesn't really do you much good, right? I mean, if they're getting the kills, that's really all that matters. Now, Response, I think, trying to get through that wall, maybe, and Instinct going to be trying to bob and weave a little bit on the left and right sides of this, playing a little ring around the rosy almost with Response here, just trying to get those extra tags, and finally he breaks through. Instinct, though, gonna make some nice connections, and a trade there is honestly ideal, I think, for their side. CZK and Coop to Ace trying to get a kill there. Both sides getting very weak, but the heals immediately coming in for CZK, and he's already going to be able to get back in action if he chooses.
Explosive plays, unbelievable plays from Free Win Agents. Now Sergeant wants to target Orca. Everyone is now looking at Orca. He's got the blue star, and that one takedown will be enough, but is the time on this side? No, it is not. They've got to push it, so they've got to push it now. But look at the defensiveness coming into play. Oh my god, it's a great pull to CZK. That is not going to be enough. Upper Moon somehow come out on top, and I mean, looking back, I feel like Free Win Agents, they gave them the lead too early on. They needed to play it a bit more passively at the beginning. There was already so many stars that they were just able to then sit on in that back spawn area. And then Free Win Agents have got a great comp to really seal the deal here, but they've got to be cautious in how they play it a little bit more so going into this next game.
Yeah, free agent Upper Moon does have a very versatile roster. I feel like they can play the good passive-aggressive game, you know, getting aggressive only when you need to, but they can definitely play the defense between Pam and Sprout here. On the side of free win agents, though, they are more of an aggressive composition. You know, if they get taken down pretty early there, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back, because now the side of free agent Upper Moon, like we saw last time, can kind of hunker down, you know, hold on to the lead as the clock dwindles down. And right now, we're definitely seeing a little more of that, you know, passive gameplay, I think, which I think is wise. You know, if the side of free win agents can get one really good push in here, get some kills and a pull coming in there, now they have the first lead coming in for them. Another takedown as well. This is the most ideal thing that could have happened for them in terms of strategy. Instinct getting finally taken down, hitting a nest egg here for Response, but honestly, that was perfect there for the side of free win agents.
Yeah, it was exactly what they needed to do the last round, and they got it right this time. But now there are a lot of stars now on the side of free win agents. They've got to hold on to those stars. Response, though, running gas and hill, quite good on the defensive here. Stay alive in the mix. He's got 4 in his head. Coop to Ace got 3, and he goes down. That is going to turn things around. Oh, Response as well, dancing with death here. He might go down. If he does, oh, his Ace starts to 9, but the return is strong from free win agents, who have come back with 12 and the blue star just in the nick of time. I didn't think we're done yet, Kenny.
Coop to Ace got really aggressive there too, unfortunately landing on a nest egg, and that cost him his over-aggression, got him killed there. Orca was able to manage to find a kill along with CZK. It's going to be 12-10 here, 15 seconds to go, and the side of Response still getting aggressive here, knows he can get the takedown on Orca. Another one coming into. It's going to be a 10-17 here, and I think we're going to have a match point on our hands, Ark. We're going to be going into game number 3 on Bounty.
Oh, again, that championship pin coming out to play, and not like an exclusive, well, no, an exclusive pin, but not a public skin. Only one that the champions of 2020 will have at their disposal to use. And I love that Coupe de Ace is not failing to flex it today. Very, very fitting indeed, as it would be a fantastic start to this year for them if they can get just one more win here. And it looks like that is a good start. 2 stars response, though not done. He's just going to stay in their spawn and keep using that gassy hill to his supposed to come back out of it. I really like what free win agents are doing here, and they've learned from their mistakes so far in this matchup.
This is the potential we saw in their composition when the draft was going on, and they're executing it a lot better in games number 2 and 3 so far. Coupe Day's phase shifting away. He's going to manage to stay alive here. A wall coming in for Orca, and the pull ideal there for CZK. He's going to let that one go, but it's going to manage to keep him alive. Another wall to kind of sanction off this team. It's going to separate him a little bit. Sargent going to be all alone. It's now going to be 3 to 4. CZK not letting off either, and they're going to be able to find another kill too. It's going to be 5 to 4 now, a lead with about a minute to go here for the side of Free Agent Upper Moon. Great push there for them, as the side of Free Win agents aren't nearly as equipped as I would say Free Agent Upper Moon are for being on the defensive end.
I loved that pinch. I really did. CZK and Instinct working so well to ensure that takedown, leaving Coupe de Ace with literally nowhere to go. It was a 100% certainty takedown. But look at this now, as everyone going in the spawn. Coupe de Ace low. Response incredibly low also. They need this kill. They've got to get a kill now to be able to go back to their own spawn and play defense. But Response looking low. Oh, where it goes down. There's a fantastic takedown. Upper Moonape are not done yet. They are clinging on with all their might to this one.
We said this was going to be a close one from the get-go arc, and we might just get ourselves another set coming in here. It's going to be 11 to 4 now. A very weak Stu running away. Response barely hanging on. He's going to dash away 13 seconds to go. They're going to need to find every single kill on the map. Coupe de Ace all alone here, and I'm thinking, Arc, we're going to get our hands on a set number 5 for the first time today. I think that the side of Free Agent Upper Moon played their strategy super well. Definitely a good comeback there as we approach set number 5.
Oh, don't you just love it at the BSC when things get hot and spicy? And yeah, that is a fantastic way to keep the day ticking on. Oh my goodness me. Right. Well, this is what we hoped for. This is what we called Kenny at the beginning. We wanted this to go all the way. It's evolving in exactly how we wanted to. Right. So Super Beach coming up very soon, but definitely some talking points I think it's fair to say for Bounty going into that. I mean, what a round. It could have gone either way at any moment in time. So back and forth, and the comps are for me very different, but equally as effective in their own manners, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, both teams, you know, I think we were definitely, fair to say, more on the side of Free Win agents there, but both teams' strategies were just very different. I personally favored the one that Free Win agents had, but Free Agent Upper Moon played to their maximum potential and got the job done. You know, I think we saw multiple games there where both sides played what they should have been, and, you know, it was just a matter of making sure that their strategies got executed, and 2 out of 3 times, you know, the side of Free Agent Upper Moon did it. And personally, I'm kind of happy they did, because now we get an insane set number 5 to end our first monthlies of the entire year. I'm so excited to see how this one unfolds.
And I'm with you, and I was all for that comp. I like aggressiveness. I like fast pace, as I think we all do. But ultimately, yeah, it just goes to show sometimes having a slow and calculated approach, having more defensiveness, and just kind of being able to hold your own, I think it's the key word to say, really. And it's not always an easy thing to do. It really is not. Sometimes the hardest things to do is just to stay calm and composed and try to defend and fight off where you need to. But I feel like Free Win agents had it. I felt they had it. They played out of their minds in that matchup. Response especially, got to give a huge shout out to him on that, Stu, because he was all over that. But ultimately, again, all those plays stacking up leads to more bounty on your head, and if your opposition can really seize those moments, as we saw Free Win agents do just that. But Upper Moon, so strong. This one is going to be tough to call. I'm calling a max ban straight off the back of this one, I feel, maybe. I mean, Brawl, I mean, speed, Pam. We're seeing these traits recurring along the way from Free Win agents. Will they be shut down, or will we see some... so Fang and Stu. Okay, well, that's the 2 brawlers that I was just mentioning up for grabs. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and that means that there are a couple really good ones that I think this region has also shown to play a lot. I think Spike's somebody that comes to mind immediately here. A lot of you at home, it is called Super Beach now, but it should be pretty familiar to you. This is Super Stadium. Same map, just the layout of the terrain looks a little bit different. Looks like they're going to be going with Sandy as a first overall pick. This is not the first time we've seen this tonight here, as now they're going to counter with an Ems pick as well. I like the Sandy pick here. I think it's a great lane pick. I don't know if it was my first go-to. I'm kind of surprised, just given what we've seen tonight, that they didn't go something like Spike, who's even been banned a lot. But I can see Pam being in the mix here. I can see Max being in the mix here, and there the Pam is right there. Clearly, Pam is a strong brawler across the world right now, and Free Agent Upper Moon taking advantage of it, because we know how much free win agents really like that brawler. I'm honestly surprised they didn't take it with the first overall pick.
So am I. Yeah, absolutely. Kute's going with the Sandy pick. Oh, Gale coming in as well for Sergeant. But yeah, definitely an interesting development. I fully expected there to be an insta pick on the Palm side, and the M's for some security, I guess, just to make sure that you know, at the same time, free win agents know their place when it comes to their tanks. Does leave the mid open to some ideas, but you know, Spike up for grabs. There's definitely the potential possibility of Meg. We saw it once today. Not too sure about it myself, to be completely honest. But definitely, okay, Griff is not what I expected from Response. That is, yeah, that's really interesting. I guess free win agents have got a firm strategy in mind, because they've gone with something very different to what I was expecting. I was expecting the Max to be a prominent feature here, and it just doesn't seem to be.
Griff's somebody that I think has been used a lot in this map before, you know, before the times of power matches were implemented. Griff's somebody that served pretty well, I would say, more as a lane, though, and I'm anticipating it's either him or Gale that's going to play the mid here, and now CZK going to pick a longtime brawler that's shown up a lot on Super Stadium here, or Super Beach, Barley, and I think that's honestly a pretty solid pick here. You know, there's no tanks for Gale to get a hold of, or Griff, who are going to be two really solid anti-tank brawlers. It's very interesting, though. We're going to see how they play out against more normal brawlers, I would say, you know, ones like Ems that are more area control, and Barley. I think this is really interesting. These are two strategies that I really did not anticipate, Ark. I think both these drafts kind of surprised me.
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel like as well, Gale being a very stable diet actually in Brawl Ball in the SESA and ANZ region, with that Twister Gadget able to lock down so many advanced opportunities then from the opposition response here. Going in very aggressive, gets taken down, and I think that's fair to say, but I can see his strategy going in, trying to break things over the piggy bank, trying to, oh, look at that, instinct just goes straight through, and rightly so, the very early takedown. I was trying to say the response is trying to break open the map to deter what Instinct can do as the Barley, but that's why Instinct just went straight for the goal. He saw the opportunity, he seized it.
Yeah, I mean, great goal for them. And now all the heals coming in, a super going down too. In response, despite opening up the map on this right side, should play into his favor, but Instinct has simply won the lane out multiple times now, even managing to stay alive there with only 60 HP. I mean, those are kinds of lanes that side of free win agents probably should be winning, to be honest with you. You know, I love this Griff super too, getting a lot of value in there too. Sergeant now moving forward. They're going to find a kill there. Response on this right side, pushing forward. They do need the ball, though. If they want a goal here, a good kick away would be beneficial. I think they're going to get it off to Response. He has an opportunity here, and it's going to be 1-1. We've got ourselves a tie ball game here on game number 1.
Lovely little knockback there from the Gale side of things. Sergeant did a fantastic job there to get the ball over to his teammates to secure it, because now this is getting very interesting, especially as now that right-hand side lane completely open, allowing Sergeant to do his thing. If Response continues this idea, it's going to shut down the approach of this Barley pick, which could be really difficult to deal with. A nice takedown as well will allow Coop to ace and Sergeant to heal up a little bit, and Response will take the lead now. And full HP, the push through coming through, and the chance now for the pushback again from Free Win Agents. Upper Moon have got to defend a little bit better and not concede a second goal here before overtime.
Yeah, Sergeant really demonstrating that Gale's not just to be used for defense. You know, we saw the pushback there. It really allowed them to get the goal there. It's the big opportunity. The stun coming in there, too. I love that choice of star power. 1.5 seconds rather than 1 second is such a big difference. And I know it doesn't sound like much, but that's just an extra half second that you can't move and the other team has to really shoot at you and take you down. So I think that's going to really help them out here with all these walls on the map. You know, in overtime, it might not play as much of a factor, but I would say I still like this side of Free Win Agents here in overtime. They've got Griff Super, which has a large range. Pam does pretty well here, but in terms of range, I think it's going to go in favor of Free Win Agents here, who have some great aggression coming in on their side.
Yeah, look how quickly Response was able to throw that out, and CZK under heavy scrutiny here on the right-hand side. He's still staying alive, though. Somehow Response, though, sees the deal, and this is a great pitch. There's no way that this doesn't end in a free win agent's goal, and rightly so. Really well-timed advance towards the end of that match. Honestly, they knew that they had the high ground going into that one. Response did perfectly to really capitalize on that super, but the pinch towards the end, yeah, there was literally nowhere that they could go.
Yeah, I just think if this comes down to overtime, it's going to be favorable towards free win agents who are using that Griff gadget to blow up some walls there, which I think is what they should be doing. You know, you want to give Instinct as tough of a time as possible. Some good takedowns there going between both sides. Instinct now going to be able to run forward, though, push that ball a little closer to the enemy goal side. Kuptes, though, just focusing on CZK along with Sargent right now. A stun coming in. He gets taken down, though. Orca to the rescue, and they're going to be able to get a much-needed takedown there. Kuptes falling too, and this might be the momentum that Moon needs to get another early goal here. CZK going to be pressing forward as well alongside Orca on this left side. Super shot on the side of Orca. He could get sneaky with it if he wants to find some kind of goal opportunity. The wall going through there. The new gadget being implemented, immediately taken down. CZK still up here. This is going to be a really good opportunity. Instinct to be looking for a shot. The pushback, though. The Gale defense prevailing once again.
Defense, yeah, that was my at the beginning of the match. I saw Acid Spray as the first play, and you can see why it's such a great map for it, actually, from Orca, and I think a really nice awareness of him and the method to utilize that. Great value. Again, it will have a 20% less damage effectiveness when it goes through the wall, but nonetheless, great for area denial, great when you're on the aggressive, so I can absolutely see why it's working out well. But now, free win agents are starting to push their way forward. It's a nice standstill from Kuptes. Great pressure onto Orca, and just about goes down there, though, and look at Orca staying alive there in that little pocket there, trying to push the ball back through again and keep the pressure on. No goals yet, so this is really all for grabs. We may even see a slow push back towards the final moments of the game and a super shot, but Sargent doing his best to keep CZK and Instinct at the backing cool. Instinct trying to push the ball through now. This could actually be a great opportunity for Upper Moon.
I'm really liking this for free agent Upper Moon. A goal here would be huge too, because there's only 30 seconds remaining in this match. Orca looking for a kill here, trying to back away and get the most value out of those IMS damage shots. This is going to look like a really clean opportunity. Orca with a big peace sign coming up, and they squeeze in the goal. 30 seconds to go. Free win agents is going to have to respond quickly here if they want to bring this into overtime.
See, it's a perfect sandstorm to go down at the perfect time. 20 seconds remain. It is still match point from free to win agents, so they want to capitalize here. Oh, bit of a miss maybe for Sargent playing the slow and steady game. Can they get the ball back? Surely now they will be able to pass it through, but not taking any chances. They can't mess this up. No chance at all to do it. And Sargent does score. Had my heart in my mouth a little bit there, because one little miss there would have been disastrous. But now this is where free win agents can seal this deal. Kuptes has the ball, looking for a pass off, goes for the shot. Instinct's all alone. This should be the moment that free win agents will take it. But no, Instinct off the line. That is huge for free agents Upper Moon.
What a turn of events here. What looked like free win agents only having 20 seconds. You can never count them out. They get the goal, but then Moon, Instinct hitting the insane shots there to get the defense that was very much needed. Now we have a standoff here. 30 seconds to go. Will either one of these teams be able to get a major takedown here that'll allow them to get a goal? Barley on the Instinct. Get a little struggle here going into respawn, and Sargent here. They now get a major takedown. This is looking really good. Orca has a super shot for a pass if he wants. Gonna go over to Pam, who gets the dink and dunk in here. That's going to be 1-1, and it couldn't be written any better, Arc. What an ending to that game, and now we get a game number 3, which literally decides everything here today.
Yeah, this is, from a storytelling perspective, the best possible outcome for this region in our first monthly final. What a way that we are going to end today. Match point, match point. One of these two teams only one game away from taking it all in this month, and I feel like the comps are pretty evenly matched. The playing and the skill levels are very evenly matched. It can genuinely go either way. One mistake here or there, or one great play here or there is all it will take as both teams start to collect themselves, and it's a great start. It's got to be said for FA Upper Moon.
Yeah, CCK can have a lot of HP, but the Twister going down. Get the really nice pass onto Instinct, and look at the goal there. Look at the coordination from that goal. A pass from all 3 players manages to get them a nice early lead here, and I don't know if I've ever seen such coordination coming out from passes in Brawl Ball there. That was a
Unbelievable, unbelievable. It was a great twister from Sergeant in the lead up to that moment to shut things down. But yeah, great plays from FF Moon to really capitalize. But look at this, Coup to Ace getting so much value. A nice down to Orca, potential pass, potential possibility of a pass here to respond to the right-hand side lane, but they are playing this slow. 1 minute remains. They're in a great spot, and this could be a goal here very easily. So we are all tied up. Next goal takes it all.
I mean, my heart is just in so many different places right now. I love not knowing how this game is going to end. It's been an absolute clash of two Titans here. We're going to see who the first month's champions are here momentarily as response. Sergeant and Coupe Days are being tested right now. Sergeant does have the Gale Super on his side if he needs to play a little defense, but the longer this clock dwindles down, the more pressure Free Agent Upper Moon brings. They are looking fierce right now. This is going to be close the whole way through as we now enter a little bit of a standstill here as either side is looking to get that very pivotal kill that is needed here.
Okay, well, I think it's the right play, in all honesty. You know, wait until overtime and just wait out the clock. But if Freeway Nations do not push the ball forwards and start to make a move, which they are doing so now, it could prove costly. As look at this, it's just CZK. One pass here or there could be all the difference. As Sergeant going in with great taps. Coup to Ace as well with a Sandstorm to play. What a great time to have Sandstorm as well. He'll want to hold on to it just a little bit, maybe time this perfectly in, but at the moment this is a fantastic opportunity for Free to Win Agents to take this, but at the same time FA Moon have got to defend with all their might here.
This is looking really good for Free Win Agents here. Coupe Day is going to be advancing forward, going to get the quarter shot and a goal. That's going to be your monthly finalist champions, and that's the most emotion we've seen out of him all night. What incredible game play from both sides there. I mean, in terms of monthly finals, I couldn't ask for a better way to start off our year. This is going to be a region that everyone at home is clearly going to want to watch in the future months building up to it. What a way to end the day, Arc.
Oh, I mean, Free Win Agents, you got to hand it to their perseverance, because there was so many times during that matchup when everything was against them, let's be honest. But they came through, they powered through, but gotta give a huge hand to FF Moon, because the amount of times that we saw their resolve coming through, honestly, I mean, that genuinely, one goal here or there, that was all it took, and I think they did phenomenally well under the circumstances. Free Win Agents, though, take the glory, and with some fantastic drops along the way from both sides. It couldn't have been closer, and as you rightly put it, Kenny, I mean, the perfect outcome to this first monthly final in this region.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be marking my calendar next month for when, you know, our next monthly final is. This was incredible. I mean, the very first one of the BSC calendar year, and what an exciting one to watch. I think this is clearly going to be a region we all need to keep our eyes on. Both these teams, it truly could have gone either way. It came down to as last second of a shot in overtime as you can get. Clearly, these teams are going to be evenly matched. It's really nice to see these former teammates clashing, and I look forward to seeing this matchup throughout the entire year.
I mean, again, you know, I was very surprised to not see the Max, but the Sandy pick from Free Win Agents worked fantastically well. You know, it almost serves to the same purpose. When you've got Max with the speed coming in, everyone has to get back onto the defense. Well, that's what happens when you have a Sandstorm as well. And, you know, I think towards the end, holding on to that was a really smart play from him as well. And definitely coordination required to make sure that they capitalized and seized those moments when they were there. Because as we saw in the match that led up to that, you know, one pushback there from Upper Moon, it would have been a very, very different story, and quite the catastrophe when you think about it. You know, all that hard work and then one little slip and it can all be over. I think, though, you know, FF Moon are going to be feeling very, very good about this outcome today. I feel like they really did obviously do a lot of prep going in, and they just absolutely, they've got their drafts on point. I think that's what we look for as casters, absolutely, is to make sure that regardless as to what we see play out in terms of the matchup, if the draft is good, that's the first stage. You've got to get that draft right.
Yeah, especially in that last set, it really felt like both teams kind of had set strategies or brawlers that they really had in mind. You know, those weren't necessarily combinations that I see being played here a lot, and I think it worked out in both their favors. They both played it excellently at the end of the day. It just happened to go in Free Win Agents' favor. I liked where both directions were heading, though. I really respect that they stuck to their strategy. It felt like they were kind of not necessarily directed at the other team. It was more of, we know what we want, and we're going to go with our strategy. And both teams, when it came down to the line, decided to go that direction with it.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to hear shortly from Response as well. I can't wait to sit down with him and have a little natter. But yeah, as you rightly put it, Kenny, I mean, phenomenal ways to end this day with the SESA and ANZ region. Again, we didn't want to pick favorites. We kind of did because we've got predictions that we value a lot. But ultimately, a fantastic result on both sides. And like you say, I'm looking at both of these two teams moving forwards into the SESA region because if that grand final today has got anything to go by, I think we've got a serious grudge match on our hands.
Yeah, both sides should definitely be proud here. Great results from each one of them. And I think they have a lot that they're going to be able to work with this year. I mean, so much talent in that grand finals just being displayed. And I mean, I can't wait to see how it all pans out through the year. We've got 6 more of these months where we're probably going to see these teams clash pretty frequently.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Response is on the line. We're going to get him on right now for a little nat, a little sit down. Response, how are you doing? Congratulations are in order, first and foremost. Definitely not necessarily a one-sided victory towards the end. You had to really battle it out all the way until the bitter end. Talk us through that final match and what was going through your mind. It must have been a great deal of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Yeah, the games were absolutely insane. I mean, the entire the last set was just filled with us screaming like the game plan and stuff. It was just so stressful. This match was definitely the most stressful match I ever had in my career.
Wow.
Even more so than like the World Finals match, for sure.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's a statement and a half. Honestly, though, I mean, you say that it didn't look like that was the case. You looked so composed on the field, and especially in the player cam as well. You looked very, very calm and collected. I felt at least.
Definitely was not. Yeah. The first few sets I was shaking. Yeah.
Well, it just goes to show that, you know, even world champs can get their nerves. So, I mean, massive credit to you and your team then for keeping as calm and collected, and a great way also to give praise to FA Upper Moon, who, considering what you just said there, clearly worthy oppositions. I've got to ask though, a big question from you. What are your thoughts on Power Match, the draft format? How are you finding it in your scrims? Are you liking it? The things that you find challenging around that as a huge format change? Give us your thoughts on how that's going for you and your team.
Yeah, Power Match is definitely something that I wanted since last year. So when they announced it, I was definitely very happy. And I'm sure my teammates as well, they really like this mode more, as it promotes skill and strategy more than just like rock, paper, scissors, which was what the format last year brought. So yeah, I think introducing this was definitely the right idea, but there probably should still be some changes. Like in my opinion, I think we should have 2 bans per team, because there's already like 54 brawlers in the game. So but yeah, I definitely prefer this format over last year's one.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, it's still early days. You know, maybe, who knows? We might see some tweaks along the way to it. But definitely, from our perspective, very refreshing to not see as many mirror matchups as I'm sure to you as well. Like, that's always a nice thing to see, and allowing you to get some really nice clutch plays. Fantastic Mortis and very aggressive final picks I saw from you guys today, which was fantastic to see. I mean, speaking of your teammates, you know, today you're up against your former teammate CZK. Talk us through what that was like for you, and, you know, being in that position there. You know, are you still friends after the battlefield and once the dust has all settled?
Yeah, definitely we're still friends. Yeah. I'm friends with the entire of the opposing team as well. So yeah, it was definitely like it's really exciting, and like facing them and being able to finally take the win after such a long match was definitely, it felt really good. Yeah.
Great to hear. One final thing I've got to ask as well. There was a moment today where I saw Coup d'Ace shooting at you and giving you some some stick. What happened in that situation? And was he blaming you? Were you the reason you lost that game?
Like half of the reason, I guess. We both were just like running in randomly and feeding. So I mean, he knew that he also did like throw along with me. So it was just like friendly banter, I guess.
Good to see. I thought it was hilarious and a great thing to see some great chemistry that you guys have, and that even under those pressurized circumstances that you said earlier, that you were shaking and that it was a very, very tough matchup, that you guys could still see the lighthearted side of things. Response, thank you very much for your time today and for your insight. Congratulations again, and please forward that on to you, to your teammates as well from all of us. And we look forward to seeing you in the coming months and seeing whether you can continue to keep up this level of intensely skilled play today. But go and have yourself a well-deserved rest, my friend, and settle those nerves.
Yep, thanks a lot.
Right, Kenny, gonna bring you back on. What do you make from what Response had to say there? He said it was like the most nerve-wracking he's ever been in any competitive setting, and this is coming from a world champ.
That blows my mind. I loved how authentic he was with you. I loved that he still gets just as much enjoyment off winning these. You know, he said he was quite literally shaking, which I think a lot of us at home would not anticipate. The best of the world, you know, someone who's been here many times before, they still have jitters, they still have nerves. Like, their opponents are crazy good too. So I love seeing that just more authentic and true side. You know, you get to see their perspective on it too, because during the matches, obviously we don't get to see that their hands are a little jittery, that they're a little nervous. You know, they're fractions away from making really good or really catastrophic plays. You know, like, things really got intense there, especially in that final set. It really was a true back and forth, came down to the wire, and I just love seeing that side of him. I definitely appreciate it from a viewer perspective, that he was willing to be like honest with us and show that more like emotions that he was feeling too. You know, he gets just excited off of winning a monthly final as he did a world finals, and I think that shows the true level of competition in this region and just with each of them personally.
Absolutely that. I mean, keeping it real. I think it's very easy sometimes for people watching on to think that, you know, if you've got a load of accomplishments and skill and years of passion and hard work behind you, that you're just going to have just solid pairs of hands and just nothing is a worry in the world. You just got, you know, just no nerves whatsoever. It's great to see that actually, you know, every match is something of a challenge to these guys, and that everything means the world to them when they go through these motions. So yeah, thoroughly agree. Give me your thoughts on the day and overall that final matchup. You know, did it go? I mean, obviously we had our predictions, but were there any moments where you thought, well, maybe I want to kind of change towards this team or that team, because it was an incredibly close day?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in terms of how things panned out, I think we kind of hit the nail on the head there. I think we really got pretty much everything expected. I think some matches were a lot closer than we anticipated than others. I think Free Agent Upper Moon clearly proving that it's a 1-2 punch in this region so far. Free Win Agents getting barely by with that 3-2 victory, but I mean, it came down quite literally to the final moments. You know, I definitely don't think we can count them out, and I think this is going to be a great rivalry throughout the year. There were several other teams that I was impressed with too, though. I think this region does have some good depth to it. I think Byro gave a good fight up against Free Win Agents as well. Hashira is one that I think gave some great competition to Upper Moon, who made it this far too. And Sky, I do anticipating a little bit better in future months too. You know, I know they lost 3-0 in match number 5 there in their semifinals play, but I think there's better days to come for them. I believe in them and think they have a pretty good shot here to be a good contender.
Yeah, I've got to reiterate the same thing that you said, because honestly, there's some teams there with 2-1s getting a set, even against some of these teams, very challenging to do. And Byro to get one over on Free Win Agents, who went on to win the whole thing, that shows promise, and that cannot be underestimated at all. Well, again, Kenny, 100% success rate, right, with our predictions?
Yes, sir. We're looking good. That pin should be in our arsenal for the future. I'm excited to be able to flex that one on streams and with my friends here pretty soon. I hope all you at home have the same experience, but if not, you got other opportunities in the future. There's more monthly finals to watch and get your hands on, so definitely make sure to stay tuned for those, because if it's anything to show what this month's going to be like for the rest of the world, I can't wait to watch every single one of them.
I mean, you say flex in game. I just want to flex on the other casters for the BSC, mate, because 100% success rate is a really good start. Those guys, they got a lot to keep up with. But yeah, we have got so much to come here, guys. This is just the beginning. Later on today, we'll have, of course, the LATAM South region starting from 12 p.m. BRT. That's the time zone. It's a bit of a weird one, not one that I'm very used to myself, but 12 p.m. BRT. So make sure that you're coming back for that stream next week as well. We're going to have, of course, North LATAM and North America region, EMEA as well. It's also East Asia, so there's so much to keep a track of. So the best way in order to do just that is to make sure that you're following at Brawl_esports on Twitter. If you do that and turn on notifications, pop that bell on, genuinely makes a huge difference in not missing a stream. Again, if the SESA and ANZ region is anything to go by, I think we've set a huge precedent today for the regions to come, right, Kenny?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I was super impressed with what I saw, and I think that spot for a golden ticket to the World Finals is going to be as intense as it's ever been. I mean, the competition has never been higher, I think, from this region. So I was super impressed with what I saw today. And it was also really nice. This is the first one we've seen. The balance changes weren't implemented in our qualifiers. It was just so exciting to see how this region took those balance changes, implemented them, and what they saw in these brawlers and the potential they had versus kind of what we all thought coming into it. I think we had a lot of good predictions, but there were certainly brawlers that maybe I didn't expect to see drafted as early or see as frequently as we did before. So it was really fun to see that unfold. I'm super excited to watch here in a little bit how LATAM South does the exact same thing, what their strategies are, what they took away from these balance changes and new updates.
This is exactly what I was going to say as well, because the regional specific ideas, how are they going to translate? We've now seen our first insight into the draft process, but it has been with just SESA and ANZ. Are we going to see similarities? Are we going to see some radical differences? And keeping up with all of that as casters is what makes and keeps our job as interesting as it is. So excited to see it. And I've got to say, for the first time seeing it implemented in the BSC, I have loved today. I mean, it's a great thing for us to be able to talk through the motions and really see whether our knowledge is all up there with what it's meant to be. But again, those regional differences, make sure that you tune into LATAM South later today to see how that draft will translate. It starts at 12 p.m. BRT. Mark that in your calendars and make sure that you come back for more, because again, we are just getting started. Kenny, give us any of your final thoughts for today. There's been so much that we've covered today, but what were your particular highlights?
Man, I mean, I don't think it gets much better than that final set there, but I think there are a few brawlers to take away from today that you might be able to expect from other regions. Maybe they'll find a little inspiration from SESA. I think Pam was one we walked into today feeling really good about after seeing all these qualifiers play out. Wasn't one that was necessarily touched by these balance changes, and she is still very prevalent. The side of free win agents certainly thought so much to the point where they were even banning Pam, which is something I don't think too many more casual players, maybe that don't play Power League as frequently or watch professional matches as much, would have anticipated. I was really happy to see Colonel Ruffs get a lot of love here today, though. That was one before the show that in our pregame I mentioned, and it was really crazy to see him as much as we did, even being our first pick overall on several different maps and modes. So I think there's definitely a lot of changes coming in. I think we're all kind of figuring it out as a world right now of how these balance changes that came in earlier in the week are going to play out. And I think that's just one of the things that we're going to have to learn this year. Throughout the draft process, things are going to change. Each scenario is going to be a little bit different, and how you practice, how you play, how you scrim against other teams. The more scenarios you put yourself in, I think it's going to be better for these teams.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it any better myself. Exactly that. And I just cannot wait to see how this all develops and unfolds along the way in other regions next month in this particular region as well. The continuations of this year. And, that excites me massively. But I've got to say as well, a huge thank you to Supercell for making this entire year possible. I think it's fair to say that we would not be here without them. So huge thank you to them. To you as well, Kenny, for joining me today and for making such a mark, honestly, in your debut cast at the BSC. Thoroughly enjoyed casting alongside you, man. To all the viewers at home, of course, and hopefully you got your predictions all on point over at event.brawlstars.com. To the players, to the coaches, to the analysts, to the orgs, all of you guys competing at this high level, we would not be here without you either. To Esports Engine and all those workers tirelessly in the background, making the esports cogs turn for the production side of things, bringing this incredible production to your screens. All of those people, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We'll be back later on today for the continuation, or rather the start of the LATAM South region from 12 p.m. BRT. Until then, we are goodbye for now, but make sure that you come back to the stream then. Goodbye for now.